Chapter 351, Kaido.
My lord, thank you for saving this country.
Kairos was the first to recover from his shock. He bowed deeply toward Kaido, his voice filled with solemn gratitude.
Thank you for freeing Dressrosa and liberating my people.
King Riku added, his tone emotional, his eyes moist with relief. Kaido shook his head calmly.
No need to thank me. I had my own score to settle with Doflamingo. Besides, his crimes have already been exposed to Marine headquarters. A vice admiral has been dispatched here. Even if I hadn't intervened, Dressrosa would have soon been reclaimed by the Marines.
He turned his gaze slightly toward the shadows nearby, where Vice Admiral Maynard hid.
I've already killed Doflamingo and Jack the Drought. You're the rightful ruler of this kingdom. I'm only here to inform you. What happens next is up to you.
Finishing his words, Kaido grasped Jack's massive corpse, soared high above the ocean, and with a swift motion decapitated him. The headless body splashed into the sea below, sinking into oblivion. Without another word, Kaido turned toward the horizon and flew toward the Sabayati archipelago. Dark clouds gathered over the sea, their shadows casting a grim tone across a skull-shaped island, Onigashima, stronghold of the Beasts' pirates, ruled by Kaido of the Beasts. Deep within the cavernous throne hall, Kaido sat on his stone throne, gulping down sake from a massive gourd. Flames flickered along the walls, their glow reflecting off the anxious faces of his subordinates. The air was suffocating. Kaido's raw presence alone made even veteran pirates tremble. Suddenly, a subordinate rushed in, pale and panicked.
Kaido-sama, it's bad news. Jack-sama's life paper, it just shattered.
Kaido froze mid-drink. Slowly, he turned his head, his expression unreadable.
What?
The pirate dropped to his knees, trembling as though lightning had struck him.
B-Boss, Jack's life paper just broke apart.
The meaning was unmistakable. A life paper, created with a person's own essence, only tears apart when that person's life is extinguished. Kaido's heavy silence filled the chamber. He knew exactly what that meant. Jack was one of his three calamities, feared across the seas. No emperor or marine would dare kill him without sparking an all-out war. And yet,
who did this?
The air trembled as his killing intent exploded outward. The sheer pressure crushed several weaker pirates to the ground. Others fainted on the spot, foam spilling from their mouths.
Kaido-sama, please, calm down.
One of the all-stars, Kaido's top lieutenants, stepped forward.
Before you rage, remember Jack left to meet Doflamingo. Maybe we can ask the Joker about this.
Kaido gritted his teeth and snatched up a den mushi from beside his throne.
Fine, I'll ask that clown myself.
But just as he was about to dial, another subordinate stumbled in, terrified.
Kaido-sama, wait, Doflamingo's life paper.
The words froze the entire hall. Kaido's expression darkened, his eyes burning like molten iron.
The clown is dead too.
His tone dropped to a dangerous whisper, before erupting into a monstrous roar that shook the cave.
Good, very good. Not only did he kill my partner, he killed my right-hand man too. Find out who did this. Tear the seas apart if you have to. I'll crush them no matter who they are.
The thunder of his rage echoed through the island, leaving even the bravest Beasts' pirates trembling in fear. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. Inside the Grand Office, Sengoku, Tsuru, and Kizaru sat around a long table. Tsuru folded her hands, her expression grave.
Kizaru, you've been called back because of something serious.
Kizaru tilted his head lazily, though his tone was far more serious than his words.
What a surprise, Tilda losing Sakazuki. That's quite terrifying.
Despite his usual drawl, his eyes were sharp. Among the admirals, he knew how powerful Akinu was. If even he had been subdued, then their opponent was no ordinary pirate.
This man, Kite.
Tsuru said softly. Sengoku nodded, his voice firm.
I've delayed the confrontation for a week under the pretense of negotiations. Once Aokiji arrives and we rescue Sakazuki, we'll strike together. If we don't stop him now, he'll become another emperor of the sea.
Before they could continue, a den mushi rang.
Blue.
Sengoku frowned and answered.
This is Sengoku, Maynard report. Marshal Sengoku, it's urgent.
Maynard's voice whispered from the other side. Hidden deep in Dressrosa, he explained everything: Doflamingo's fall, Jack's death, and the attacker's terrifying power. When he finished, the room fell into stunned silence. Even Sengoku, a veteran of countless battles, struggled to believe what he'd heard.
Just days ago, I sent Maynard undercover to gather evidence against Doflamingo.
Sengoku muttered in disbelief. Tsuru's calm voice broke the silence.
Do we know who this man is?
Yes,
Maynard replied.
I checked marine records. I've seen his bounty.
Sengoku sighed quietly.
A bounty hunter then, or another pirate? No, sir, he's a pirate.
As those words left the den mushy, silence returned to the room. Kizaru leaned back, glancing sidelong at Sengoku with a half-smirk.
Didn't you say he'd just arrived at Sabyati Archipelago yesterday?
Sengoku's expression hardened.
He was, and now he's in Dressrosa.
Chapter 352, Jack's Bounty.
Are you sure you're not kidding me? How long does it take to go from Sabyati Archipelago to Dressrosa, even for the Marine's newest ships? A week at least. Is that really possible?
Kizaru's voice carried disbelief as he glanced at Sengoku. Ignoring Kizaru's astonished look, Sengoku stood abruptly from his seat, his expression hard.
Are you certain? Was it really him, Kaido? Marshal Sengoku, there's no mistake.
Maynard answered seriously through the den mushy.
I saw it clearly with my own eyes. He was standing midair with Jack the Drought's corpse in his hand.
Sengoku exhaled through his nose.
I see. Since the Doflamingo incident has been resolved, return to headquarters as soon as you can. Yes, Marshal Sengoku.
The call ended. Kizaru leaned back with a lazy whistle.
You heard it.
Sengoku rubbed the bridge of his nose, clearly frustrated.
Let's not focus on Kaido for now. Jack is dead. Kaido will go berserk once he learns of it, and his rampage will throw the entire new world into chaos. Without you stationed there, Kizaru, that chaos could very well spread to us.
Kizaru tilted his head.
Then,
Sengoku replied, eyes narrowing as a spark of calculation crossed them.
if Kaito had only killed Doflamingo, there'd be little I could do. But Jack, I have an idea.
Crane, standing nearby, sighed softly.
You're planning to kill two birds with one stone again, aren't you?
Sengoku smirked faintly.
That's right, leak the news of Kaido killing Jack through the underground black market. Let Kaido know who was responsible. With his temper, he'll hunt the boy down himself.
And we'll wait until Kaido finishes his deal with us before acting.
Crane added.
Otherwise, Akinu could get caught in the crossfire.
Exactly.
Sengoku confirmed, his tone cold and deliberate. Meanwhile, high above the clouds, Ayanami Kaido had no idea that Sengoku was already plotting behind his back. Traveling at high speed, Kaido descended through the skies and arrived at Sabyati Archipelago by evening. After grabbing a quiet meal at Shaki's Ripoff bar, he headed toward the local marine branch, hands in his pockets and his expression calm. Night had already fallen, and the sky was an ocean of stars. Outside the elegant marine building, two guards stood watch with strict expressions.
Who goes there? State your business.
One marine barked.
Bounty exchange.
Kaido replied casually, tossing a wrapped package forward with a faint grin. He'd spent too much in the past few days, barely enough left to eat, and Kaguya's expenses were nothing short of a nightmare.
Damn it.
Kaido muttered suddenly, slapping his forehead. After killing Jack, he had gone straight to the Marines for the bounty, and completely forgotten the treasure hoard Doflamingo left behind in Dressrosa. The king of the underground world had made fortunes selling slaves, weapons, and intelligence. His assets were worth at least 1 billion berries, and Kaido had left them all behind.
I really picked up a sesame seed and dropped a watermelon.
He groaned, shaking his head in frustration. The two guards eyed his shifting expression warily, hands subtly inching toward their rifles. Luckily, another Marine soon stepped out and escorted Kaido into the building toward the bounty office. Inside, a smug-faced clerk leaned back in his chair, glancing up lazily.
You're here to exchange a bounty. Do you even know what time it is?
Collins.
said the Marine beside him, Colonel Wiener, judging by his tone.
Just finish up before dinner. Yeah, Colonel Wiener.
Collins drawled, rolling his eyes. He glanced back at Kaido.
Name, bounty amount, and oh, right, there's a 10% processing fee. 10%?
Kaido's brows furrowed.
That's the first I've heard of that.
Collins snorted.
Of course, Sabyati's different from other bases. Too many expenses, not enough funding from headquarters, so we take a little cut.
He smirked impatiently.
Come on, tell me the target's name and amount. I'll need to confirm it before we hand over the berries.
Then he muttered under his breath.
Every night it's the same damn paperwork.
Colonel Wiener said sharply.
I know.
Collins replied in mock innocence. Wiener clenched his fist, forcing himself to let go. He hated this subordinate's arrogance, but Collins' uncle Vice Admiral Onagumo wasn't someone he wanted to offend. Collins slammed his hand on the counter.
Hey, are you deaf or something? I said show me the bounty. Don't just stand there like an idiot.
Kaido sighed softly. He'd planned to ignore the fool, but Collins' tone grated on him more with each word. His irritation over losing Doflamingo's treasure wasn't helping either. If he couldn't vent that frustration on treasure.
Collins,
Kaido said quietly, his eyes narrowing.
Your tone's really starting to annoy me. Sorry, but it looks like you won't be seeing the sunrise tomorrow.
Collins blinked, then burst out laughing, doubling over with tears in his eyes.
Are you planning to kill me? Here, in a Marine base, you must have lost your mind.
When his laughter died, he sneered.
Do you even know who my uncle is? Vice Admiral Onagumo, one of the 5 who led the Buster Call. You touch me and you're finished.
Kaido tilted his head slightly, unamused.
You talk too much.
Before Collins could react, Kaido's hand flashed forward, his fingers clamping down around the man's wrist. Crack! The sharp sound of bones snapping echoed through the office. Collins let out a pig-like scream, collapsing to the floor and clutching his mangled wrist.
Bastard, you broke Collins' arm.
Colonel Wiener's face hardened, though there was an unmistakable glimmer of satisfaction behind his eyes. He'd wanted to shut the man up for months.
I'm sorry, but I have to detain you until Vice Admiral Dalmatian arrives.
Kaido turned slightly, his calm expression returning.
No need, you'd better call him here yourself. It'll save everyone some trouble.
Chapter 353, 353, The Price of Arrogance, 1 month ago. Chapter 353, The Price of Arrogance. The screams of Collins immediately drew the attention of the Marines eating in the nearby cafeteria. Within moments, every Marine rushed toward the commotion. Leading the group was Dalmatian, his booming voice echoing before he even arrived.
Who dares to cause trouble in a Marine division?
As he strode into the room, his eyes quickly took in the scene: Kaido standing calmly, Collins writhing on the floor in pain, and Wiener ready to intervene. Seeing Dalmatian, Collins's expression brightened with hope. He pointed at Kaido, his voice trembling with rage and fear.
Uncle Dalmatian, arrest him quickly. He's breaking my wrist.
Dalmatian ignored Collins's plea, his pupils contracting slightly as recognition flashed in his eyes. His tone grew serious.
It's you.
Kaido smirked faintly.
If that's what you think, I don't mind proving you right.
The chill in his words made Dalmatian's hair stand on end.
Vice Admiral, wait, that's not what happened.
Wiener blurted out, quickly explaining everything that had taken place without twisting a single detail. Kaido gave Wiener a sidelong glance of approval. At least there are a few honest men among these Marines. As Dalmatian listened, his expression turned dark. He glanced at Collins, his fury barely contained. This boy, his good friend Onagumo's nephew, was always reckless, throwing his weight around because of his family ties. Dalmatian had turned a blind eye for too long. But this time, the fool had provoked someone far beyond his reach. Taking a deep breath, Dalmatian spoke in a low voice.
How do you want this matter to end, Kaido?
He had to find some way, any way to keep Collins alive. Collins's arrogance, however, knew no bounds.
Uncle Dal, just arrest him. Didn't you see what he did to me? My arm's broken.
Dalmatian frowned deeply while Wiener looked speechless. Is this idiot blind? Can't he tell the vice admiral knows this man and fears him? Before anyone could react, another loud crack echoed through the room. Collins's other wrist snapped, his agonized scream shaking the entire division. Dalmatian's patience snapped.
Kaido, how far are you going to take this? What will it take for you to let him go?
After a tense pause, he added grimly.
If it comes to it.
Kaido chuckled.
Sengoku, that's fine by me. Let's talk to that old man.
He sat down in Collins's chair as if he owned the place, picked up the den mushi, and dialed Sengoku directly. Collins and Wiener froze. Wiener could only hope Dalmatian would handle this. Collins, on the other hand, looked utterly lost, realizing too late the depth of his mistake. Dalmatian stood motionless, his mind already racing. Once this is over, I'll make sure this brat is transferred somewhere far away. Even Onagumo won't stop me. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's office. At Marine headquarters, Sengoku was having dinner with two senior staff officers. Their meals were usually taken here, where business never truly stopped. The den mushi on the desk suddenly rang.
Moshi Moshi.
Sengoku answered casually, still chewing. A familiar voice came through, calm but with a dangerous undertone.
Fleet Admiral Sengoku, long time no see, you recognize my voice, don't you?
Sengoku froze mid-bite. Kaido, he immediately felt a sense of dread. Kaido replied smoothly.
I just wanted to let you know I'm angry. The price just went up, 10 billion berries.
Sengoku didn't explode as usual. After days of investigation, he had learned a lot about this man's temperament. Kaido wasn't unreasonable unless provoked. As long as you didn't cross him, he left you alone, but once you did.
Can you at least tell me what happened? The Navy can barely raise 7 billion as it is. That's all our current military budget can handle.
Kaido's voice stayed indifferent.
That's not my concern. I'm not negotiating, Sengoku, I'm informing you. Same time as before.
With that, he hung up. Turning to leave, Kaido lifted Jack's severed head by the hair and strode toward the exit, ignoring every Marine in the room. He stopped at the door, glancing back at Dalmatian.
You Marines know where I live. Tomorrow morning I expect to see his head at my doorstep. If not,
His gaze turned icy.
then every Marine in this division will be buried alongside him.
The coldness in his tone froze the air. Every Marine present felt their blood run cold, their bodies trembling involuntarily. Kaido walked away, calm and unbothered, leaving behind silence and terror. Dalmatian watched him go, his face pale. But instead of dwelling on the threat, his thoughts flashed back to the conversation Kaido just had with Sengoku, and then the realization struck him like thunder.
A ransom!
He whispered in shock. One of the three strongest admirals captured. Dalmatian's heart sank. He understood now. From Kaido's tone and Sengoku's response, there was no doubt Akinu had been taken and Sengoku was paying for his release. 7 billion had been the agreed ransom, but thanks to Collins's foolishness, it had just risen to 10. 3 billion berries gone because of one arrogant fool. The annual funding for the Sabyati Archipelago branch barely reached 200 million. Dalmatian's fists clenched, fury trembling in every muscle. He turned toward Collins, his expression dark as a storm.
Wiener!
He barked, struggling to contain his rage.
Vice Admiral!
Chapter 354, A Bloody Message.
Arrest Collins and prepare a fine meal for him. I'll report this to Fleet Admiral Sengoku myself.
Dalmatian's voice was grim as he turned to leave. He already knew what this meant. Collins's death would serve as payment for the entire division's survival. Sengoku would understand. There was no other choice. Wiener, understanding the unspoken order, simply nodded. After Collins finished his last meal, he was quietly sent to his end. Marine Headquarters, Fleet Admiral's office. After speaking with Kaido, Sengoku's appetite vanished completely. The tension in his chest burned hotter with every passing minute. He knew it was only a matter of time before a division commander called to report what had happened. And when that happened, he would have to pay literally. Another 3 billion berries gone, just to calm Kaido's wrath. Across from him, Staff Officer Tsuru calmly observed him fuming. She shook her head slightly. This old man never changes.
Moshi Moshi, this is Fleet Admiral Sengoku. Marshal Sengoku, it's Dalmatian. I know who you are. Did your division offend Kaito?
Sengoku's voice was icy cold, his anger barely restrained.
Yes.
Dalmatian began, and quickly explained everything that had happened.
So, it was all because of that Marine Collins? Yes, sir.
Dalmatian answered hesitantly.
He's the nephew of Vice Admiral Onigumo. Onigumo again, another family connection.
Sengoku ground his teeth, his temper flaring.
Marshal Sengoku.
Dalmatian continued nervously.
Before Kaito left, he left a message.
Sengoku snapped.
Otherwise, he'll destroy our Marine division in Sabyati Archipelago.
Sengoku slammed the table, his voice thundering.
Destroy your entire division, that arrogant brat.
He was about to order a counterattack when Tsuru suddenly reached over and snatched the den mushi from his hand.
Enough.
She said sharply. Sengoku's temper had crossed the line, he was in no state to command. Tsuru brought the den mushi to her ear, her tone calm but authoritative.
Dalmatian, it's me Tsuru. Staff Officer Tsuru, hello. Just follow Kaito's instructions. As for Onigumo, leave him to me. Understood.
Understood.
The call ended swiftly. Moments later, Sengoku returned to the office, his fists still clenched tight.
The order's been given.
He asked.
Yes.
Tsuru replied simply.
Damn that man. Once this deal is over, I swear I'll make him pay.
Sengoku gritted his teeth, fury trembling through him. Tsuru sighed.
The division's carelessness just cost us another 3 billion berries. We'll have to appeal to the 5 elders for funds.
I'll call Commander Kong tomorrow morning.
Sengoku muttered darkly.
That's the only option. Oh, and send 1 billion berries to Dalmatian. What for?
Sengoku asked, frowning. Tsuru shook her head.
He'll need it to handle the aftermath. You know as well as I do that Kaito left carrying Jack's body. The package we received last night should be Jack the Drought's head. Dalmatian will need funds to process the bounty exchange.
Understood.
The call ended swiftly. Moments later, Sengoku returned to the office, his fists still clenched tight. The order's been given, he asked. Yes, Tsuru replied simply. Damn that man, once this deal is over, I swear I'll make him pay. Sengoku gritted his teeth, fury trembling through him. Tsuru sighed. The division's carelessness just cost us another 3 billion berries. We'll have to appeal to the 5 elders for funds. I'll call Commander Kong tomorrow morning, Sengoku muttered darkly. That's the only option. Oh, and send 1 billion berries to Dalmatian. What for? Sengoku asked, frowning. Tsuru shook her head. He'll need it to handle the aftermath. You know as well as I do that Kaito left carrying Jack's body. The package we received last night should be Jack the Drought's head. Dalmatian will need funds to process the bounty exchange. Sengoku's face darkened further, his jaw tightening. Understood. The next morning. The morning sun streamed through the window, its golden light falling across Kaito's calm face. He opened his eyes slowly, expression unreadable. After washing up, he opened the door and there it was. A large, blood-stained package lay at the threshold, the metallic scent of blood thick in the air. He didn't even bother opening it, he knew what was inside. Without a word, Kaito picked up the package and tossed it out the window, as though discarding garbage. After checking his belongings, he realized he had spent the last of his money. With a sigh, he muttered.
Guess I'll visit the Marine branch again. Time to cash in that bounty.
Marine Division, Sabyati Archipelago. When Kaito appeared again at the division, the entire base fell silent. Marines froze mid-step, eyes wide with dread. He walked through them as if they were air, and within minutes, emerged from the headquarters carrying a heavy satchel filled with freshly counted bounty money, 1 billion berries, the official reward for Jack the Drought's head. Later that day, Kaito and Kaguya could be seen leisurely spending a handful of berries in the nearby town, as though nothing had happened. But the world outside was already stirring. New world. News spread like wildfire. Kaito of the Beasts had mobilized his forces. His subordinates scoured every corner of the seas for the murderer of Jack the Drought and Doflamingo. King was enraged, Queen was on the hunt for information through underground networks, and the entire Beast's pirates fleet was in motion. Whispers spread across the seas, the two powerful figures, Jack and Doflamingo, were dead. The underworld trembled. Speculations ran wild. Was it Marine Headquarters, one of the four emperors? Some pirates blamed the Navy, believing only they possessed the strength and nerve to pull it off. The tension in the New World reached its peak. Countless pirate crews, fearing the coming storm, began retreating toward the Sabyati archipelago. Aboard the Moby Dick. On the vast deck of the largest ship in the seas, the Moby Dick, flagship of the Whitebeard pirates, an enormous, muscular old man sat on his throne-like chair. His chest was covered in scars, a crescent-shaped white beard hung beneath his nose, and beside him leaned his massive naginata. A nurse-like woman tended to his IV drips, while his sons laughed and drank around him.
Gururara, that Kaido's gone mad again.
Whitebeard's booming laughter echoed across the sea as he lifted a massive sake cup.
Hardly surprising.
Marco said calmly, leaning against the railing.
Jack was his right-hand man. Now that he's dead, of course Kaido's furious.
Whitebeard grinned, his laughter rumbling deep and proud.
The seas are shaking again, Gururara.
Chapter 355, The Negotiation 1.
Do you know who it is? I already have a clue. I only know that it's a young man.
Marco shrugged casually.
Gururara, don't worry. Once Kaido starts digging, we'll find out who it is soon enough.
The corner of Whitebeard's mouth lifted into a faint grin.
So, to celebrate Kaido's rampage, let's have a banquet, boys. Got it, Pops.
Laughter and cheers echoed through the Moby Dick as the Whitebeard pirates began another wild feast. Tado Land Cake Island. Inside a dark and lavish palace, a towering, bloated woman with light purple eyeshadow and thick lipstick sat on a throne, her laughter raspy and chilling. This was Charlotte Linlin, better known as Big Mom, one of the four emperors.
Well, Jack's such useless trash, killed by a stranger of all things.
Prospero.
She barked.
Coming, Mama, what's wrong?
Contact Morgans. I want to know who killed Jack. I'll find out who has the guts to murder Kaido's right-hand man.
Got it, Mama.
New World Scenic Island. On a lush island under the bright sun, a group of pirates sat gathered around a massive roasted boar, devouring it with laughter. At the head of the group sat a man with fiery red hair and a missing arm, red-haired Shanks, one of the four emperors.
Shanks, have you heard about Jack?
Yasopp asked between bites of meat. Shanks paused, frowning slightly as he chewed.
You mean Jack's death? Yeah. I've heard something that big doesn't stay quiet. Kaido's definitely going to lose his mind this time. Can't blame him.
Lucky Roo said, gnawing on a pork leg.
Anyone would go berserk if one of their own was killed like that. The new world's about to descend into chaos.
Beckman said calmly, sipping from his cup.
So what's the plan, Captain? For now, we wait.
Shanks said seriously.
Leaving the new world now would be foolish. Knowing Kaido, he'll go on a rampage once he finds out who did it. When the time comes, do we stop him?
Ben Beckman asked. Shanks grinned.
That's why you're my first mate, you always get it right, ha ha ha.
Lucky Roo laughed.
The captain never changes.
Their laughter echoed across the island. To an outsider, they looked like carefree drunks, not one of the most powerful pirate crews in the entire sea. Marine Headquarters, the port. Time passed quickly. 7 days later, the early morning sun gleamed off the waters of Marineford's port. Standing at the dock were several of the Navy's strongest officers: Admiral Aokiji, Vice Admiral Momousagi, Vice Admiral Onagumo, Vice Admiral Doberman, Vice Admiral Weasel, and Vice Admiral Ghost Spider. Each wore a serious expression as they awaited the fleet admiral's arrival. Around them, curious Marines whispered quietly.
That's Admiral Aokiji, and all those vice admirals, what's going on? Something major must have happened. Why are so many high rankers here at once? Could it be something from the New World?
Then one sharp-eyed Marine gasped, pointing ahead.
Look, that's Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Staff Officer Tsuru with him.
Every Marine turned instantly, standing at attention as the two legends approached.
What's so important that even the fleet admiral and Tsuru-san had to come?
A colonel muttered, awe in his voice. Under a flurry of salutes, Sengoku and Tsuru arrived at the port.
Marshal Sengoku.
Aokiji and the others greeted respectfully. Sengoku nodded curtly, then turned to Tsuru.
Tsuru, marine matters are in your hands today. Understood.
She replied.
Go early and return early.
Sengoku gave a short nod and boarded the massive warship waiting at the dock. The high-ranking officers followed behind him in silence. Once everyone was aboard, Sengoku raised his voice.
Set sail.
The ship's horn blared, echoing through the port as the massive warship slowly pulled away, disappearing into the horizon under the gaze of countless Marines. Sabyati Archipelago, Shaki's ripoff bar. Inside the small bar, Shaki raised an eyebrow when Kaito walked in. Her sharp mind immediately understood what that meant. According to her intel, Kaito was supposed to be meeting Fleet Admiral Sengoku for a major exchange today, and the location was right here in Sabyati. Seeing him here early, she couldn't help but ask with a sigh.
You're supposed to meet Sengoku today for that trade. Why are you here so early, Kaito?
I've gotten used to your fried rice.
Kaito said with an easy smile.
Thought I'd grab breakfast first.
Shaki exhaled, half laughing.
You scared me for a second. I thought you moved the deal to my bar. I nearly had a heart attack.
Oh, didn't expect you to get scared that easily.
Kaito teased.
I just don't want my bar blown to pieces.
She muttered. Kaito finished his breakfast, paid for the meal, and strolled outside. Sabyati Archipelago Street No. Kaito found a chair by the roadside and sat quietly. This was the meeting point for his trade with Sengoku. From nearby alleys, several wanted men peeked out at him, their eyes filled with fear. They quickly turned away. No one dared to mess with the man sitting there. Sabyati Archipelago, marine-only port. At the special marine port, Vice Admiral Dalmesia stood waiting with a solemn expression. All nearby routes had been sealed off. This was no ordinary meeting. The fleet admiral himself was coming. Everything had to be perfect. A group of pirates hiding nearby watched with mocking grins. Among them were some of the most infamous rookies of the year: Trafalgar D. Water Law, Basil Hawkins, X. Drake, Jewelry Bonnie, and Capone Bijet.
Look at that.
Bonnie scoffed while chewing a slice of pizza.
All that commotion. Must be some big shot coming.
Is it dangerous?
Hawkins murmured, flipping one of his tarot cards, his expression unreadable.
I'm more curious to see who could make a Marine Vice Admiral wait around like this.
Chapter 356, The Negotiation 2 out of 2. At the port, the Marines led by Dalmatian were tense yet full of determination. Moments later, a massive marine warship appeared over the horizon, slicing through the waves before docking with thunderous force. From the deck, Sengoku, Aokiji, and several Marine vice admirals stepped down, their presence instantly commanding respect.
Marshal Sengoku, you've arrived.
A Marine officer saluted sharply. Sengoku replied with a nod.
Dalmatian, do you know where Kaito is? He's already waiting for you in Area 1, sir. Good, let's move.
As Sengoku turned to leave, his sharp gaze caught the shifting shadows on nearby rooftops. Pirates who had been watching the scene unfold froze in terror as realization dawned on them.
That's Sengoku.
One of them stammered.
And that's Admiral Aokiji. What the hell are they doing here? Are they planning to wipe out every pirate on Sabyati? Damn it, I knew I shouldn't have stuck around to watch.
Another cursed.
Run for your lives.
Within moments, panic spread like wildfire. The pirates scattered in all directions, abandoning their ships, their loot, and their pride. Even the so-called supernovas, those arrogant upstarts of the new generation, bolted at the mere sight of Sengoku's calm, menacing composure. The difference between their strength and the might of marine legends was like that between heaven and earth. Satisfied by the sight of chaos, Sengoku gave a small cough and resumed walking toward Area 1. Now wasn't the time to waste effort on small fry. As the fleet advanced, marine forces spread across Sabyati, their sheer presence suffocating the island. In mere minutes, what was once a lively, bustling hub of piracy turned eerily silent. Half the pirates had already fled, leaving empty taverns and quiet streets behind. In Area 1, Ayanami Kaito sat leisurely on a wooden chair, observing the commotion from afar. When the first group of Marines appeared, he smirked.
So they really came in full force.
He muttered to himself.
As expected of the great Sengoku leader of the Marines.
Moments later, Sengoku and Aokiji appeared before him, flanked by vice admirals. Sengoku's expression was calm but carried the weight of authority.
You must be Kaito. This is our first meeting.
Kaito leaned back slightly, a faint grin tugging at his lips.
That's right, it's an honor, Marshal Sengoku, a first for both of us.
His eyes drifted to the figure standing behind Sengoku, and his grin widened.
Yo, Admiral Aokiji too, you guys really pulled out all the stops. I didn't think this deal would interest the Marines this much. The small talk ends here.
Sengoku said, waving his hand.
I brought what you asked for.
At his signal, several Marines stepped forward, carrying large metal suitcases. They placed them before Kaito and opened them. Inside, stacks of neatly arranged berries gleamed under the sunlight.
Each of these boxes contains 100 million berries.
Sengoku stated firmly.
There are 100 boxes in total. You may verify them if you wish. Now where's Sakazuki?
Kaito nodded.
Fine.
Without another word, he waved his hand through the air. The space before him rippled violently, then split apart like a fabric being torn. A crescent-shaped rift appeared, its edges humming with energy. From the crack, Kaito reached in and pulled out the unconscious Akinu by his uniform collar. Sengoku and Aokiji's pupils shrank.
Spatial ability.
Aokiji muttered in disbelief.
Just how many powers does this man possess?
Kaito smirked at their expressions.
Relax, he's not dead, just unconscious. Feed him when you get back and he'll wake up.
Sengoku's eyes narrowed, scanning Akinu's condition before giving a curt nod.
Good, let's complete the trade. Throw the money into the rift.
Kaito said coolly. Sengoku frowned.
You'd better keep your word. Otherwise, even if it costs me my title, I'll see you captured.
Do as he says.
He ordered his men. Bang, bang, bang. One by one, the Marines hurled the heavy suitcases into the spatial crack. When the final case disappeared, Kaito snapped his fingers, sealing the rift. Then, with a casual flick of his wrist, he tossed the unconscious Akinu toward them. Sengoku caught him easily and tore away the ropes binding him. After confirming Akinu's condition, Sengoku's expression hardened as he looked back at Kaito.
What's wrong?
Kaito asked with a faint smile.
Thinking of attacking, then you'd better be prepared for what comes after.
Sengoku said finally, his jaw tight. He turned and marched off, Aokiji and the others following behind, carrying Akinu back toward the ship. Kaito muttered, brushing off his coat.
Such a hassle.
Yawning, he stretched.
Didn't get much sleep after that fight with Kaguya yesterday. Guess I'll head back for a nap.
He turned toward his hotel, hands in his pockets. But not long after, whispers began to spread like wildfire across the seas. The underground intelligence network had exposed the truth. Kaito was the one who killed Jack and Doflamingo. The news exploded across the world. In the New World, the Grand Line every pirate crew and Marine base alike was in uproar. Within hours, bounty posters were printed and distributed by newspaper seagulls across every corner of the world. Ayanami Kaito. Bounty 2 billion berries. Though Marine headquarters didn't include the details of his crimes, others quickly filled in the blanks. In a grand newsroom smelling of ink and paper, a massive albatross in a suit and top hat, Morgans, president of the World Economic News Agency, flapped his wings in excitement as he stared at the headline.
It's finally here, the story of the century.
He cackled.
The sea's about to burn again.
He grabbed a den mushy.
Start the plan immediately. Let's turn the world upside down. Understood, President.
Chapter 357, The World Erupts in Chaos. Morgan's intelligence network stretched across the seas, leaving no secret hidden from his grasp. The moment his booming voice echoed through his office, news birds from every corner of the world took flight, their satchels filled with freshly printed newspapers. The headlines shook the grand line itself. Kaito, the man who defied the world government. Born in East Blue, Kaito's achievements are unmatched. Defeated the infamous East Blue Dragon pirates. Crushed Marine Admiral Akinu, Vice Admiral Mamosagi, Vice Admiral Doberman, Weasel, Ghost Spider, and others in a joint assault. Captured Akinu alive and ransomed him back to the Marines for 10 billion berries. Eliminated 2 of the 7 warlords of the sea, Crocodile of Alabasta and Doflamingo of Dressrosa, also killed Jack the Drought of the Beast's pirates. Displaying mastery over multiple devil fruit abilities, his true power remains shrouded in mystery. Current bounty, 2 billion berries. The newspaper detailed everything about Ayanami Kaito from his East Blue origins to his trail of destruction across the seas. It was an exclusive, the first time in history a paper had dedicated an entire issue to one man. But instead of condemnation, the world reacted with awe. Pirates across every sea devoured the story with gleaming eyes. Some cheered Morgans for
doing humanity a favor,
while others shuddered, realizing how small they were compared to the monster now at large. East Blue Windmill Village. Risa burst through the tavern doors, clutching 2 newspapers to her chest, her face glowing with excitement.
Sister Makino, there's news about Kaito-san.
Makino looked up from polishing a glass, her soft smile brightening.
What news, Risa? Tell me. This, read it yourself.
Risa handed her the paper eagerly. Makino's eyes moved over the headlines and her breath caught. Her lips parted slightly in disbelief as her heart raced. The names leapt off the page, Akinu.
Sister Makino, are you okay? I'm fine.
Makino said softly after a moment, brushing Risa's hair affectionately.
Just.
Risa's eyes shone.
So what does it say about Kaito-san? What's written there?
Makino smiled.
It says he's made a name for himself across the seas. Your Kaito-san is incredible. Really? Then I'll become strong too, just like Kaito-san.
Makino laughed lightly.
Then do your best, Risa.
Alabasta Royal Palace. In the grand palace of Alabasta, Princess Vivi rushed through the hallways, clutching the same newspaper. Her royal composure was nowhere to be seen.
Father, there's news about Kaito-sama.
King Cobra sat calmly on his throne, sipping tea, though his shaking hand betrayed his inner turmoil.
I already know,
He said, setting down the cup.
You knew already.
Vivi pouted. Cobra sighed, half amused.
I'm the king, Vivi. If I didn't know, I wouldn't deserve the title.
He leaned back, his voice filled with admiration.
I never imagined Kaito would become so powerful.
Vivi nodded vigorously.
Yes, compared to him, even Luffy and the others seem so far behind.
Cobra chuckled.
Each person walks their own path, Vivi. Don't compare them. Luffy and his crew may not reach Kaito's level yet, but they have something Kaito doesn't.
Something he doesn't.
Vivi tilted her head.
You'll understand one day.
Cobra said with a wise smile.
Now let's celebrate our benefactor's rise. Ikaram, prepare a banquet. Yes, your majesty.
Ikaram responded with a respectful bow. Aboard the Thousand Sunny. Out on the endless sea, laughter and shouting filled the deck of the Straw Hat Pirate's ship.
Wahahaha, Kaito is amazing.
Luffy shouted, waving the newspaper in the air.
Unbelievable.
Robin murmured, scanning the article. Even she, calm and composed as ever, couldn't hide her astonishment.
Who, that guy?
Sanji muttered, blowing smoke through gritted teeth. His eyes flicked over Kaito's bounty, jealousy and respect mixing in equal measure. Zoro remained silent beside him, jaw tight. Both fighters had once declared they'd surpass Kaito one day, now seeing his name alongside 2 fallen warlords and an admiral.
10 billion berries from the Marines.
Usopp muttered in disbelief.
That's more money than we've ever seen in our lives.
Still,
Nami said with a small smile.
Kaito deserves it. He saved our home.
The ship fell quiet for a moment, then Luffy grinned from ear to ear.
He's awesome.
Nami giggled.
That's Kaido-san for you.
Chapter 358, Celestial Dragons 1. Across the Grand Line, whispers of Kaido's deeds spread like wildfire. Even the 4 emperors of the New World figures who stood above all spoke of him with rare solemnity. After all, capturing a Marine admiral alive was a feat even they couldn't ignore. Killing one was hard enough, but taking one alive, that bordered on impossible. Yet Kaido had done it and then extorted 10 billion berries from the Marines themselves. Such a move demanded attention, even from emperors. Still, the world of pirates was one of predators. Respect did not mean fear. If Kaido ever overstepped, they would not hesitate to remind him how cruel the seas could be. Cake Island. Inside the shadowy throne room of the massive castle, Big Mom sat draped across her seat, laughter echoing hoarsely off the walls. Her eldest son, Prospero, shuddered slightly at the sound.
Ho ho ho, so that boy managed such a grand spectacle.
She mused, eyes gleaming with greed.
He doesn't even have a crew yet. Prospero, send word to him. Tell Kaido I want him to join my pirate group.
She leaned forward, her lips stretching into a hungry grin.
Promise him the title of Sweet Commander, and if he fancies one of my daughters.
Yes, Mama, I'll send Baron Eggy right away.
Good, ho ho ho. If I can bring him into my ranks, even Kaido and the others won't dare look down on me again.
Sabyati Archipelago. When Kaido finally woke up, the sun was already high overhead. After a long shower, he strolled lazily toward Shaki's bar, rubbing the sleep from his eyes. But as he walked, something felt.
I'll ask Shaki.
He muttered. Just then, the air beside him rippled, and a familiar figure stepped out of the shifting space.
My love.
Kaguya greeted with a teasing smile. Kaido sighed helpless.
The money's already stored in the pocket dimension. With our connection, you can sense it easily. Take whatever you want.
Tilda for being such a dutiful husband. I'll forgive you this time.
She teased.
But you'll lend me one of your clones to carry the bags.
Yes, yes.
Kaito quickly formed a shadow clone which immediately began following her. With Kaguya's power, no one in the pirate world could touch her anyway, so he wasn't worried. He continued toward the bar alone.
Shaki, the usual.
He called casually as he entered.
Yo, looks like today's top headline star has arrived.
She said with a smirk, blowing out a thin ring of smoke.
Headline, what are you talking about?
Kaido asked, genuinely confused.
Don't play dumb, it's all over the world. I'm serious, what happened?
He pressed.
Everyone's been acting like I'm some kind of plague.
Shaki gave him a long look, confirming he wasn't faking ignorance.
You really don't know.
I made the deal with Sengoku, went back to my hotel, slept, and came straight here.
She chuckled softly, shaking her head.
Figures, look at today's news. I'll get your food.
She set the day's newspaper on the counter and disappeared into the back. A few moments later, she returned with his favorite fried rice and placed it in front of him.
How's it look?
She asked. After scanning the front page, Kaido exhaled sharply. Shaki said knowingly.
Sengoku's too shrewd to hand you 10 billion berries quietly. He made sure the whole world knew exactly who he paid.
That old fox.
Kaido muttered darkly.
Trying to outsmart Sengoku is like stealing from a tiger's jaws.
Shaki warned with a faint smile.
What do you plan to do about it?
He set the paper down and smirked coldly.
If anyone comes looking for trouble, I'll give it to them in full.
That's fine, just keep an eye on the 4 emperors. They're the only ones bold enough to test you.
I know.
Kaido said calmly, digging into his food. But halfway through the meal, his expression suddenly froze. A wave of murderous intent burst from him, sharp enough to make the air hum before vanishing just as quickly. Shaki's face tightened.
What is it?
He rose from his seat, eyes cold.
Seems my wife's run into some.
Go.
She said quietly.
Just remember to pay next time.
Of course.
In an instant, his figure flickered and vanished. The bar fell silent. Even Rayleigh had never exuded such a suffocating killing aura. Whatever or whoever had angered him was about to regret it deeply. And then it clicked for Shaki, Pest's wife. Her eyes widened.
Don't tell me.
Chapter 359, Celestial Dragons 2. The celestial dragons lived in the holy land of Mariewa, high above the Red Line. Descendants of the 20 kings who created the world government 800 years ago, they were considered the most noble beings in existence. Believing themselves to be the descendants of gods, they saw ordinary humans as nothing more than insects. They refused to breathe the same air as commoners, hiding behind transparent bubble helmets while indulging in excess and cruelty. Their arrogance knew no limits. To harm even one of them was to incur the wrath of the Navy admirals and the deadly CP-0 agents. That fear alone was enough to keep most pirates far away.
Go, go, catch her for me, catch her, what a perfect piece of art. How could someone so beautiful exist in this world?
On the crowded street, St. Charlos barked orders hysterically, pointing at Kaguya like a rabid animal. His eyes gleamed with sick fascination as he looked upon her, as if she were a priceless treasure crafted just for him. Around him stood his escort men in black suits specially assigned by the world government to protect the celestial dragons. Each one was at least as strong as a marine colonel. There were more than 30 guards, their formation tight. At the center stood a cold-faced officer radiating power, a marine vice admiral-level warrior named Angus.
Die.
Kaguya said coldly, her pale eyes narrowing. In an instant, all the guards who charged forward froze mid-motion, their faces blank, trapped within her illusion. The silvery hair flowing behind her shimmered like moonlight, twisting into sharp, spear-like strands that pierced the immobilized men without mercy. In seconds, the street was silent, the bodies of the guards scattered lifelessly at her feet. Angus frowned, watching his entire unit fall in an instant. This woman is dangerous.
My lord, her strength is far beyond expectation. Please step back. I will subdue her and bring her to you shortly. Trash, useless trash.
The celestial dragon spat.
Do your job, capture her now. How can a creature this beautiful not belong to me?
His eyes burned with excitement. The thought of returning to Mariewa with such a powerful woman as his slave filled him with pride and twisted joy.
Hurry up, don't make me repeat myself. Yes, Lord Charlos.
Angus barked orders to his remaining men. Protect Lord Charlos at all costs. The guards moved to shield their master while Angus lunged forward, his speed blurring as he closed the distance between himself and Kaguya in a single heartbeat. He swung his blackened fist, infused with armament haki, aiming straight for her chest. But before the strike landed, his expression changed. Panic flickered across his eyes, his body had stopped moving, locked in place by an invisible force. A faint hum filled the air, a streak of silver light flashed. A bone spear-pure, radiant white shot from Kaguya's hand and pierced Angus clean through the neck. His body stiffened, then crumpled lifelessly to the ground.
Lord Angus.
The two remaining guards cried in horror.
St. Charlos, we have to retreat. We can't fight her.
One shouted.
Cowards, what use are you to me?
Charlo screamed, his face twisting with rage.
Contact the Marines. I want this woman captured alive.
High above, several supernovas watched from the rooftops.
Is that a celestial dragon?
Bonnie muttered between bites of pizza.
Disgusting as ever.
Yeah.
Another pirate sneered.
But that woman.
Don't rush.
Bonnie said, eyes glinting.
Let's see how this plays out.
From nearby rooftops, Capone Bijeh, Drake, and other notorious rookies also observed, watching the scene with curiosity and tension. Below, Kaguya's expression remained calm, her white eyes glowing faintly. She raised one hand, and an enormous gravitational pull erupted from her palm. The celestial dragon, still seated arrogantly on his slave's back, screamed as his body was dragged toward her uncontrollably.
What are you doing? Stop, do you know who I am?
In Kaguya's hand, a new bone spike grew from her palmet's surface, gleaming with a deadly, cold light. As St. Charlos flew closer, his terror grew.
She wants to kill me. No, do you realize the consequences?
But it was already too late. With a sickening crack, the bone spear pierced through his chest.
Lord Charlos.
The guards shouted in panic, rushing forward only to be shredded by Kaguya's hair spears before they could take another step. Within seconds, all of his protectors lay dead.
You.
St. Charlos wheezed, eyes wide with disbelief and pain. Kaguya didn't answer. The bone spear withdrew from his body, then plunged back in again. And again. And again. Each strike was deliberate, painful, but never fatal. Blood poured from his body in streams, pooling beneath him as he screamed in agony. His fine clothes were torn and soaked crimson. Within moments, the noble god of Mariewa was nothing more than a broken, blood-soaked man barely clinging to life. By now, even the onlookers were shaken. The supernovas who had been watching fled, realizing the magnitude of what had just occurred. A celestial dragon had been struck down, and the entire world would soon know.
Stop right there.
Chapter 360, Celestial Dragons 3 out of 3.
It's over.
Vice Admiral Dalmatian froze as he saw St. Charlos sprawled before him, lifeless. The thought struck him instantly, dread flooding through his veins.
Get her, capture that woman now.
He barked, his voice trembling with both fear and rage. He didn't even need to ask what had happened. The pattern was all too familiar. A celestial dragon had laid greedy eyes on a woman and tried to make her his slave. But this one...
Fire!
Gunfire erupted instantly. The square filled with smoke and chaos as bullets and cannonballs tore through the air. Bang, bang, bang. When the gunfire ceased, the Marines stared in shock. Every bullet, every shell, hung motionless, suspended in the air less than half a meter from the silver-haired woman's body. A transparent barrier shimmered faintly around her, untouchable, divine.
What the impossible?
One Marine shouted. Dalmatian's eyes narrowed.
A devil fruit ability.
The woman didn't answer. Her face was calm, cold like a goddess descending upon mortals. With a flick of her wrist, St. Charlos's limp body rose into the air before her. A single white bone spike erupted from her palm, piercing through his skull cleanly. The Marines could only watch in horror as the celestial dragon's head split in two and hit the ground with a sickening thud. Her name was Kaguya, the moon goddess herself, and her wrath was absolute. In her mind echoed the words of Ayanami Kaido, the man who had stood beside her, her husband.
The filthiest creatures in this world aren't the pirates, they're those maggots who call themselves celestial dragons. If you ever meet them, don't hesitate. Kill them, torture them if you must. I'll take the blame. One day we'll go to Mariewa together and cleanse that place.
Those words had burned into her memory, and that's why she hadn't hesitated.
You.
Dalmatian stammered, pointing at her in disbelief. Kaguya didn't even spare him a glance.
Dive!
Dalmatian roared, his body blurred, vanishing in a burst of speed. The moment he disappeared, every bullet frozen midair was flung outward violently. Boom! A massive repulsive force exploded from Kaguya, tearing through the earth like divine judgment. The ground buckled and split apart for over a kilometer in every direction. Buildings crumbled into dust. The very air screamed as the shockwave erased everything, leaving behind nothing but scorched soil and silence. Dalmatian crashed into a distant wall, blood splattering the stone. His entire body trembled, covered in shallow cuts that burned like fire.
How?
He gasped. A calm voice answered.
Hamam.
Out of the haze stepped Admiral Aokiji, frost coiling around him.
Admiral Aokiji.
Dalmatian coughed weakly.
You're here. The news of a slain celestial dragon spread across the Sabyati archipelago in minutes.
Aokiji said flatly.
I came to see for myself.
He looked around the desolate wasteland, the crater, the silence, the blood, and his expression hardened.
That woman did this. Yes.
Dalmatian wheezed.
She used.
Aokiji's tone stayed calm, but there was a weight behind it.
Stay still, the medics will arrive soon.
In a blink, his figure vanished. Kaguya walked through the devastation, holding Charlos's severed head by the hair. Her steps were silent, graceful, her face unreadable. When she confirmed no one else was nearby, she exhaled softly.
Kaido was right.
She murmured.
People in this world truly are rotten.
She turned toward Shaki's rip-off bar, her next destination, but before she could take more than a few steps, the air shimmered. Aokiji appeared before her. Kaguya recognized him instantly, one of the three admirals who had faced Ayanami Kaido not long ago.
You intend to stop me?
She asked coolly.
It's not that I want to.
Aokiji said, his tone low and almost apologetic.
But you killed a celestial dragon, wiped out Marines, and nearly killed Vice Admiral Dalmatian. As a Marine Admiral.
Cold mist rolled from his lips as he raised his hands.
Before we fight,
He added,
tell me something, what's your relationship with Kaido?
Sengoku had warned him before coming that Kaido possessed dangerous, unpredictable abilities. Repulsion was one of them. Now this woman had shown the same power. It couldn't be a coincidence. Kaguya tilted her head, unbothered.
Kaido, he's my husband.
She said simply. Aokiji's expression faltered.
Kaido's?
He muttered under his breath.
That's...
He knew Kaito's strength. Anyone who could defeat Akinu and fight alongside Momousagi was easily admiral level or beyond, if he showed up now.
Do you intend to fight me too?
If you have nothing else to say, move.
Kaguya replied coldly. Aokiji said, raising both hands.
As Marine Admiral, I can't.
The temperature plummeted. Frost spread from his boots, coating the ground in glittering ice.
Ice Lance.
5 enormous spears of frozen energy burst from his hands, racing toward her. The air itself froze solid wherever they passed. Kaguya's eyes narrowed.
A power similar to a kekkei genkai.
She murmured. Her palms glowed as chakra flared through her body. In an instant, the air around her ignited. Flames erupted, devouring the cold. The temperature skyrocketed, the ground beneath her feet glowing red-hot. A gust of wind swept through, fanning the inferno until it became a roaring sea of fire. Kaguya raised one hand, and the flames coalesced into a massive wave. It surged forward, swallowing the 5 ice lances whole. Steam hissed violently as ice met fire, then vanished. From above, Aokiji watched, his breath visible in the cold air. He whispered,
Multiple abilities.
Chapter 361, The Ice Admiral's Defeat.
Another tricky opponent.
Aokiji muttered, rubbing his temple in mild irritation. Whoosh! Suddenly, fiery red orbs shot out from the blazing inferno below like a barrage of bullets, racing upward toward him. In an instant, Aokiji's figure vanished, dissolving into thin air as if he had never been there. Down below, Kaguya remained calm, her hands slammed against the ground. Boom, boom. The earth trembled violently, rising and twisting as though a massive dragon stirred beneath its surface. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. From the ground, massive bone spurs erupted skyward, each as thick as an ancient tree. Within moments, the landscape had transformed into a deadly forest of bones, sharp enough to pierce through steel. One of the bone spurs skewered a frozen figure. Aokiji's ice body shattered under the blow before he reappeared midair, his boots pressing against the air itself as he used Jeppo to steady himself. Looking down at the forest of blades below, Aokiji's scalp tingled. If he hadn't reacted in time, if this woman hadn't known armament haki, he might have been done for already. Troublesome, he thought grimly.
This level of strength.
He didn't want this fight, not here. The Sabyati archipelago was far too important, owned by celestial dragons and world nobles. If he unleashed his full power, the damage would be catastrophic. Even a Marine admiral couldn't afford that. And worse.
This is...
Aokiji muttered.
So she can use it too.
Kaguya's lips curved slightly.
Just as Kaido-kun said.
She extended her palm toward the sky. Sensing the danger, Aokiji instantly activated Saru, vanishing from her line of sight. He knew that gesture, it meant either gravitational or repulsive force. Getting caught would be fatal. A flicker of surprise crossed Kaguya's pale eyes.
You know my ability.
The air rippled and Kaguya vanished. Aokiji reappeared on the roof of a nearby building, panting slightly. He gave a bitter smile.
Those two really are a pair, husband and wife, both with admiral-level strength. Not a normal family, that's for sure.
He turned to leave, but before he could move, an immense pull seized his body. VRRRMMM. The invisible force dragged him backward, every muscle locking up. He couldn't even resist.
This suction.
Aokiji's eyes widened.
I can't move, it's like.
He tried to free himself, but it was useless. Damn it, how did she find me so fast? He let out a weak laugh.
Guess I'll be the first Marine admiral to get captured by a female pirate.
Ahead, a slender figure appeared, her hand outstretched casually. Aokiji's heart sank. Boom! Kaguya's body split into a shadow clone. The clone summoned several black iron rods, the same kind used by Pain, infused with armament haki. Before Aokiji could react, the rods pierced through his limbs, sealing his strength. The suction faded, blood spilled onto the ground as Aokiji crashed helplessly into the dirt. From the soil, thick branches surged upward, coiling around him like living vines. His energy began to drain away rapidly.
What's happening, my strength?
He gasped, eyes wide. Kaguya stepped beside him, her expression calm and cold.
Not killing me.
He asked hoarsely.
No,
Kaguya replied lightly.
you're worth 10 billion berries. Same as the magma fool, just my pocket money.
Pocket money.
Aokiji gave a bitter chuckle.
Guess I'm being ransomed like Akinu now. Sengoku's going to lose his mind over this.
Kaguya reached into a rift in space, pulling out a transponder snail, the one Sengoku had given to Kaido earlier. Aokiji's eyes widened again.
Spatial ability too.
Kaguya raised the snail to her lips.
Moshi Moshi, Fleet Admiral Sengoku, I'm Kaguya Kaido's wife. I've got your Ice Admiral here. Bring 10 billion berries if you want him back.
What?
Sengoku's voice thundered through the snail.
Kaido's wife? Wait, the one who uses ice. Don't tell me you mean Aokiji. It's me, Sengoku.
Aokiji said weakly.
We fought.
Sengoku's furious voice roared through the line.
Kaido's wife is the one who killed St. Charles Rose, and you were defeated by her. Where's Kaido? Did he join her too?
Chapter 362, The Price of an Admiral.
No, Kaido hasn't arrived yet. Just deal with her alone.
Aokiji said through gritted teeth, frustration etched across his face.
Stop talking nonsense. When will you pay me my 10 billion berries?
Kaguya replied flatly, her tone as calm as ever. Marine Division, Sabyati Archipelago. Fleet Admiral Sengoku's entire body trembled as the transponder snail relayed Kaguya's voice. His face turned crimson with rage, veins bulging on his forehead, his beard almost standing on end. First Akinu.
You killed a celestial dragon, the entire world government and the Marines are after you. I suggest you release Aokiji or you'll face the harshest punishment imaginable.
When will the 10 billion be ready? If you don't pay,
Kaguya said coldly.
I'll just get rid of him.
Sengoku slammed his palm on the desk.
If you kill Aokiji, you'll never set foot on the sea again. But if you release him now, I'll make sure you're only sent to impel down.
3 days. If I don't get the money, he dies.
Kaguya said simply before hanging up. The room fell silent. Sengoku stood frozen for a moment, then his fury erupted like a volcano. His eyes narrowed sharply as murderous intent surged from him.
You all heard that?
He said to Momousagi and the nearby officers. They nodded quickly.
Momousagi, report this to Vice Admiral Tsuru immediately. The rest of you, gather troops from Marine headquarters. This time, the Kaido couple will learn what happens when they humiliate the Marines twice in a row. Understood.
They shouted in unison. After hanging up, Kaguya tossed the transponder snail back into her pocket dimension. She hoisted the half-conscious Aokiji and made her way toward Shaki's bar.
You really don't hold back.
A familiar voice said as a figure appeared in front of her. It was Ayanami Kaido, smiling faintly.
What's wrong? He's worth 10 billion berries.
Kaguya said with a small pout.
That's plenty of pocket money for a while.
Kaido sighed, rubbing his temple.
We can't keep milking the same cow, Kaguya. The Marines are probably broke already after the Akinu ransom. This guy's not worth much anymore.
So,
She asked innocently.
Pretty much, but since you've already caught him, might as well keep him for now. 10 billion should last you for a bit.
Kaito groaned inwardly. He really regretted taking Kaguya shopping that one time. Ever since then, she'd developed an unhealthy love for money.
but I already made a deal with that old man, Sengoku.
Kaguya said seriously.
If they don't pay in 3 days, I'll kill him, just like I did that other man.
That man,
Kaito asked, raising a brow.
The celestial dragon.
She said casually.
You told me to deal with him, remember?
Kaito scratched his head.
ugh,
Kaguya smiled.
So what now, shopping or dinner? Shopping, of course. There's nothing more important than buying things. You can handle this guy.
She said, pointing at the trussed-up Aokiji beside her. Kaito sighed.
fine, go ahead.
He looked down at the bound admiral with mild pity.
Hey, don't look at me like that.
Aokiji grumbled from the floor.
I'm just being held captive here.
Kaito chuckled.
Heh, a marine admiral losing to a woman. That's kind of embarrassing, don't you think?
Aokiji scowled.
Easy for you to say, she's your wife.
Ignoring him, Kaito waved his hand and sent the frozen admiral into a pocket dimension. Not far away, Kaito kicked a severed head, that of St. Charlo's, across the ground like a ball. It rolled to a stop just as 5 masked figures in white suits appeared before him, one of them holding another celestial dragon's body. Kaito raised an eyebrow.
CP0.
The leader's voice was cold.
You dared to disrespect a celestial dragon's body. Kill him.
One of the agents vanished instantly, reappearing right in front of Kaito, his hand reaching for Kaito's throat.
You really think I'm an easy target?
Kaito muttered, amused. In a flash, his figure blurred and vanished. Lightning crackled through the air, and a blinding thunder spear pierced straight through the CP0 agent's chest.
Lightning!
The man gasped, his body instantly tensing. His skin hardened like steel as he activated the Marine 6 style's kekkei, steel body, and reinforced it with armament haki. The air exploded with a violent crackle as light engulfed them both. The smell of scorched flesh filled the air.
Thunder fruit!
Murmured another masked agent, Carnos, his eyes narrowing. He had clearly underestimated his opponent. Judging from his ally's lifeless body, the attack had been fatal.
Don't think your Logia powers make you invincible.
Carnos said coldly.
All of you attack together, kill him.
The 4 remaining agents vanished, their movements ghost-like, surrounding Kaito in an instant. Kaito smirked.
You guys really don't know who I am, huh? Then let me remind you.
He extended both hands, and a powerful repulsive force burst outward from his body. The air cracked like glass as the 4 CP0 agents were hurled back with overwhelming power. The impact was catastrophic. The ground split open as shockwaves tore through the area. The agents screamed as their bodies were shredded by the invisible force, blood spraying into the air before they crashed to the ground, broken and bleeding. When the dust settled, Kaito stepped forward, appearing beside the wrecked bodies in an instant. 3 were unconscious. Only Carnos remained awake, staring up at him with trembling eyes.
That repulsive force.
He gasped weakly.
You're Kaito, the one who extorted 10 billion berries from Sengoku.
Kaito looked down at him, his expression calm, almost bored.
Good, at least one of you knows who you're dealing with.
Chapter 363, The Wrath of the Marines.
Remember now.
Kaito crouched down with a faint smile. Carnos was silent for a long while. Regret washed over him. Why did I ever provoke this man? Had he minded his own business, none of this would have happened.
What do you want?
He asked quietly.
You're here because of the celestial dragon's deaths, aren't you?
Kaito asked, tilting his head.
That's right. We were ordered to arrest that woman and hand her over to the nobles of Mariewa.
Carnos barked. Kaito chuckled.
What a coincidence. You've offended me.
At those words, Carnos didn't even flinch. There was no fear in his eyes, only a dull calmness, as if he had already accepted death.
You have a grudge against the Holy Land. Why do this to us? Just because we attacked without reason? No.
Kaido said, shaking his head slowly. Then he grinned, his voice dropping to a low whisper.
Because that woman is my wife.
Carnos's eyes widened slightly in surprise, then the light faded from them completely. After the battle ended, Kaido created 2 shadow clones. They carried the 5 CP0 corpses and threw them at the nearest marine branch. Without another word, he turned toward where Kaguya was waiting. Even though he knew she was invincible, he still felt uneasy after the chaos she'd caused. Marine Division Temporary Command Office, Sabyati Archipelago. Fleet Admiral Sengoku sat stiffly at his desk, pulling out a special den mushi. He took a steadying breath before dialing.
Hey, it's me, Sengoku.
He said.
Marshal Kong here.
Came a tired, gravelly voice from the other end.
What's going on, Sengoku? Did you settle the Akinu situation yet?
Marshal Kong, once the Marine's supreme commander, now retired but still a powerful figure within the world government.
Marshal Kong, you must already be aware of the Celestial Dragon incident.
Sengoku said, his tone heavy.
I heard. Why didn't the Marines send an admiral immediately?
Kong asked, suspicion in his voice. Sengoku hesitated, feeling an odd shame rise in his chest.
We did.
Kong pressed, his voice deepening.
I sent Admiral Aokiji to apprehend the killer.
Sengoku admitted.
But
Kong's voice sharpened instantly.
another 10 billion. Wasn't that the same ransom from the last incident with Kaido? No, wait, I thought the killer this time was a woman. Kaido's a man, isn't he? Yes.
Sengoku sighed.
The one who killed the celestial dragons was the woman, but she's also Kaido's wife.
Kong exploded.
You Marines just can't stop poking the hornet's nest, can you? You finally cleared one mess and now you've gone and angered him again. If you can't handle it, send every admiral and crush them. Stop causing so much trouble.
Sengoku clenched his jaw, his beard trembling with frustration.
We didn't provoke them this time. We were ordered to clean up after the celestial dragons. This wasn't our call.
Kong paused, his voice suddenly grim. Sengoku sighed. The one who killed the celestial dragons was the woman, but she's also Kaido's wife. Kong exploded. You Marines just can't stop poking the hornet's nest, can you? You finally cleared one mess and now you've gone and angered him again. If you can't handle it, send every admiral and crush them. Stop causing so much trouble. Sengoku clenched his jaw, his beard trembling with frustration. We didn't provoke them this time. We were ordered to clean up after the celestial dragons. This wasn't our call. Kong paused, his voice suddenly grim. Wait, you said that woman captured Aokiji. Yes, Sengoku replied.
Not good. The world government already dispatched CP0 to arrest her. If she can take down an admiral, those agents are walking to their deaths. I understand,
Sengoku said, but before he could speak again, the den mushy clicked. Kong had already hung up. At that moment, a Marine officer burst through the door. It was Weasel, looking pale.
Marshal Sengoku, there's been an incident.
What is it?
Sengoku snapped, his patience was long gone.
Someone just threw 5 corpses into the front yard of our branch. 5 corpses?
Sengoku froze, then his eyes went wide.
Take me there now.
Moments later, Sengoku stood before 5 bodies laid neatly in a row. His face darkened.
It really is them.
He muttered. He recognized the masks and uniforms, instantly elite members of CP0. As Fleet Admiral, he was well aware of every secret unit under the world government, and he'd seen photos of these exact men.
Handle the bodies carefully,
Sengoku ordered coldly. After a moment he added.
Do you know who threw them here? It was Kaido.
Weasel said immediately.
I see.
Sengoku's eyes burned with fury, but his face remained stone cold. Without another word, he turned and walked back toward his office. When he arrived, Kong was already waiting.
Sengoku, what the hell happened?
Kong demanded.
Why did you rush off just now? Someone dumped 5 corpses at our branch.
Sengoku replied, his tone heavy.
And yes, they were CP0. You already know what that means.
Kong's face twisted in rage.
Do you know who's responsible? Kaido.
Sengoku said simply. Kong slammed his fist on the table hard enough to splinter it.
Kaido again, every time it's him. I'm giving you a direct order, Sengoku capture Kaido at all costs. I don't care if you have to pay or bleed, he must not remain free. His existence is a stain on marine honor.
Sengoku straightened, his eyes firm.
I agree, I've already recalled Garp, and when Akinu recovers, Kizaru will return as well. When the time comes, we'll strike together.
Kong gave a short nod, though his expression remained grim.
But before that,
Sengoku continued awkwardly.
we'll need to.
Kong exhaled heavily.
Fine, I'll inform the 5 elders. 10 billion berries will be delivered within 3 days. When Aokiji is returned,
He added coldly.
I expect Kaido captured immediately. Understood, Marshal Kong.
3 days passed like flowing water. Sabyati Archipelago, Marine Division Headquarters. Inside the main hall, Sengoku stood surrounded by his highest-ranking officers Kizaru, Akinu, Garp, Momousagi, and other elite generals. The air was thick with tension. This was the most powerful assembly of Marines in recent history. Sengoku's eyes swept across them, his face solemn.
You all know why I've gathered you.
He said.
I believe you've already guessed.
He paused, letting the silence sink in before continuing.
We are going to arrest Ayanami Kaido and bring him to justice.
Murmurs spread through the hall. Sengoku raised his hand, cutting them off.
First Akinu and now Aokiji. This man has humiliated the Marines twice. Such defiance cannot be tolerated.
Chapter 364, The Might of One Man. Sabyati Archipelago, once known as the Pirate Island. Now its streets were barren and silent. The shops stood empty, their doors creaking in the sea breeze. The lively laughter of pirates and merchants had been replaced by the eerie quiet of abandonment. The underground brokers who once controlled the island gritted their teeth in frustration, powerless against the authority of the Marines who had purged the place. They could only curse quietly, knowing full well they were no match for the world government. Down one of the deserted streets, a group of Marines marched in perfect formation. The sight of Fleet Admiral Sengoku, flanked by legends like Garp, Kizaru, and Akinu, immediately drew the attention of the few remaining tourists, though any who tried to follow were quickly blocked by surrounding Marines. In Area 1, Kaido sat casually on a wooden chair waiting. He had already figured out what Sengoku was planning. With all these marine powerhouses gathering on Sabyati, there was no mistaking it. The old man wanted him captured. But Sengoku's plans, no matter how perfect they seemed on paper.
Quite the lineup.
Kaido said with a playful smirk.
Even Garp and Kizaru, huh? Looks like you're determined to arrest me right after our little exchange.
Sengoku stopped a few paces away, silent and stern. He gestured with a wave of his arm. A Marine stepped forward, opening the suitcase he carried, revealing a mountain of berries piled neatly inside. Kaido snapped his fingers. A small rift in space opened beside him, and the Marines, clearly familiar with this process, shut the suitcase and tossed it in without hesitation. Kaido nodded once, then extended his hand. From thin air, a battered Aokiji appeared, unconscious and covered in frost burns. Kaido flung him lightly toward the Marines.
Kedge!
A blur of white smoke shot upward. Smoker leapt forward, catching Aokiji before speeding off toward the Marine lines. Now, only silence remained between Kaido and the Marine legends surrounding him. Kaido's smirk didn't waver.
You really want to do this? You think this little crowd can stop me? You've crossed the line too many times.
Sengoku replied coldly.
Every Marine headquarters powerhouse here, apart from those stationed at distant fronts, has assembled for one purpose: your capture.
Behind Sengoku stood Garp, Akinu, Kizaru, Momousagi, Chatten, and several elite vice admirals. It was a force capable of overwhelming even a Yonko. No wonder Sengoku sounded so confident. But Kaido only chuckled.
Then let's play. Arrogant fool.
Sengoku snapped, his fury finally breaking loose. His body shone with divine golden light as he transformed into his mythical Zoan, human fruit model Buddha. A colossal golden palm formed above Kaido, its radiance flooding the entire area with holy brilliance. The air thickened under its pressure, cracking the ground beneath Kaito's feet. The Buddha's palm descended like divine judgment. And then
Wahaha, that old geezer Sengoku couldn't hold it in anymore.
came the unmistakable laugh from behind. Only Garp could laugh like that in the middle of a deadly standoff. The golden palm slammed down. Boom! The ground split apart, shockwaves rippling through the island as a cloud of dust swallowed everything. The force left a crater so deep it seemed bottomless. Momosagi frowned, eyes narrowing.
Did he hit him? No.
Her voice trembled slightly, but everyone nearby heard her clearly. They all shared the same thought. Sengoku's attack was powerful, but it wasn't enough to kill someone on Kaido's level. Then, as the dust settled, a faint shimmer appeared in the air opposite Sengoku. Ripples spread outward, and Kaito stepped out of a spatial rift, calm and unharmed.
Yo, Sengoku!
He greeted casually.
We meet again!
His grin was almost friendly, but every Marine present knew that smile, it was mockery. A handful of rear admirals couldn't stand it.
Don't mock the fleet admiral!
They shouted, charging forward using sorrow. A blur of motion, and within seconds they were all sent flying back, blood spraying from their mouths as they crashed unconscious into the ground. The air fell silent. Sengoku's jaw tightened. He wanted to warn them not to act rashly, but it was already too late.
All Marines above Vice Admiral, engage!
He ordered sharply.
Everyone else, maintain the perimeter.
Chapter 365, The Frozen Throne. Golden light erupted across the darkened sky, illuminating Sabyati Archipelago like a divine beacon. Sengoku's body glowed brilliantly, his mythical Zoan, human fruit, model Buddha transforming him into a radiant giant bathed in holy gold.
Justice will prevail!
He roared, his voice booming across the island as he vanished in a flash of golden light.
Die boy!
Sengoku's massive golden form appeared in front of Kaido, his colossal fist descending with the force of divine retribution. Kaido's eyes narrowed, his expression calm and composed. His right hand clenched into a fist, bones cracking as sharp ivory growths burst from his wrist and spiraled together, forming a gleaming weapon of bone. Dead bone pulsed dance of the wire flowers. But this was no ordinary version of the Kaguya clan's technique. Kaido's control and raw power far surpassed Kimimera's, his bone density infused with chakra and armament haki, hardening it into an indestructible weapon. The blackened bone glinted ominously in the golden light. With a faint smile, Kaido swung his fist forward, meeting Sengoku's descending blow head-on.
Another ability!
Sengoku muttered with a sneer.
How flashy!
The two forces collided. Clang! A deafening crash echoed across the archipelago. Ripples of invisible shockwaves spread outward, tearing through the ground. Cracks spiderwebbed across the island as debris and wind exploded outward, forming a violent sandstorm. On Sabyati's outer districts, civilians and pirates alike fled in panic. Even the Marines began evacuating the remaining residents, knowing this battle could obliterate the entire island before it was through. As the dust cleared, two figures emerged from the cratered battlefield. Gasps filled the air. Even Garp, who moments ago wore his usual carefree grin, had gone silent. Sengoku's massive golden hand was pierced straight through blackened bone spikes jutting out from the center of his palm, crimson dripping steadily to the ground. Kaido's strike had drawn blood. For the first time, the fleet admiral faltered, eyes wide with disbelief. He glanced down at his wounded hand, the searing pain igniting his temper.
Don't just stand there!
He barked.
What are you waiting for? Attack!
The moment the order fell, the other admirals moved. Kizaru vanished in a blur of light, his lazy tone echoing through the air.
So fast!
Golden photons materialized behind Kaido, and a finger of light pointed toward his head. Pew! A laser beam fired straight through Kaido's skull, slicing the air with a sound like shattering glass. The beam struck a building in the distance, causing it to explode in a shower of stone and flame. Kizaru's face flickered in brief surprise.
Elemental!
Before he could finish, Sengoku attacked again, his enormous golden fist tearing through the air with divine fury. Kaito didn't even look at him. Instead, he lifted a hand toward Kizaru. Invisible force surged outward, a wave of Conqueror's haki so dense it manifested as a compressed blast of air. It struck Kizaru like a hammer, sending him hurtling backward through several buildings before he embedded into a wall. Dust and rubble fell around the stunned admiral. Sengoku gritted his teeth and coated his golden fist in armament haki, the dark sheen flickering beneath the divine glow of his Buddha form. The wind howled around him as his strike connected once more. But this time, thud. The impact met something unyielding. Sengoku's eyes widened, his fist trembled, pain radiating through his arm. Before him stood Kaito, now surrounded by a towering, dark blue skeletal frame, an ethereal Susanoo-like armor forged from his chakra and reinforced with haki.
Another ability.
Sengoku's voice came out low and strained. From behind, a deep rumble echoed.
Crimson Lotus.
Akinu's voice bellowed as a molten hound of magma burst forth, jaws blazing with searing heat. The fiery beast lunged, its molten breath turning the air into waves of shimmering red. Boom! The attack struck Kaito's skeletal armor, but the flames failed to penetrate. The dark blue structure held firm, glowing faintly under the heat before snuffing out the fire. A streak of light flashed, and Kizaru reappeared, expressionless but wary. In that instant, Kaito found himself encircled, Sengoku to the front, Akinu to the left, Kizaru to the right. A perfect triangle of marine might. Further out, Momousagi and the vice admiral stood ready, forming a massive outer ring. Their expressions were grim, eyes locked on the lone man standing calmly in the middle. Kaito simply smiled.
Looks like it's time to stop holding back.
He murmured.
Let's raise the stakes.
He stepped forward and vanished into the air. In the next instant, he appeared high above the island, suspended effortlessly.
Frozen throne.
He raised one finger and his chakra erupted. The temperature plummeted instantly, the once humid air freezing solid. In seconds, the entire archipelago was blanketed in frost. Snow began to fall. From the heavens descended white crystals, swirling around Kaito before forming into a magnificent throne of translucent ice. Dragons and phoenixes were etched into its surface, gleaming faintly under the moonlight. Sengoku looked up, eyes wide.
That's...
The Marines around him could only stare, awed and horrified.
It's freezing the island.
Kizaru muttered, his usual lazy tone gone.
Comparable to Aokiji's power.
Chapter 366, Spatial Abilities. In the next instant, the shattered throne dissolved into countless fragments of glittering ice, falling like a gentle drizzle. As the icy particles touched the ground, the dark soil froze instantly, spreading in all directions at incredible speed.
These...
Sengoku's expression darkened. Without hesitation, he leapt into the air, as did the other admirals. None of them knew what kind of strange ability this was, and getting caught in it was a risk they couldn't afford. Cracked. A few vice admirals were slower to react. In the blink of an eye, they, along with the Marines behind them, were frozen solid, transformed into lifelike ice sculptures. Those who managed to avoid the spread of frost felt a fleeting relief, but their relief quickly vanished when they saw the freezing continue outward, expanding at a terrifying rate. Buildings, trees, stalls, even stray animals, everything the frost touched was instantly frozen solid. Within moments, nearly the entire Sabyati archipelago had turned into a world of ice. Icy houses, icy trees, icy ground, everything glistened in shades of pale blue and white. Sengoku's jaw tightened. He glanced at the frozen landscape, fury twisting his features. Despite evacuating the surrounding population, thousands had still been trapped within, and at least half of them were Marines. They were the best of the Navy's elite, brought from nearby islands to form the third encirclement around Sabyati. All of that planning.
Akinu.
Sengoku barked.
Take several vice admirals and use your magma. Try to evaporate the ice and free the frozen Marines if possible.
He turned toward the others.
The rest of you with me. We're capturing Kaito alive or dead. Yes, Sengoku-sama.
Although clearly displeased, Akinu followed orders, leaving with several vice admirals, the less powerful among them, to deal with the spreading frost. With their departure, Sengoku's aura flared once more. Kizaru, Momousagi, Garp, and the remaining vice admirals surrounded him, their resolve solidified. Golden light blazed from Sengoku's colossal Buddha form as his massive fist ignited with power. Kizaru's body shimmered, countless golden particles gathering into long swords of light. Momousagi's blade gleamed with cutting intent, while Garp's fists, wrapped in thick armament haki, cracked the very air. Then they struck all at once. The sky filled with radiance, sword light, and divine fury. From a distance, Rayleigh and Shaki stood atop a rooftop, watching the chaos unfold. Shaki sighed softly.
Sengoku and Garp.
Rayleigh chuckled bitterly.
Well, Kaido's been plucking Sengoku's nerves for a while. It's no wonder the old man snapped. Still,
Shaki murmured.
if you get the chance.
Rayleigh nodded solemnly.
Understood.
Their words faded into the background as the storm of attacks rained down on Kaido. Boom, boom, boom. The air itself twisted from the sheer power of the combined onslaught. For a brief moment, Sengoku and the others felt relief, even triumph. No one could possibly withstand such power. Except maybe Kaido, the so-called immortal monster. But their relief didn't last long. As the smoke cleared, their smiles froze. Every single attack soared light, shockwave haki strike passed straight through Kaido's body. He floated there, untouched, like a phantom watching mortals swing at shadows. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief.
Impossible, my fist.
Then realization struck him.
No.
The words sent ripples of unease through the admirals. Space, one of the rarest and most terrifying powers in existence. If Kaido truly commanded it, their attacks would never reach him. He could vanish, reappear, and escape freely, untouchable within another dimension. Kaido looked down at them, lips curling into a faint, mocking smile.
Figured it out already, so tell me.
His voice carried through the frozen air, calm and confident.
Do you still think you can keep me here?
Sengoku clenched his fists, his fury barely restrained. He had underestimated Kaido, and now the cost was blood and humiliation. Then, whoosh! Several sharp sounds cut through the air as figures in black cloaks and masks appeared, standing midair through Jeppo.
Marshal Sengoku.
One of them said coolly.
We were sent by Commander Kong. Advisor Tsuru anticipated this. She knew you lacked a way to suppress Kaido's spatial abilities.
Sengoku's eyes lit up.
Then you have a method to seal space. Yes.
The masked man stepped forward confidently.
I possess a barrier fruit. While it has no offensive use once activated, it covers the entire island in an invisible enchantment. Within its boundaries, all spatial fluctuations become null.
The man looked up at Kaido, his expression steady.
Within this barrier, his ability will be completely sealed.
Sengoku grinned, relief and satisfaction flashing across his face. Their words faded into the background as the storm of attacks rained down on Kaido. Boom, boom, boom. The air itself twisted from the sheer power of the combined onslaught. For a brief moment, Sengoku and the others felt relief, even triumph. No one could possibly withstand such power. Except maybe Kaido, the so-called immortal monster. But their relief didn't last long. As the smoke cleared, their smiles froze. Every single attack soared light, shockwave haki strike passed straight through Kaido's body. He floated there, untouched, like a phantom watching mortals swing at shadows. Sengoku's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible, my fist.
Now,
He muttered under his breath.
we bring this to an end.
Chapter 367, The Marines' Retreats 1. Not only that, Kaido could feel that the surrounding space had become denser. He could no longer tear through it as effortlessly as before. It now required focus and effort. Still, it wasn't a real problem. As long as he could use his ability, the chakra consumption meant little to him. After all, compared to Kaguya, he was no ordinary being. As his thoughts wandered, Sengoku and Garp regained their senses. The two exchanged a glance, and in an instant, golden and black iron fists each carrying overwhelming power through the air toward Kaido. Bang bang! A dark blue skeletal figure emerged, intercepting their attack with raw force. A low hum resonated as the skeleton expanded. Two massive blue arms extended outward, flames of azure light burning fiercely around them. The force radiating from the apparition made both Sengoku and Garp's expressions stiffen.
Fist bone meteorite. Great Buddha impact.
The two bellowed in unison. The golden giant fist gleamed like molten glass, while Garp's dark fist radiated depth so intense it almost pulled the mind into its void. Two titanic fists roared forward, distorting the air with their power as they collided with Kaido's twin blue-flamed bone fists. Floating midair, Kaido let out a cold sneer. His black and white eyes shifted first to the crimson of the three Tamo Sharingan, then to a curved sickle pattern, and finally into the ominous purple rings of the Rinnegan. The moment his eyes changed, the attacks of Sengoku and Garp froze mid-motion, as though time itself had stopped. Kaido's burning bone fists crashed into the two veterans mercilessly. Clang! Sensing something amiss, Mama Usagi reacted instantly. Without hesitation, she swung Jinpira, unleashing two bright arcs of sword aura that split the air and intercepted the oncoming fists. Boom boom! The dual slashes resisted for only a brief second before shattering under the pressure. But her goal was achieved. She managed to pull Sengoku and Garp back to safety.
Did Vice Admiral Garp and Marshal Sengoku get caught?
Kizaru muttered, realizing something was wrong. A golden flash streaked forward. Kizaru appeared between the burning fists, his blade gleaming like condensed sunlight as he slashed in a flurry. Whoosh whoosh! Golden particles burst forth like cannon fire, colliding against Kaido's bone fists with relentless explosions. Rumble boom boom! The air quaked, light and heat flooding the battlefield. Within the skeletal armor, Kaido frowned. He could feel resistance mounting. It seemed he couldn't press further. Meanwhile, Garp, who had been dragged back by Mama Usagi, finally regained consciousness. His face was pale, his chest heaving heavily, sweat pouring down his temples.
Go!
Sengoku rasped before collapsing unconscious. Garp gritted his teeth. Though still standing, his body was drained, his head pounding as if split open. His willpower alone kept him upright.
Huh!
With Sengoku down, Kizaru technically held the highest authority, but in reality, Garp's words carried more weight. Without hesitation, Kizaru nodded, motioning for the others to carry Sengoku and Garp toward the warship at the port. In the blink of an eye, only Kizaru and Kaito remained. Kizaru steadied himself, observation haki spreading in all directions, sensing the faint energy around him. Crossing his hands, his body erupted in dazzling golden light.
Yasukani no Megatama.
He thrust both hands forward, unleashing a torrent of golden particles, each one a deadly beam of condensed light raining down like a storm across the sky. Bang bang! The blue skeletal armor remained unbroken. Explosions rippled across its surface, but it held firm. Kaido stood within, calm and detached, his gaze unwavering. To him, Kizaru's attacks were little more than a distraction. The Admiral was only buying time for his comrades to escape, and Kaido knew it. Still, the display of power made even Kizaru uneasy. After this fight, he ranked Kaido above even the four emperors in sheer threat level. The source of his dread lay in that eerie moment earlier, when both Garp and Sengoku were neutralized instantly by Kaido's eyes. Driven by instinct and duty, Kizaru gave his all, fighting with every ounce of strength he possessed. The golden light engulfed the island, painting the darkened sky in shades of brilliance. The spectacle was breathtaking and terrifying. Each golden flare could easily reduce a mountain to rubble. Amidst the storm of destruction, Kaido raised his arms. A deep hum echoed. A powerful gravitational pull surged outward, consuming everything in its range like a cosmic vortex. The golden particles veered off course, sucked toward him in torrents of light. To a bystander, it almost looked as though Kaido was absorbing Kizaru's own power. But Kizaru knew better. Recognizing the danger, he turned into light and vanished instantly. He had seen this ability before, the gravitational pull that had captured Akinu. If even Akinu couldn't resist it, Kizaru stood no chance. Feeling his opponent escape the pull, Kaido exhaled softly, a faint hint of disappointment in his tone. With his electromagnetic sense, he scanned the entire Sabayati archipelago, but Kizaru's presence was gone.
As expected of the Pika Pika no Mi, the embodiment of speed.
Kaido murmured.
He's already left the island.
Still, his attention soon shifted to the marine warship departing in the distance. His sharp eyes spotted several familiar figures aboard. Stepping forward, the space around him shattered and in the next moment, he appeared before the fleeing warship. On deck, Mamausagi, Weasel, Onigumo, T-Dolphin, and Doberman stood guard. Among the vice admirals, they were the strongest, capable of at least stalling him for a short time. When they saw Kaido suddenly appear before them, their expressions changed drastically. Kaido.
What do you want?
Chapter 368, The Marines Retreats 2 out of 2. A burst of golden light flashed across the sky as Kizaru appeared before Vice Admiral Tsuru and the other officers, his expression unusually tense. He had only just left the island, confident that at his speed, he could return to Kaido in an instant. But by the time he did, Kaido was already gone. Realizing something was wrong, Kizaru hurried back, only to find the Marines in disarray.
Staff Officer Tsuru, Vice Admiral Garp.
Kizaru's tone carried rare frustration. Seeing him return safely, Tsuru and the others quietly released a breath. She shook her head slowly.
It's not your fault, Kizaru.
Then, raising her gaze to the figure still hovering in the air, her voice turned firm.
Kai.
Sengoku was unconscious, Garp's strength was nearly spent, and though Aokiji had regained consciousness, he was in no better condition than Garp. Even with Akinu and Kizaru still standing, their odds of victory were almost non-existent. Kaido's strange ocular powers had felled Sengoku in an instant, and none of them understood how to counter it. If they forced another confrontation, the result would be catastrophic for the Marines. Even victory would come at an unbearable cost. The original plan to capture Kaido with overwhelming numbers and send him to Impel Down had completely collapsed. Their assessment of his power had been disastrously wrong. At this point, only negotiation or surrender could prevent further losses.
Are you saying?
Kaido's calm voice drifted down from the sky, his eyes gleaming faintly.
That the Marines want me too.
Though Tsuru didn't want to admit it, she slowly nodded, her face tight with frustration. Behind her, Kizaru, Akinu, and vice admirals like Weasel and Onigumo clenched their fists in silent fury. As Marines, the highest authority on the seas, they now had to bow before a single man. For them, this was humiliation beyond words. If they could, many would have preferred to die fighting Kaido rather than admit defeat, but what choice did they have? Though Tsuru held the rank of vice admiral, her authority was exceptional, comparable to that of Garp and even the admirals. When she made a decision, it carried the same weight as Sengoku's own orders.
I don't agree, Staff Officer Tsuru.
Akinu stepped forward, his voice deep and thunderous.
We still have countless elites left. If we fight Kaido now, justice will prevail.
His killing intent was palpable, cold, absolute, and merciless. Akinu had always believed in crushing evil without hesitation, and his long-standing hatred for Kaido burned like magma within him. If there was even the slightest chance to destroy Kaido here, he would take it. Several vice admirals nodded in agreement, Dolphin, Mamausagi, Weasel, even Onigumo. Though they had seen Kaido's power, pride and anger clouded their judgment. Tsuru sighed faintly, they still didn't understand the situation. In the air, Kaido's lips curled into a faint smile. He had been deciding whether to leave or strike again, until Akinu's arrogance gave him a perfect excuse. Fine then, he thought coldly, let this dog serve as an example. Without a word, Kaido's Rinnegan flared, expanding outward with deep purple ripples. An invisible surge of psychic power burst forth, flooding directly into Akinu's mind. The Magma Man froze instantly. The world of pirates was one that focused on physical power, their spiritual strength was crude by comparison. Observation and Conqueror's Haki touched upon mental will, yes, but not nearly to the precision or depth that Kaido commanded. The difference between them was like that of a rookie genin and an elite jonin. This was the true reason Kaido could defeat Sengoku and Garp with a single glance. Akinu, who hadn't witnessed that earlier exchange, glared up at him without understanding. That moment of contact was all it took. Kaido's illusion struck him effortlessly. Seeing Akinu's expression turn vacant, Tsuru's eyes widened in alarm. Remembering how Sengoku and Garp had fallen earlier, she hurried forward and gripped Akinu's shoulder.
Kaido, stop this.
She said sharply, then softened her tone.
Please release him. We can talk.
Her voice trembled slightly, the calm of a seasoned strategist cracking for just a moment. Kaido said nothing. A second later, Akinu's body jerked violently. He gasped for air, chest rising and falling as he stumbled backward, his face drenched in sweat. Everyone stared in shock. One move, just one look, and Akinu had been completely subdued. Silence fell, the only sound was the whisper of the sea breeze. Even the proudest vice admirals felt a chill crawl down their spines. If he could bring down three of the Marines' strongest, Sengoku, Garp, and Akinu, with nothing but his eyes.
What did you say earlier, Staff Officer Tsuru?
He asked lightly.
I don't think I heard you clearly. Would you mind repeating yourself?
The oppressive purple glow of his Rinnegan washed across the Marines below, freezing them in place. At that moment, a weary voice cut through the silence.
Kaido, for this old man's sake.
Everyone turned. Garp stood with a pale face, steadying himself against the railing, his usual grin replaced by grim determination. Kaido's expression softened.
All right,
He said simply. He could see the sincerity in Garp's eyes, and he understood. During the days he hadn't seen him, Garp must have returned to East Blue to Windmill Village. He would have seen Risa, who was living there peacefully. If not for Garp, Risa would never have had such a safe place to stay. That favor Kaido wouldn't forget. He cast one last glance at the group of shaken Marines below. Then, with a single step, space itself shattered around him, and he vanished into the air. The tension broke like a storm subsiding. Everyone exhaled, relief flooding their faces as they turned toward Garp, gratitude and confusion mixing in their eyes.
Garp.
Tsuru asked quietly. Garp sighed.
Yeah, he's from East Blue. I once saved his village when pirates attacked. Seems like he hasn't forgotten the favor.
Chapter 369, The Infiltration of Impel Down. No one questioned him, everyone simply stared in disbelief, including Tsuru herself. She hadn't expected Garp to lie about such a matter, but for now, the priority was to deal with the aftermath of Sengoku and the others. After tending to the injured, the Marine warships slowly departed from the port, heading back toward Marineford. They had gathered their finest this time, yet returned in complete defeat. Throughout the journey, silence hung heavy in the air, a cloud of humiliation and grief blanketing every heart on board. The shame itself wasn't the worst part, it was the loss. Though vice admirals had been saved by Akinu, many elite Marines stationed outside the Sabyati archipelago had perished there forever. Sengoku and Akinu lay unconscious, Aokiji had only just regained consciousness, and Kizaru was once again heading to the New World to suppress the rampaging pirates. Now, everything fell upon the weary shoulders of Vice Admiral Tsuru. Back on the Sabyati archipelago, after the Marines' retreat, Kaido stood proudly on the ground. He crouched down and pressed his palm against the earth. A deep hum echoed as invisible ripples expanded outward in all directions. Wherever they passed, the frost melted away, and life returned to the island. The air warmed, color seeped back into the surroundings, and spring seemed to return to the battered land. Kaido's expression didn't change. He wasn't a bloodthirsty maniac, these Marines were simply following orders. Letting them live meant they could continue hunting pirates and protecting civilians. With that thought, his figure blurred and vanished from the spot. Across the endless blue sea, a colossal structure loomed from the waves, its shadow cast like a fortress of despair. Beneath its iron surface, monstrous sea kings glided silently through the depths. It was Impel Down, the greatest prison in history, home to the most dangerous criminals to ever roam the seas. Since its creation, no one had ever escaped, except for Golden Lion Shiki, who had severed his own legs to break free, aided by his float fruit. A faint ripple appeared in the air, and Kaido stepped out calmly. His gaze swept across the massive structure before a small smile curled at the corner of his mouth. In the next instant, his figure blurred, and he stood before the iron gates of Impel Down.
Who goes there?
Two guards raised their weapons, eyes filled with alarm. Kaido ignored them. A flicker of motion, and both guards collapsed to the ground unconscious. Suddenly, a shrill red alarm echoed throughout the prison. The corridors trembled with the sound of rushing footsteps and shouted orders. From the crowd emerged a tall woman with wavy blonde hair, her tight brown uniform hugging her athletic frame Domino, the head jailer.
Who are you? What are you doing here?
She shouted, her voice firm despite the tension.
I'm here to find someone.
Kaido replied indifferently.
Send whoever's in charge to see me.
As he spoke, a wave of immense pressure burst from his body. The very air trembled under the weight of his conqueror's haki. The guards around him felt as though they were adrift on a raging ocean, crushed under the force of an invisible mountain. Thud, thud, thud. One by one, the guards collapsed to their knees, drenched in sweat, gasping desperately for air. Only Domino remained standing, her legs trembling, yet her eyes filled with defiance. Kaido's gaze softened slightly.
Go get Magellan. I'm not interested in you.
He said coldly. Then, without waiting for her response, he strode toward the inner gate.
Tell him to come quickly.
His voice echoed behind him.
Otherwise, I'll go down there myself.
With that, his silhouette vanished into the depths of the prison. Impel Down was divided into 6 levels, each reserved for criminals according to their bounties and crimes. Level 1, Crimson Hell. Level 2, Beast Hell. Level 3, Starvation Hell. Level 4, Blazing Hell. Level 5, Frozen Hell. Level 6, Eternal Hell. Among them, Blazing Hell, the 4th level, served as the office of Chief Warden Magellan. Between the 5th and 6th floors lay a secret level 5.5, known as Newkama Land, created by the Revolutionary Army commander, Emporio Ivankov. As Kaido walked across the burning fields of Crimson Hell, the sharp, bladed grass and pools of blood vaporized beneath his steps. He was deep in thought, considering which powerful figures still resided within Impel Down's depths. Only 2 came to mind. One was Douglas Bullet, the demonic heir of the Roger Pirates, a man who had once fought against the entire world alone. The other was Redfield, the Red Count, whose strength once rivaled Roger and Whitebeard themselves. Those 2 alone were worth his attention. The rest could rot in their cells. Meanwhile, within Blazing Hell, the warden's office.
I understand.
He replied solemnly.
Let him come. I'll deal with him on the blazing floor myself. Understood.
Domino's voice crackled through the line before it went silent. Magellan stood, grimacing. Finishing his business, he flushed, grabbed a roll of paper, and disappeared in a burst of violet poison gas. Just outside the office, Hannibal, his rotund figure blocking the corridor, jumped in surprise.
Director, I heard an intruder broke into Impel Down. Why aren't we sending a squad to capture him? You came at the right time, Hannibal.
Magellan said coolly.
You stay here. I'll handle the intruder myself.
Before Hannibal could protest, Magellan's body dissolved into a torrent of purple mist, vanishing down the corridor. On the 3rd floor, known as Starvation Hell, the air was suffocating. The heat from the blazing floor below made it unbearable, and prisoners here were emaciated, barely clinging to life. As Kaido stepped in, his sharp eyes scanned the near-dead figures scattered across the ground. Then the air trembled. A massive figure emerged before him, blocking the light like a mountain. His presence was suffocating, his purple aura thick with venom.
Boy!
The man growled, his tone commanding.
Are you the one who dared trespass into Impel Down?
Chapter 370, The Warden's Wrath.
No, you.
Magellan frowned, rubbing his chin in confusion.
Director, that's him.
From a distance, Sadi-chan clutched her whip nervously.
That's Kaido, a pirate. He once captured Admiral Akinu and extorted the Marines right from the sea.
What?
Magellan's expression froze, his tone weakened as realization struck.
The one who captured Akinu.
His mind raced in panic, damn it.
Kaito, why are you here? What's your goal? Do you plan to release every prisoner and impel down? I'm forming a pirate crew.
Kaido said simply.
I came here to recruit.
Magellan's eye twitched. Recruit and impel down. If he didn't already know Kaido's strength, he'd have punched him on the spot.
Impossible.
Magellan barked.
You might have broken in, but I'll give you a chance. Leave now. Otherwise, once marine warships arrive, you'll rot here like the rest of them.
Kaido shook his head slowly.
Marine warships? They can't even protect themselves right now.
He didn't bother explaining further. In the next instant, his figure blurred, appearing right in front of Magellan like a flash step. Magellan's eyes widened in shock, but before he could react, Kaido's black-coated fist slammed into his chest. Boom! Magellan was sent flying, crashing through several iron walls before vanishing into the distance. With the warden out of sight, Kaido continued deeper into the prison, but a roar echoed behind him moments later.
Do you really think defeating Akinu makes you invincible?
Magellan's body erupted with thick purple venom that coiled around him like smoke. The toxic aura spread across the ceiling, merging into a massive cloud of poison that glowed with a sinister light. The air shimmered as the poison cloud grew, its deadly miasma filling the level. Even a single touch could strip a man of his senses and paralyze him instantly. Magellan spread his arms wide and swung them forward.
Go engulf him.
The cloud surged toward Kaido like a tidal wave of death. But Kaido didn't even flinch, his calm expression didn't waver. With his current strength, poison held no power over him. His body had long since surpassed human limits, his chakra refined to perfection, his will unshakable. He took a slow breath. Chakra flared violently within him, and with a roar he exhaled, a hurricane bursting from his lips. The roaring gale tore through the corridor, shredding the poison cloud and pushing it back toward Magellan like a raging storm.
Wind, how is that possible?
Magellan's eyes widened.
Wasn't his power gravitational?
There was no time to think. His body melted into a pool of venom that slithered across the floor, narrowly avoiding the oncoming storm. Above him, Kaido hovered in midair, his expression sharp. He inhaled deeply, then released a massive fireball. The scorching sphere blazed like a miniature sun as it plummeted toward the ground. Magellan reformed instantly, activating Saru vanishing in a blur just before the fireball struck. Boom! The explosion left a smoking crater in the ground, molten earth glowing within it. Magellan stared at the fiery pit, his face grim. He gritted his teeth.
Poison pufferfish.
He spat a volley of compressed venom spheres that shot toward Kaido like cannonballs. Kaido raised one hand, palm open. His voice was calm but cold.
Shinra Tensei.
Tum! A burst of invisible force erupted outward. The poisonous spheres froze midair, then dropped helplessly to the ground. As they fell, Kaido withdrew the repulsion. He didn't intend to destroy the prison. Unleashing his full power would endanger countless innocent civilians across the sea.
You're not my opponent,
He said, frowning.
and you can tell I'm holding back. I have no intention of destroying this place. Even so,
Magellan growled.
I won't allow anyone to violate Impel Down.
Purple toxins flooded around him as three colossal venom dragons emerged from his back, their jaws dripping corrosive venom that burned holes in the ground wherever it landed. Including Magellan himself, there were 4 heads in total, like a demon from the depths of hell. Feeling the heat of his own power, Magellan's confidence surged. He vanished again with Saru, reappearing behind Kaido with a furious shout.
Fall!
His iron-coated fist, infused with lethal poison, swung down. The 3 dragons lunged at once, fangs bared. But as the attack landed, Kaido's eyes flashed crimson, the Tomo spinning into a blazing windmill. In an instant, a massive, dark blue skeletal structure formed around him, his Susanoo. The venomous fists and dragon maws slammed into the barrier, but the spiritual armor held firm. Boom! The impact sent a shockwave rippling across the prison. The The ground split, metal walls groaned, and Kaido was pushed backward, crashing into the floor below with a thunderous roar. As dust settled, a towering blue skeletal warrior rose from the crater, Kaido standing calmly within its ribcage. His crimson eyes narrowed.
I tried to be lenient.
Chapter 371, Descent into Eternal Hell.
This.
Magellan's eyes widened as he looked around in shock. He could feel it immediately. His devil fruit powers meant nothing here. The strength that once made him feared throughout Impel Down was gone, leaving him completely powerless.
This is my spiritual world.
Kaido said calmly, his tone low and absolute.
Here, everything, time, space, and even reality itself, belongs to me. Any pain you feel here will be applied directly to your spirit.
Magellan's pupils trembled. Before he could react, Kaido added coldly.
Forgot to mention.
In the same moment, Kaido gripped a long, ethereal blade and plunged it straight into Magellan's chest.
Ugh!
Magellan's scream echoed endlessly through the void, his spirit writhing in torment. Outside, Kaido's crimson eyes faded back to normal as he glanced at the trembling Saudi nearby. Without a word, he stepped past her and continued toward the next level of the prison. Magellan's body convulsed once before collapsing. His finger twitched weakly in Kaido's direction before his eyes rolled back, and he passed out cold. When Kaido was gone, Saudi finally crawled out from her corner, shaking. She rushed to Magellan's side, lifting his unconscious body, and hurried away to seek help. At the entrance of Blazing Hell Level 4, Hannibal stood guard, gripping his trident tightly. Kaido's brow rose slightly.
I didn't expect you to stand in my way.
Hannibal's voice trembled, but his resolve didn't falter.
This is Impel Down. Every prisoner here is a monster. I won't let you release them.
Kaido's expression didn't change. In the blink of an eye, his figure blurred. A silent afterimage flashed past Hannibal. A single-hand chop struck his neck. Bang! Hannibal's eyes rolled up, his trident clattered to the ground, and he collapsed unconscious. Kaido exhaled lightly and continued forward. One Marine after another tried to block his path. Each was defeated with a single effortless blow. Before long, Kaido arrived at the final gate, the entrance to Eternal Hell. As he stepped through, a deep, mocking voice echoed across the level.
I thought it was Magellan's poison stinkin' up the place.
Another voice followed, sharp and playful.
Hey kid, let me out and I'll buy you some candy. Meow.
Kaido turned toward the noise. A man draped in a fur coat of white and brown, a light purple necklace hanging loosely around his neck, and cat-like eyes gleaming in the dark stared back at him. Twin horns curled from his head. Kaido recognized him instantly. Avalo Pizarro, the king of evil, one of the criminals Blackbeard would later recruit from this very level. The other inmates in their isolated cells began to laugh, their eyes filled with twisted amusement. Eternal Hell was unlike the upper levels. Each prisoner here had their own sealed chamber, reinforced with pure sea stone to restrain even the strongest of pirates. Without a word, Kaido raised his palm. A flash of dark lightning danced across his fingertips, condensing into a crescent-shaped whip of black thunder. He swung at once. Crack boom! The sea stone gate in front of Pizarro split cleanly in half, the pieces crashing to the ground. Kaido extended his other hand, and the broken gate flew toward him under a wave of suction. The King of Evil stepped forward, his grin fading as he studied Kaido's expression. Kaido snapped his fingers. A sharp wind blade infused with chakra formed around Pizarro's limbs, slicing through the sea stone shackles that bound him. Clink, clink. The shackles shattered and fell to the floor.
Don't think setting me free means I owe you anything.
Pizarro sneered, flexing his wrists.
You'll regret this.
Kaido smirked.
You misunderstand. I freed you.
For a brief moment, silence filled the cell. Then Pizarro burst into laughter.
Kill me, ha! For freeing me, I'll make it quick for you, brat.
His eyes gleamed with malice as his aura surged.
Now die.
His body turned metallic black, coated in armament haki, and he lunged forward with a roar, his iron fist flying toward Kaido. Boom! His punch collided with a dark blue skeletal structure that suddenly formed around Kaido the Susanoo. The impact sent shockwaves through the floor, the walls quaking from the sheer force.
Oh,
Pizarro narrowed his eyes.
you blocked it. Interesting.
Kaito's crimson eyes spun rapidly, Mangekyo whirling like a windmill. Two massive skeletal arms materialized from the Susanoo, blazing with blue ethereal flames. They swung down with devastating force. Boom! Pizarro crossed his arms to block, but the impact hurled him backward. His feet dug deep trenches in the floor before he slammed into the seastone wall, denting it heavily. He gritted his teeth, struggling to stand. Kaito frowned slightly, unimpressed. He raised a hand and an invisible suction force erupted. Pizarro's body froze in place, unable to move, dragged helplessly toward Kaito. Pizarro's instincts screamed in alarm. Every nerve in his body told him death was coming.
No.
He thought frantically, fighting to break free, but the gravity pressing down on him was immovable, like the weight of a mountain. Kaito caught him effortlessly by the throat.
I don't have time to play games.
He said coldly. Lightning sparked in his other hand, crackling and growing until it burned with deadly intensity. The glow reflected in Pizarro's terrified eyes.
Wait!
Chapter 372, Recruitment in Impel Down. The thunderlight flared, engulfing the king of evil in a storm of blinding brightness that illuminated every dark corner of the cell. Sparks crackled wildly before fading, revealing a charred figure crumpled on the ground. The scent of burnt flesh filled the air. He was beyond dead. The other prisoners fell silent. The mocking smiles and twisted grins vanished, replaced by wide-eyed fear. The king of evil had been one of the strongest among them, a monster whose bounty once shook the seas. If this stranger could kill him so effortlessly, then none of them stood a chance. Kaito stood in the center of the hall, his expression calm and detached. A low hum of power radiated from him as his voice echoed through the darkness, cold and commanding.
Who among you has been here the longest?
The air grew heavier as a crushing pressure erupted from his body, a suffocating wave of pure killing intent. It wasn't just strength, it was the weight of countless lives ended by his hand. Bloodlust, rage, and darkness fused into something almost tangible, blanketing the entirety of Impel Down's 6th floor. The prisoners, each once feared across the new world, trembled involuntarily. Their hearts pounded, breath caught in their throats. They had all killed before dozens, hundreds, but never had they felt killing intent like this. How many lives did this man take to carry such a presence? A deep, rumbling voice suddenly echoed from the far end of the hall.
Oi brat, take back your aura before you make me sick.
Kaito turned toward the voice. The cells in that area were enormous, the smallest easily 10 meters tall. These were the cages of the giants, and the one who spoke was the largest of them all. The giant's form loomed in the gloom, his features monstrous yet oddly human. His eyes, each the size of a ship's porthole, glowed faintly in the dim light. Kaito's gaze hardened.
You've been here the longest.
The giant tilted his head with a grin.
Heh, don't let my face fool you, kid. I've been rotting in here for nearly 80 years. For a giant, that's still young.
Recognition flickered in Kaito's eyes.
Senjuan Wolf.
The giant gave a lazy laugh that rattled the stone walls.
Didn't think anyone still remembered that name. I'm looking for someone.
Kaito said evenly.
The Red Earl Peter Redfield. He once rivaled Roger and Whitebeard.
The moment the names Roger and Whitebeard left his mouth, the air itself seemed to freeze. Even the most deranged criminals grew silent, their eyes wide with disbelief. The Pirate King. The strongest man in the world. Legends whose very names inspired awe. And this man, this demon who just burned another pirate alive, was searching for someone who had stood beside them. A deep voice murmured from one of the darkened cells, barely audible. Senjuan Wolf rubbed his chin, his booming voice breaking the silence.
Redfield, huh? I remember him. Long time ago, not long after I was thrown in here. A man in a crimson Cape Marines brought him in themselves. They dragged him northeast, deeper than even my cell. Haven't seen him since.
Kaito gave a small nod.
Appreciate it.
He turned away, walking toward the direction the giant had pointed. As he reached the far corner, his eyes glowed faintly with electromagnetic light.
Found you.
He murmured. A weak human life signature flickered at the edge of his perception, but before he could move closer, a blinding golden flash filled the prison.
Yeah, yeah.
A familiar, lazy voice echoed through the hall. Kaido turned, his expression sharpening as a tall figure emerged from the light. Kizaru. The Marine Admiral's usually smug face was now deadly serious.
You again, Kaido.
He said with a sigh.
Why is it always you?
Kaido didn't respond. Kizaru frowned.
You know this is impelled down. These prisoners are monsters. If you free them, the seas will drown in chaos. Even the Marines won't be able to contain it.
Kaido's tone remained calm.
I'm not here to free everyone. I came for 2 people. Give them to me and I'll leave.
Kizaru blinked in disbelief.
You!
Even for him, the idea was absurd. One man strong enough to crush Marine headquarters, and now he wanted subordinates. If that was true, the 4 emperors would become 5. But as he met Kaido's eyes, he saw no jest, just certainty. After a moment, Kizaru exhaled deeply.
Who are you looking for?
Kaido's answer was simple.
Red Earl Redfield, and the Devil's Heir Douglas Bullet.
Chapter 373, The Invitation to the Red Earl. The corners of Kizaru's mouth twitched. As a Marine admiral, he had heard plenty about the Red Earl, a man once regarded as being on par with Whitebeard himself. And that wasn't all, the name
Douglas Bullet
alone carried enough weight to shake the seas. The very idea of freeing both of them was insane. Kizaru frowned slightly. You really dare to ask for this, huh? These 2 are monsters, rebels by nature. The moment they're freed, they'll probably turn on you. He exhaled softly.
I'll report this to Staff Officer Tsuru. I'll give you 1 minute.
Kaido said calmly, arms folded.
If the Marines refuse, I'll handle it myself. Don't end up like Akinu and Sengoku, at least try not to get in my way.
Kizaru turned away, pretending not to hear the warning. He took out a den mushi and dialed. While the snail began connecting, Kaido stood silently, his crimson eyes sharp and calm. The prisoners nearby had overheard everything. Kizaru, a Marine admiral, one of the 3 greatest powers in the Navy headquarters, a man who stood at the very peak of strength across the seas. Many of them had personally been captured by him. Each knew how terrifying he was, the man's speed, and his light-based powers made him nearly untouchable. And yet,
Hey!
the murmurs spread across eternal hell like wildfire. Meanwhile, Kizaru's den mushi finally connected.
Moshi, this is Kizaru. Kizaru!
Came Tsuru's voice over the line, calm but stern.
Did you reach Impel Down? Have you captured the intruder?
Kizaru hesitated, then sighed bitterly.
Staff Officer Tsuru.
Tsuru's tone hardened.
Kaido, what is he after?
He says he's forming a pirate crew.
Kizaru replied.
And he wants to recruit 2 people from Eternal Hell.
Who? Redfield and Bullet.
Tsuru fell silent for a long moment. The weight of that request sank in. Both men were legendary monsters who had once shaken the world.
He's only giving me 1 minute.
Kizaru continued.
If we refuse, he'll act on his own.
Tell him we agree.
Tsuru finally said, her voice weary.
Just make sure he leaves once it's done.
Kizaru nodded.
Understood.
He pocketed the den mushi and approached Kaido.
Staff Officer Tsuru has approved your request.
He said,
But I hope you'll keep your word and leave once you find those 2. Okay.
Kaido replied.
But Magellan's in a coma, right? I'll handle the search myself. I know what they look like.
He took a few steps forward, then clenched his fist. A pulse of energy rippled through the air. With a single punch, the wall ahead shattered, revealing a hidden passageway. Kizaru's eyes widened.
A secret passage. Even I didn't know that existed.
Kaido smiled faintly.
Guess.
Kizaru sighed, guess he's not going to tell me. Curiosity got the better of him, and he followed Kaido inside. The tunnel was pitch dark. Any normal person would have been blind, but Kaido's Sharingan gleamed faintly, letting him see every inch of the path ahead. To him, it was as if the shadows themselves parted to reveal the way forward. After several meters, they reached a massive iron door. Kizaru's body began to glow faintly, illuminating the room in golden light.
This door.
He said, smirking slightly.
Let's see how you plan to open this one.
Kaido didn't reply. He simply extended his hand, letting his chakra surge and condense into a compressed blade of gray wind. With a smooth swing screech, sparks flew as the blade sliced through the sea stone like paper. Another few strokes and the door split apart, crashing loudly to the ground. Kizaru's smirk vanished, replaced by stunned silence. Another ability,
Red Earl Redfield.
he said quietly.
I'm here to invite you to join my crew.
Chapter 374, Recruitment. The Red Earl slowly opened his eyes. Two piercing lights flashed from them like lasers, locking straight onto Kaido. His gaze was deep, vast as a sea of stars, yet dark like a black hole that seemed to devour light itself. A faint smirk tugged at the corner of his lips, his expression filled with arrogance befitting someone like Uchiha Madara. He sneered.
You, a little brat like you, dares to invite me to your crew. You have no idea how high the sky is. Me, a little brat.
Kaido's expression didn't change. He stepped forward, his voice calm yet brimming with confidence. The air around him grew heavier as his presence began to overflow unconsciously.
I, who defeated the 3 Marine admirals.
He said quietly.
The same me who defeated Garp and Sengoku. I crushed Marine headquarters itself. They gave everything they had.
Each word carried the weight of a storm. By the time Kaido finished speaking, the oppressive pressure surrounding him had reached its peak, violent and crushing, like waves battering a mountain range.
This presence.
Kizaru muttered, sweat sliding down his face as he instinctively stepped back. The air around Kaido seemed to form a vacuum, too heavy to endure. The Red Earl's sharp eyes flickered. He was clearly surprised by the young man's words and by the suffocating pressure that filled the room.
The old man takes back what he said.
Redfield admitted with a faint smile.
You're no ordinary brat.
Kaido didn't reply. Instead, he lifted a hand, his index finger glowing faintly as compressed wind energy gathered at its tip. With a flick, several razor-thin wind blades shot toward the sea stone shackles binding Redfield. Cracked. The restraints shattered instantly. Kaido knew exactly how to deal with a man like Redfield, brute strength and absolute confidence. Impress him first, then break him through battle. The Red Earl looked down at his broken shackles, disbelief flashing across his face. These sea stone cuffs had trapped him for decades, yet this young man had destroyed them in a heartbeat.
HMPH, even if you freed me, boy, I wouldn't join your crew. But for setting me loose, the old man owes you a favor. I don't need your favor,
Kaido said, turning to leave.
When your strength is fully restored, we'll fight. If you win, I'll release you. If you lose,
His voice went cold.
you'll join my crew. And if I refuse,
Kaido glanced back at him, eyes sharp as blades.
then you die.
The words dropped like ice, and for a moment, even the air froze.
What an arrogant brat.
Redfield muttered, but a flicker of respect passed through his eyes. He followed behind Kaido without hesitation. He might have been freed, but his power wasn't yet restored. For now, sticking with Kaido was the smarter move, and besides, the young man's strength intrigued him. As they stepped back into eternal hell, the prisoners erupted into whispers.
That's the Red Earl. He looks like some dying old man. Maybe that kid made a mistake.
Ignoring them all, Kaido scanned the prison cells until his gaze locked on a tall, muscular figure. The man looked straight back at him, eyes full of challenge. Their gazes clashed, a silent storm of power and pride.
Douglas Bullet, the demon heir.
Kaido said, stopping before the cell. Bullet laughed with a crooked smile.
I heard what you said earlier, but if you want me in your crew.
Kaido grinned.
No problem.
He swung his hand. A compressed gray wind blade flashed, cutting through the sea stone door like paper. Bullet stepped out calmly, raising his shackled hands with an expectant smirk. Kaido obliged a single flick, and the chains burst apart. Kizaru watched in silence, his expression grim. This isn't good, he thought. I can feel it, Bullet's strength rivals an admiral's, if Kaido truly manages to recruit both him and the Red Earl.
Since you freed them,
Kizaru said cautiously.
you should honor your promise and leave with them.
Kaido shook his head.
Not yet, these people are all condemned anyway. Let Redfield regain his strength. What do you mean?
Kizaru frowned. Even Redfield turned to him in surprise.
How do you know about my devil fruit ability?
Kaito didn't answer, he simply looked at the Red Earl.
You can use your fruit, right? Then go ahead. Don't tell me you can't handle these ordinary prisoners.
A wicked grin spread across Redfield's face.
Then I won't hold back.
His form blurred, and in an instant, he dissolved into a swarm of tiny bats. The nearest prisoner screamed.
W, what are you doing? Stay away from me.
The bats swarmed him before he could react. Chirp splat, the sound of tearing flesh echoed through the cell. Within seconds, the man's screams stopped. His once mighty frame shriveled and collapsed, drained completely of blood. Moments later, Redfield reformed, wiping a crimson streak from his lips.
Not bad.
He said with a satisfied smile.
For someone imprisoned here, his blood's quite rich. I feel my strength returning already. Good.
Kaido replied coolly.
There are more over there. Keep going.
Redfield chuckled darkly and disappeared again, flying toward another cell. Kizaru's face darkened, but he said nothing. He could only watch powerless. The two monstrous auras around him had already fixed their attention on him, warning him not to interfere. The shadows of the cell danced as Redfield's bats returned, leaving behind a trail of chaos. Prisoners who had dared to speak before now cowered in silence, their eyes wide with terror. Kaido's calm demeanor contrasted sharply with the carnage, his presence alone keeping the remaining captives at bay. Every flick of his finger, every command to Redfield, reinforced the unspoken hierarchy in the room. He was in control. Bullet's smirk widened as he observed the display. Though restrained, the aura of Kaido and Redfield intimidated even him. For the first time in years, he felt a curiosity, a hunger to see just how far this young captain could push them all. The air grew thick with anticipation, the distant clang of metal and the whispers of terrified prisoners mixing into a tense symphony. Kizaru's unease deepened. If this alliance between Kaido, Redfield, and Bullet solidified, the world's oceans would tremble in ways even the Marines could not contain. Redfield reappeared, landing gracefully on the floor with a soft thud.
Who's next?
He asked, scanning the remaining captives with predatory eyes. Kaido nodded slightly, his gaze steady.
The ones who resist will regret it. The ones who comply.
Chapter 375, Kaido of the Beast. It surprised even him that Bullet would team up with Kaido. One by one, after draining over a dozen prisoners, the Red Earl appeared before Kaido, a satisfied smile on his pale face.
It's almost fully restored. The rest will just take some time.
He said calmly.
Then let's move.
Kaito nodded slightly and walked ahead, completely ignoring Kizaru standing beside him. Kaito didn't care, but Kizaru certainly did. The Admiral had no choice but to follow along, silently praying these monsters would leave soon. Before long, under Kizaru's uneasy escort, the group arrived at the main gates of Impel Down. The sky suddenly dimmed, the air trembling with a thunderous roar. Everyone looked up. A colossal azure dragon coiled through the heavens, its immense body blotting out the sun. Lantern-sized eyes glowed with fury as they fixed on the figure below.
Kaido, I finally found you.
The dragon's voice roared like a storm.
You killed Jack, that fool.
The shockwave of his voice rippled across the sea, shaking Impel Down's walls. Kizaru's expression darkened instantly. Just what I feared. This idiot's here. With the grudge between them, there's no way to avoid a battle. Please just not here.
That's...
Bullet muttered, narrowing his eyes.
Zoan-type mythical beast fruit.
Redfield commented coolly.
not bad at all.
Kizaru added nervously.
That's Kaido of the Beasts, one of the 4 emperors of the New World. A monster on par with Whitebeard.
Whitebeard.
Bullet's eyes gleamed faintly.
The 4 emperors, sounds powerful.
Redfield said flatly, though interest stirred behind his calm tone.
Kaido, listen.
Redfield turned to him with a faint smile.
Defeat that dragon and I'll keep my word. I'll join your crew. Consider it payment for freeing me. Oh, in that case,
Bullet said with a smirk.
I'll join in too. Same condition, defeat him and I'll sail under your flag.
Kaido looked at them, a grin tugging at his lips.
You too sure about that? Absolutely.
Both answered without hesitation. Kizaru quietly groaned and covered his face. They have no idea what they're agreeing to. Kaido is strong, yes, but compared to Kaido, it's not even close. He remembered the sight of Sengoku and Akinu utterly defeated by this man. Even Kizaru himself still couldn't comprehend the full scope of Kaido's power.
Hey Kaido.
Kizaru said hurriedly.
For the record, I did help you get out, yeah. So maybe don't fight here, impel down.
Before he could finish, Kaido waved a hand dismissively.
Yeah, I'm not that careless.
Up in the sky, Kaido glared down with rage, his dragon eyes burning with fury.
You dare ignore me? Oh no.
Kizaru muttered, he's mad now. Kaido looked up at the furious dragon and smirked.
Well then, my future crewmates, let's head to a nearby island. I'll show you how I deal with this guy.
With that, Kaido's body lifted effortlessly into the sky, wind swirling around him. Redfield and Bullet exchanged looks, both intrigued, before following right behind him.
Finally out, brat.
Kaido bellowed, opening his massive jaws.
Even if you bring help, it won't save you. I'll crush you myself.
Flames gathered in his maw, heat distorting the air as the dragon unleashed his attack. A searing torrent of fire erupted from above Kaido's dragon breath. The blazing beam tore through the clouds, bathing the world in red light. Kaito hovered calmly in the air. Behind him, Bullet and Redfield crossed their arms, making no move to assist. They wanted to see what the young man would do. Kaito didn't waste words. With a gesture, a transparent barrier of compressed wind and chakra shimmered into existence, wrapping around the three of them. The dragon's fire struck the barrier head-on with a deafening boom. Boom! Flames raged violently, yet not a spark could breach the invisible shield. Even so, the heat was overwhelming, the air scorching. Kaido frowned slightly. Chakra surged through his body as he extended a finger forward. In an instant, the temperature dropped sharply. The blazing sky turned frigid summer, giving way to the deep chill of winter. Crystals of frost began to fall from the heavens. Crack!
Brat, I admit, I underestimated you.
He roared. There was no mockery in his tone anymore. His furious eyes now carried recognition. Those who knew Kaido understood him well. He was crude, but he respected strength above all. And now, in his mind, Kaido had earned that respect equal to him, perhaps even beyond his three calamities. But Kaido wasn't paying attention to flattery. His electromagnetic senses spread outward, scanning for a suitable battlefield. Nothing, only endless sea. His expression darkened slightly until he detected a distant island.
There!
He muttered. Without another word, his figure shot forward like lightning. A calm voice echoed behind him.
This place isn't suitable for a fight. I'll be waiting there.
Redfield and Bullet followed instantly. Kaido, not to be outdone, roared and took off after them. It was a sight unlike any other three figures streaking through the sky, chased by a colossal azure dragon that blotted out the sun. Had any marine witnessed it, they would have been struck speechless. Moments later, the group descended upon a lush island covered in thick forests and vibrant flowers. Kaido landed first, eyes sharp, the faint wind swirling at his feet. The island was alive with the sounds of nature, the rustling leaves, chirping birds, and distant waterfalls, but beneath this calm, an impending storm of power loomed. Kaido's gaze swept across the terrain, calculating angles, environmental advantages, and escape routes, all in mere seconds. Bullet and Redfield landed beside him, their auras flaring subtly, anticipation and excitement gleaming in their eyes. Kaido's shadow fell upon the forest as he landed, cracking the earth with the weight of his colossal body. The ground trembled beneath the combined might of the dragon and the newcomers. The air thickened with tension, charged with the promise of battle, as if the entire island itself held its breath. Kaido cracked a slight grin.
Let's see if you really are worthy of this fight.
Chapter 376, Monsters Collide. Not far away, the sounds of wild beasts clashing could be faintly heard in the distance. As Kaido descended onto the island, Bullet and Redfield hovered nearby, watching from afar with calm, testing gazes. To call it watching would be too kind, it was a silent evaluation of Kaido's true strength. Roar! A thunderous dragon cry split the sky. The air itself trembled. Fierce gales tore across the island, bending trees and whipping the sea into violent waves. The animals below immediately dropped low, trembling in fear as Kaido's dragon power swept across the land. Even without intent, his aura commanded instinctive submission. A faint hum echoed above blue light flashed, and the massive azure dragon spiraled downward. In the blink of an eye, Kaido returned to his human form, landing heavily on the ground with a crash that sent dust billowing like a storm. Pads. As the haze settled, Kaido stepped forward, shaking his head, his feral eyes locked onto Kaido.
Follow me.
He growled.
Do that, and I'll overlook Jack's death.
Kaido's expression didn't change.
And if I refuse, then die.
Kaido's voice exploded like thunder. The sheer force of his roar spread outward in a shockwave, shaking the island to its roots. Even Kaido's ears rang for a moment, but he remained steady. The same couldn't be said for the wildlife around them. Birds and small animals dropped lifelessly, blood seeping from their ears. The power of Kaido's voice alone was enough to kill. A suffocating aura followed, violent, bloodthirsty, primal. The air seemed to twist under its pressure. Kaido stood tall, towering over 10 meters. His sheer size dwarfed Kaido's, a living mountain of muscle and rage.
This is your last chance.
Kaido rumbled, his beast-like eyes flashing with killing intent.
Do you submit or not?
Kaido shook his head calmly.
Now!
In the next instant, Kaido vanished. A sonic boom tore through the air as the Emperor reappeared directly before Kaido, his enormous fist hurtling downward with the force of a collapsing mountain. The air cracked from the sheer pressure. Kaido didn't flinch. Power surged from within him, his chakra-infused aura erupted skyward like a volcano. Dark red lightning crackled around him, the raw manifestation of Conqueror's haki bursting forth. The collision of their auras tore the heavens apart. Clouds shredded into ribbons, and the island shook violently under the weight of two monsters' power. Then, boom! Their fists met. A deafening shockwave erupted, flattening the terrain for hundreds of meters. The ground beneath them caved in, crumbling like paper, forming a vast crater that swallowed trees and stone alike.
Oh, not bad.
Redfield murmured, eyes sharp.
He's matching Kaido's strength head-on. Impressive.
Bullet nodded. High above, golden light shimmered. Kizaru appeared in the sky, his usual lazy grin replaced by rare seriousness.
Well now.
He muttered, he pulled out a den mushi and made a quick call.
Staff Officer Tsuru, this is Kizaru. Kaido's left impel down. Did he destroy it?
Came the immediate, anxious response from the other end.
No.
Kizaru replied quickly.
He just freed Redfield and Bullet, but bad luck struck Kaido of the beasts found him the moment they plan on leaving. Kaido!
Tsuru exclaimed.
Kaido is fighting Kaido.
Exactly, right now it's evenly matched. But the island's not going to last long under this level of power. I'll stay here and observe. Good, as long as they're not fighting near impel down, that's enough. Keep watching and report when it's over. Understood.
Kizaru hung up, his golden eyes narrowing as he gazed down at the battlefield. This wasn't just an admiral-level clash, it was a collision of monsters. Bang, bang, bang. Each strike between Kaido and Kaido sent shockwaves that tore apart the landscape. The island cracked like glass, the ground splitting open as if the world itself rejected their power. In the heart of the storm, their silhouettes moved faster than the eye could follow, slamming into each other again and again like meteors. Every impact sent hurricanes roaring outward. Trees shattered, the sky rippled, and even the sea around the island surged into towering waves. The very earth groaned under the weight of their power. Boom! Another massive explosion shook the air. Blue energy surged from Kaido's body, mixed with icy chakra that froze the air itself. His bloodline's frost coated the ground, battling against Kaido's infernal aura. Kaido, covered in scales and rage, released a roar that split the clouds. His monstrous aura felt ancient, primal like a beast from an age before man.
Brett,
Kaido bellowed.
you're strong enough to make me feel pain. It's been too long.
He laughed wildly, eyes gleaming with savage excitement.
You're good, very good, but as thanks, I'll send you to the afterlife with Jack.
Chapter 377, Scouting for Another Island. The massive, pillar-like hand of the Beast King swung forward effortlessly. As the scars on his arm burst into white smoke, they healed instantly, returning to their original state as if nothing had happened. Kaido narrowed his eyes. That regeneration.
Fire huh?
Kaido growled.
Seems the reports were right. You've got more than one ability.
He stepped forward, each stride shaking the ground, steam rising off his colossal frame. His eyes gleamed with excitement, as if he'd found a treasure. Kaido smirked.
Fire doesn't work, then let's try something else.
Black light flickered across his body, and golden energy radiated from his arm, the manifestation of his armament Haki, a mission. This was advanced Haki, an energy that could strike through the enemy's body, destroying them from the inside. The air rippled violently as Kaido tightened his fist, space distorted around it like warped glass.
Do you really think I'll be afraid of you?
Kaido roared, coating his arm in obsidian Haki that gleamed under the firelight. Boom! The island convulsed as the earth cracked open. Waves of pressure swept outward, tearing through stone and soil alike. Spiderweb fractures split the island, each collision widening them further. Kaido's eyes widened as pain flared inside his body. His monstrous form staggered, the veins on his neck bulging as he coughed up blood.
A mission!
He muttered hoarsely, glaring at Kaido. Kaido lowered his fist slightly, his expression unreadable. A faint white mist escaped Kaido's mouth as he exhaled sharply. His muscles bulged, the wounds closing once again. He stood straight, his breathing calm.
You just don't die, huh?
Kaido sighed, a hint of amusement and pity in his tone.
As expected of the immortal Kaido.
Kaido chuckled darkly.
You can use a mission.
His eyes sharpened like blades.
Only one of us leaves here alive.
Now calm, Kaido's presence grew even more suffocating. The air itself seemed to bend under the weight of his spirit. Kaido knew this was Kaido at his most dangerous. Meanwhile, on a nearby warship, Kizaru had a den mushy transponder snail on his shoulder.
Staff Officer Crane, are you seeing this? They're not even fighting seriously yet, and the whole island's already breaking apart.
Inside the warship's communication room, Garp, Crane, Aokiji, and several vice admirals stared at the screen in shock as the island split further with each impact.
That island's doomed.
Crane muttered grimly. Garp, half lying on a couch, picked his nose lazily.
So what? Not our problem.
Crane frowned.
You don't get it. If the island collapses, the closest landmass is impelled down itself.
Aokiji rubbed the back of his neck.
I doubt they'll take it that far. They went out of their way to leave impel down before fighting.
Those two maniacs.
Momousagi cut in.
There's no telling what they'll do.
Aokiji gave her a look.
Then what do you suggest?
Simple.
She said.
Kizaru's there, right? Have him scout for another island nearby and lure them away before they destroy the prison.
Crane nodded approvingly.
Exactly my thought.
Garp grinned, grabbing the transponder snail.
Oi Kizaru, you heard the lady. Move. Roger that.
Came Kizaru's drawling reply. In the next instant, his body dissolved into golden particles and vanished. Back on the battlefield, the two clashed again, their movements too fast for the eye to follow. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact was like a thunderclap. The ground disintegrated beneath them, and shockwaves swept across the island. Cracks deepened until finally. Boom! The island exploded apart, shattering into massive fragments that sank into the sea below. As the last pieces vanished beneath the waves, Kaido and Kaido's battle shifted to the skies. Each blow sent ripples through the clouds, clearing away storm fronts and shattering the heavens themselves. From below, Redfield and Bullet watched.
A terrifying fight.
Redfield murmured. Bullet clenched his fists.
Let's go, we can't fall behind. And looking at this,
Redfield smiled faintly.
doesn't matter who wins. The stronger he is, the stronger our crew will be.
Chapter 378, Trafalgar Law.
Hey, there's an island in that direction. You can fight there.
Kizaru shouted, appearing in a flash of light as he pointed ahead. His expression twisted with bitterness. He was a marine admiral, yet here he was, guiding pirates to their battlefield. How far had he fallen? Neither Kaido nor Kaido replied. Instead, their battle's destructive trajectory curved toward the direction Kizaru pointed. Before long, they reached a lonely, barren island, a wasteland of gravel and rock. Two figures crashed down from the sky. The invisible shockwave that followed swept across the island in an instant, raising clouds of dust that darkened the sky. Bang bang! Two streaks of light tore through the air like storms of destruction. Cracks began to spiderweb across the surface of the island. Click click! Then with one final deafening impact boom, the island shattered once more. Their battle surged back into the sky. Kizaru's mouth twitched as he glanced at his watch.
Less than a minute.
He sighed helplessly.
Forget it, let them fight here. It's still a fair distance from Impel Down.
High above, the two combatants stepped through the air, colliding again at blinding speed. After images flashed through the sky, two titans trading blows that carried monstrous power. Black fists cloaked in armament haki slammed together, their clash shaking the heavens. The very air screamed from the impact. Waves rippled across the ocean below, spreading outward like rings of destruction. Each collision sounded like thunder tearing through the sky. Kaido narrowed his eyes as pain tinged his arm for the first time in the fight. His opponent grinned wickedly.
Boy, what's wrong? Feeling nervous?
Kaido's grin widened.
You fought well enough, but this little game ends now.
Kaido's expression stayed calm, though a sharp glint flickered in his eyes.
That's fine by me. You've shown most of your strength already.
His smirk turned cold.
But me, I haven't even used a quarter of mine yet. You wanted a fight, then I'll show you real power.
The air around him began to hum with energy.
Congratulations, Kaido, you're the first to make me go all out. In return,
Kaido's grin widened.
I'll leave those two horns of yours intact.
His fists clenched, covered in blazing haki and a flicker of deep blue energy. Boom! Dark energy gathered, forming a massive skeletal fist that tore through the sky. The impact split the air like a wave of destruction. The sea below rose into monstrous tides, swallowing the calm that once existed. A shadow fell from above Kaido's massive body, crashed into the ocean like a meteor. The water erupted, and a deep gouge stretched across the surface, carving a scar that seemed to split the world in two. Even half submerged, Kaido's form radiated power. The water churned violently as he began to rise again. Above him, Kaido hovered, his body wrapped in a luminous blue Susanoo, radiating divine power. Without hesitation, he turned into a streak of light and rushed down toward his opponent. Elsewhere, an isolated island within the calm belt. Trafalgar Law and his crew stood on the shore, unease written all over their faces.
Captain, how long are we gonna stay here?
Beppo asked, clearly frustrated. Law sighed.
There's no helping it. Kaido killed a celestial dragon. We need to lay low for a while. Once this mess blows over, we'll return to Sabyati and then head for the New World. How long's a while, Captain?
Shachai complained.
This place is dead. Even birds won't come here. At least.
Law replied reluctantly. Groans filled the air as the crew sank into collective despair. Law twitched slightly. These guys.
Everyone stay alert. Someone's coming.
Instantly, the crew straightened up, all joking forgotten. Their eyes turned toward the horizon. A distant figure cut across the water, moving at incredible speed, leaving trails of water in its wake. As it drew closer, Law's eyes widened in disbelief.
That figure.
His voice trembled with shock. The crew froze, air hissing through clenched teeth.
See, Captain, are you sure?
Bippo stammered.
It's him, but.
Law's mind raced. Every pirate in the New World knew the four emperors. Their symbols were as terrifying as death itself. Seeing one up close was enough to shake anyone to their core.
What are you standing around for? Move.
Law roared.
Set sail now.
The shout jolted everyone into motion. They scrambled aboard, hoisting sails and cutting anchors in record time. They didn't know what was happening, but Kaido's arrival like that could mean only one thing: he had been hit by someone. And everyone knew exactly who that someone was.
Kaido.
They all shouted in unison. Law's expression darkened. It wasn't hard to piece together. Kaido had killed Jack, one of Kaido's top commanders. Kaido must have come for revenge, and knowing Kaido's strength, it was clear how this fight came to be. Not long after Law's ship vanished beyond the horizon. Boom! A thunderous explosion tore through the island behind them. The ground split apart, a massive trench carving the land nearly in two. From the smoking crater, Kaido emerged, his face twisted in fury, flames of rage burning in his eyes. High above, Kaido stood calmly, encased in his blue Susanoo, looking down upon his foe with an unreadable expression.
You little brat.
Kaido's roar shook the skies.
You've managed to anger me. Now die.
Chapter 379, The Dragon Falls. A thunderous roar shattered the sky, sending waves of sound rippling through the air. Cyan light exploded outward, flooding the heavens in a blinding glow. Moments later, the brilliance faded. A colossal azure dragon tens of meters long hovered high above, its serpentine body coiling through the clouds. Its golden eyes gleamed with rage as it fixed its gaze on the distant figure floating before it. Kaido's expression remained calm, his scarlet Sharingan spinning rapidly before morphing into the purple Rinnegan. Ripples of power shimmered from his eyes. The massive skeleton surrounding him expanded, sprouting bones, flesh, and sinew until an enormous figure stood tall as Susanoo, towering like a god of war. In seconds, it became a complete warrior clad in spectral armor, gripping twin blades of blue flame. Its height pierced the clouds. Even Kaido's dragon form seemed small, like a loach before a mountain. Unseen pressure radiated from Kaido's form. The air grew thick, heavy as mercury, and space itself seemed to bend under the immense energy pouring from his Susanoo. Far off on the sea aboard, the Heart Pirate's ship panic rippled through the crew.
See, Captain, what the hell is that thing?
Bippo stammered, eyes wide.
It's even stronger than Kaido's dragon form.
Law wiped the sweat from his forehead, rolling his eyes.
Don't ask me, I've got no idea.
Even from this distance, the crushing aura made it hard to breathe. The power those two radiated was enough to flatten entire islands.
Set sail, move us farther away.
Law ordered sharply.
That pressure alone could crush the ship. Understood.
Shachai shouted, steering the ship to safety as everyone scrambled into motion. High above, not far from the battle, Kizaru, Bullet, and Redfield watched in silence.
This pressure.
Redfield muttered, eyes narrowed. His usual arrogance vanished beneath the weight of the energy before him.
Yeah.
Bullet said grimly.
Even a vice admiral wouldn't last a second standing there.
Neither man liked to talk much, and the brief exchange ended quickly. But they both knew the moment Kaido unleashed that monstrous form, the battle was already decided. Meanwhile, Kizaru held a transponder snail, his usual lazy smirk gone.
Oi, Tsuru-san, are you seeing this?
He asked quietly.
I see it.
Came the calm but tense voice of Vice Admiral Tsuru through the other snail. Kizaru's tone hardened.
When he fought us, he wasn't even using his full strength. If he had back then, we wouldn't have stood a chance.
Garp's voice joined in, unusually serious.
The space around them's warping, that kind of power. Keep your distance.
Tsuru advised.
If it gets too dangerous, retreat immediately.
It's fine.
Kizaru replied.
I can handle it.
Understood, maintain visual. When they're done, return at once.
Got it.
Dark clouds gathered across the sky as the two unleashed their full power. Thunder rumbled, the world dimmed.
Brat, die!
Kaido bellowed in his dragon form, his massive jaws opening wide. Flames swelled within his maw, then erupted outward in a torrent of destruction. Dragon breath. The searing red blaze tore through the sky like a beam of pure energy, distorting the air itself. Kaido raised both flame-forged swords. Blue energy condensed at their edges as he slashed, sending a massive cross-shaped wave of sword aura straight toward the incoming attack. Boom! The impact split the heavens. Fire and sword energy collided in a storm of raw power, the resulting explosion rocking the sea below. Waves rose like walls. Wind howled across the battlefield, tearing at the sky as light and flame merged into chaos. Sparks screeched through the air as Kaido's cross slash pushed forward, cleaving through the dragon breath inch by inch, unstoppable. In seconds, it reached Kaido's open jaws and cut straight through. Boom! Blood spattered across the sky as a deep gash split Kaido's neck. For a brief moment, his massive body wavered.
You damn brat!
Kaido roared, the wound sealing instantly as white smoke hissed from his scales.
You'll pay for that!
With a furious roar, the azure dragon surged forward, his massive tail sweeping through the air with the force of an earthquake. Dragon tail swing. The world seemed to bend beneath the power of the blow. Kaido's Susanoo raised a blazing blade, meeting the strike head-on. Clang! The impact echoed like thunder. Kaido flinched, the pain shot through his tail as the blade bit deep. Before he could recover, Kaido swung again, bringing another blade down toward the dragon's head. Kaido crossed his claws, blackened with armament haki, and caught the blow barely. Boom! The force sent Kaido hurtling backward, his colossal body crashing through the clouds. Even as a dragon, his size and might were nothing compared to Kaido's towering Susanoo. From the distant ships, every observer knew it was over. Kaido was being overwhelmed. Kaido's Susanoo spread its massive, ethereal wings, propelling forward like lightning. Despite its immense size, the giant warrior moved with impossible grace, every motion guided perfectly by Kaido's will. In a flash, the massive Tengu-armored Susanoo appeared behind the dragon. Bang bang! The flaming swords vanished, replaced by two colossal fists of blue fire. Before Kaido could react, those fists turned into claws, seizing his tail. Then Kaido spun. The sky itself twisted as Kaido was whipped around in a dizzying cyclone, the dragon's body blurring into a streak of blue light. The scene was surreal, like a god casually toying with a beast. Even Kizaru and the others watching from afar stood frozen in disbelief. Across the sea, every marine and pirate who saw the battle through den mushy feeds went silent. The strongest creature in the world, Kaido of the Beasts, one of the four emperors, was being tossed around like a rag doll. The colossal Susanoo hurled Kaido away, sending his dragon form crashing into the distance. Kaido surged upward in pursuit, his speed matching thunder. In the next instant, he appeared above the fallen dragon. A massive sword materialized in his hands once more, blazing with blue flame. Slash! The sword fell, light devoured the sky. Kaido's entire form was engulfed by the slash. For a heartbeat, the world fell silent. Then came the sound rip, like paper tearing apart. Kaido's mighty dragon body split cleanly in two. Blood poured from the sky, raining down onto the shattered island below. Kaido's fading eyes widened in disbelief.
How?
Chapter 380, The Birth of a Crew. Boom! A thunderous crash shook the battlefield as the mighty dragon plummeted, stirring up a storm of dust and debris. Kaido didn't even glance at it. In the next instant, his figure flashed and appeared before both Bullet and Redfield.
The results are clear.
Kaido said calmly.
So will you both join my pirate crew?
Redfield shrugged with a faint smirk.
Well, no objections here.
Bullet gritted his teeth but finally nodded.
Fine, I'll join too. Good.
Kaido said, his expression unreadable.
Since you're part of my crew now, you're my comrades. Our pirate group doesn't take in just anyone, only elites. For now, there are only 3 of us.
Bullet folded his arms.
Then what's the name of our pirate crew? Name!
Kaido blinked, rubbing his chin. Bullet. Redfield.
All right, I'll come up with one soon enough.
He cleared his throat, regaining composure.
In the meantime, I'll be recruiting more members. You two can act freely for now.
Bullet's eyes gleamed with excitement.
We can move freely, perfect. As you wish.
Kaido said flatly.
Before you go, head to the Sabyati archipelago and get a Vivre card made through the black market. I don't want false rumors spreading while I'm gone. Understood.
Both men said in unison. Without another word, the three of them soared toward Sabyati archipelago, completely ignoring Kizaru, who hovered nearby. Kizaru's mouth twitched as he watched them go.
Am I?
He muttered. With a sigh, his body turned into golden light and dispersed into the sky. Marine headquarters. With the departure of Kaido and his group, the battle had officially ended. But the silence that followed was deafening. The entire warship seemed frozen, weighed down by disbelief. It was Garp and Tsuru, Staff Officer Crane, who finally broke the silence. Garp frowned deeply.
So?
Tsuru's eyes narrowed.
That sword slash cut him clean in half. No matter how strong his regeneration is, he can't survive that.
Better make sure.
Garp said grimly.
Tell Kizaru to confirm it.
Tsuru nodded.
And if Kaido truly is dead?
She lifted a den mushi and spoke.
Kizaru, are you there?
I'm here.
Came Kizaru's lazy voice.
I'm already near Impel Down.
There are two things I need you to handle.
Tsuru said sternly.
First, go to the island and confirm Kaido's death. Second, meet Morgans personally. Spread the news about today's battle, Marine's defeat, and Kaido's fall.
She paused, her tone sharp.
Make sure the truth doesn't leak from any other source. This must be handled discreetly.
Kizaru sighed audibly.
Got it. Why do I always get stuck with the dirty work?
As the call ended, Tsuru's aged but sharp eyes glimmered.
Everyone.
She ordered, start preparing for the fallout, Kaido's new pirate crew.
This is 100 million berries. Use it as you see fit. Once I find the last member, I'll come to you.
Redfield gave a light laugh.
Understood, Captain. I look forward to our next meeting. Hopefully, by then, you'll have thought of a name for our crew.
Kaido's mouth twitched.
Yeah, I'll think of one.
They parted ways, and Kaido turned toward the shadows of the underworld to meet an intelligence broker. Money in one hand, information in the other, the deal was swift.
East Blue.
He muttered, reading the report.
Why is she there?
After a pause, a faint smile appeared on his face.
Perfect. It's been a while since I've been at the East Blue. Time to check on Risa.
After a quick meal at a local tavern, Kaido stepped out, a toothpick between his teeth, the sea breeze brushing past him.
Mr. Kaido.
A refined voice called out.
I am Baron Tamego, a knight of the Big Mom Pirates.
Kaido arched an eyebrow.
And what business does Big Mom have with me?
Baron Tamego bowed slightly, his tone oozing politeness.
My mother wishes to invite you to join her crew. She's willing to offer you the position of a suite commander along with one of her unmarried daughters. You may choose whichever you desire.
Kaido stared at him in silence.
Nah, not interested.
Tamego blinked in disbelief.
What did you just say? You're refusing.
Kaido's gaze sharpened.
Kaido's already fallen by my hand. If Big Mom thinks she's any different, she can find out herself.
The Baron's expression turned dark.
Then you're declaring war against us.
Kaido's smirk turned cold.
If that's what it means, then yes.
With that, he walked past the Baron. Fury twisted Tamego's face.
You dare insult Mama, you'll regret this.
He drew his sword from his cane, charging at Kaido. Kaido stopped mid-step and looked over his shoulder.
You attacked first, don't blame me for what happens next.
In a flash, his figure vanished. The air cracked. A blinding strike connected before Tamego could even react. Clang! The Baron's sword bent under the sheer force, shattering in an instant. Boom! The impact sent Tamego flying, his eggshell body cracking apart as he hit the ground. When the dust cleared, a small yellow chick stood where he fell. The chick squawked angrily, twin daggers forming in his wings.
You'll pay for that.
The sky dimmed. Kaito appeared above him, lightning dancing across his body. With a flick of his wrist, a surge of black lightning crashed down like divine punishment. Crackle! The air burned and twisted under the impact. When the storm cleared, nothing remained of the chick but scorched feathers. Kaito brushed his sleeve lightly.
Pathetic.
He turned toward the horizon, eyes glinting.
East Blue, huh? Guess it's time to move.
Chapter 381, Issho. Whole Cake Island, Big Mom Pirate's Castle. Charlotte Linlin murmured, a twisted smile curling across her crimson lips as she devoured another massive piece of cake. That smile grotesque and terrifying.
Don't worry, Mama,
said Prospero, licking his long tongue with a smirk.
with the offer you made, there's no way Kaito would refuse.
Well then,
Linlin hummed.
make sure everything is prepared. When Baron Eggy brings Kaito back, we'll hold a grand banquet in his honor.
Everything's ready, Mama. The preparations match your tea party standards perfectly.
Good, such a shame the tea party isn't for another half year. I would have made him the guest of honor.
Her voice carried a mockery of disappointment. Suddenly, a pale, trembling figure rushed into the room.
Mama, bad news. Baron's life paper just burned out.
The voice belonged to Charlotte Delcher, Linlin's 45th child. The moment he spoke, Linlin froze, then roared. Layers of makeup and powder cracked and fell from her face as her fury erupted like a storm.
Who dares?
Prospero said quickly.
Think about it, the only one who could have done this is Kaito.
Linlin's eyes gleamed with unrestrained hatred.
That brat.
The temperature dropped sharply. The once warm castle air turned icy, frost forming on the windows. Even Delcher couldn't stop shivering.
Mama's angry.
Prospero whispered.
What should we do?
Another sibling asked nervously.
No need to rush.
Linlin growled.
Kaito should be after him right now. If Kaito can survive that monster.
Her tone dripped venom, a demonic promise more terrifying than any scream.
Yes, Mama, I'll keep watch.
East Blue Logtown. The noise in the bustling casino was deafening. Cheers, curses, and laughter filled the smoky air. At the center of the commotion, a crowd had gathered around one man, their attention locked on him like moths to a flame. A middle-aged man in a purple kimono with a cross-shaped scar on his forehead and wooden clogs on his feet sat calmly at a table, holding a bamboo cane. It was Issho, the man Kaito sought, the future Admiral Fujitora.
Ladies and gentlemen, place your bets.
Called the dealer with forced enthusiasm. His face was tight with irritation. The man before him had already won nearly 100 million berries, an entire year's profit for the casino. Issho smiled softly, his blind eyes untroubled. Observation haki rippled subtly around him.
Let's see.
He pushed a towering stack of chips forward. The dealer's expression darkened. He already knew what the dice would show: 4, 5, 6, definitely big. But if Issho won again, the casino would be ruined. Clenching his teeth, the dealer secretly pressed a switch under the table. A faint clicking noise came from within the dice cup. Hey, not today, old man, he thought smugly. Issho's ear twitched, he had heard it clearly. But he simply sighed. Cheating, is it? Ah well, I've won enough to drink for a year. The dealer lifted the cup dramatically.
1, 2, 3, small.
He shouted triumphantly, sweeping Issho's chips away. A murmur rippled through the crowd.
Ah, tough luck. Knew he'd lose it all eventually. Serves him right, greed never pays.
Issho chuckled softly and stood up, taking only 3 small chips that remained. He made his way toward the exit.
Exchange these for cash, please.
He said politely at the counter.
Yes, sir, 3 purple chips. That's 3 million berries.
The cashier said, handing over neat stacks of bills.
Much appreciated.
Issho said, bowing slightly before walking away. The alleyway. A few thugs who had been watching him in the casino followed quietly into a dim side alley. Issho stopped, sensing their intent.
So,
The men stepped out from the shadows, sneering.
that's right, old man. Hand it over and maybe we'll let you walk.
Isho shook his head.
I'm afraid I don't have the habit of giving away what's mine. Then don't blame us.
The leader spat, pulling a dagger.
Get him!
His men charged. Thud, thud, thud. In an instant, every one of them was on the ground, unconscious. Isho hadn't even moved from his spot, still wearing that calm, unreadable smile. The last man's eyes went wide, sweat dripped down his face. He dropped to his knees, trembling.
Please, I didn't mean to. Spare me.
Isho ignored him. His expression turned serious as he raised his head slightly.
Come out.
He said quietly.
No need to hide, I can sense you. Oh, you found me that fast, as expected of the blind swordsman.
A calm voice echoed from above. A ripple in the air shimmered, and a man appeared tall, sharp-eyed, and wrapped in faint spatial energy.
I don't believe we've met.
Isho said, tightening his grip on his cane.
Your name? Kaido.
At that single word, the thug behind Isho's feet fainted on the spot, foam forming at his mouth. Everyone in the East Blue knew that name. Isho's brow creased slightly, the scar on his forehead seeming to twist.
So,
Chapter 382, Recruiting the Future Admiral. Isho, the blind swordsman known for his calm strength, adjusted his grip on his bamboo cane, his stance steady but wary.
I don't believe we've met.
He said slowly.
What brings you to me today? I plan to form a powerful pirate crew.
Kaido began, his tone firm but not arrogant.
One capable of ending this chaotic age to destroy the 4 emperors, the marines, and even the world government. I want a world where people can live free from fear.
He had read Isho's character well. The blind man valued justice and peace more than the system that claimed to uphold them. If anyone could understand this dream, it was him. Isho frowned slightly.
To form such a crew.
Of course.
Kaido's gaze was steady.
The world has been divided for too long. 800 years of the world government's rule has rotted its core. You know better than anyone what kind of people the celestial dragons are.
He paused, his voice dropping lower.
Roger's final words sparked chaos across the seas. The great pirate era was born, and the 4 emperors rose from the blood that followed. But the ones who suffer most are the common people, those crushed beneath the weight of this endless war.
Kaido smiled.
It'll be nice to end this cycle. To build a peaceful world where people can live in safety, not under fear or tyranny. Such a world.
Isho murmured, his body relaxed slightly, a faint tremor of emotion crossing his calm expression.
Does such a world truly exist? It can.
Kaido said.
If we work for it, we can make it real.
He extended his hand.
Join me, Isho. Together we'll calm these seas and bring peace to the people. Let's do our part.
Isho smiled faintly, the kind of smile that held both sorrow and hope. He stepped forward and clasped Kaido's hand firmly.
The captain himself invites me. How could I refuse? If it's to end this age of chaos, then count me in.
Welcome to the crew.
Kaido said with a grin. Isho replied.
But before we set out, I'd like to visit an old friend here in the East Blue. An old friend?
Kaido tilted his head.
You have someone here.
Isho nodded.
Years ago, I recently learned he opened a kendo dojo in this region. I wanted to see him once more.
A dojo in East Blue.
Kaido mused, his eyes glinting with recognition.
Don't tell me you mean Kushiro.
Isho looked surprised.
Oh, you know him.
Not personally.
Kaido lied smoothly, smiling faintly.
But I've met one of his disciples. One of his disciples, wait.
Kaido nodded.
Rorinoa Zoro, member of the Straw Hat Pirates.
Isho chuckled.
Ah, that explains it. One of this year's Supernova's Kushiru student indeed. So,
Kaido asked.
when do we leave?
Isho adjusted his cane and smiled.
Now, the sooner I meet my old friend, the sooner we can pursue your dream. Then let's go.
The two moved quickly toward the port. Kaido used wood release to create a sturdy medium-sized ship, and after confirming the direction of Shimitsuki village, they sailed off at full speed. Onigashima in the depths of the beast's pirate stronghold. Deep within a dark cavern, Queen the Plague and King the Wildfire sat in silence, both wearing grim expressions.
Kaido-sama's barely alive.
Queen muttered, his usual arrogance replaced by fear.
Who the hell could have done this? Who could have beaten Kaido to such a state? It doesn't matter who.
King said through clenched teeth, trying to sound calm.
What matters now is finding him and bringing him back to Onigashima. If Kaido dies, the entire beast's pirates fall apart.
Despite his cold words, his trembling hands betrayed his anxiety.
I'm faster.
King declared, standing abruptly.
I'll go myself, stay here and guard the island. If anyone dares to cause trouble, kill them.
He pulled out a tattered piece of life paper, his wings spreading wide. In the next instant, he took flight, transforming into a massive pteranodon that vanished into the clouds above Onigashima. Queen watched him go, his expression twisting into a mix of fear and fury.
Kaido.
He muttered. Then his tone turned cruel.
Wano's been getting too noisy lately. Time to remind them who rules these lands.
Shimetsuki Village, East Blue. The quiet hometown of Roronoa Zoro sat nestled between the hills and the sea. It was a peaceful village, untouched by greed or power. At its heart stood a large dojo, its wooden sign engraved with 4 sharp characters, Isshin Dojo. The bold strokes carried a faint but unmistakable sword aura, a reflection of its master's skill. Kaido and Issho appeared near the bamboo forest outside the village, the fallen leaves crunching softly underfoot. Issho pointed ahead.
That's the Isshin Dojo. Kushiru's been teaching swordsmanship here all these years. He's still the same, then calm and detached from the world.
Issho said, a rare warmth in his tone. They approached the dojo quietly. Inside, several young students were training hard under the watch of an older youth, Rise, one of Kashiro's senior disciples. The sound of the door sliding open made Rise pause. He turned, his expression cautious.
Who are you? What business do you have here?
Issho smiled faintly.
I'm an old friend of your master. I've come to see him. Master's friend.
Rise blinked, suspicion fading into excitement.
Then,
Issho chuckled softly.
has something happened to your master?
Rise's expression darkened.
2 days ago, strange creatures started appearing nearby. Monsters unlike anything we've ever seen. Even the local marine colonel couldn't handle them.
He swallowed hard before continuing. Master fought to protect the village and managed to defeat them.
Please.
Issho nodded.
We'll leave immediately. If your master returns, tell him I came by. Thank you.
Issho smiled kindly.
Think nothing of it.
He turned to Kaido.
Captain, I'll rely on you once again.
Kaido waved his hand dismissively.
Don't mention it. We're family, aren't we?
Chapter 383, The Golden Lion 1. In the anime, Kaido remembered that the infamous Golden Lion, Shiki, once used his lion fruit to lift entire islands into the sky. On those floating lands, he carried out horrifying experiments on animals, strengthening them beyond their natural limits. His ultimate goal wiping out the entire East Blue. 2 years after the Summit War, Shiki had been defeated by Luffy and his crew. But now, powerful monsters had appeared out of nowhere. If Kaido was right, these beasts were remnants of Shiki's airborne experiment creatures that had fallen accidentally from the sky. As Kaido thought about it, a faint smile curved his lips. He and Fujitora leapt high into the air. There was no need to ask Kushiru for permission to vacate his dojo. That didn't matter now. What mattered was stopping Golden Lion's twisted ambitions before they endangered the East Blue, his homeland, where Hikari and the others still lived. The two of them soared upward, cutting through the thin air. The wind howled around them as Fujitora asked with a curious smile.
Captain, what are we doing up this high? Ever heard of the Golden Lion?
Kaido replied, his tone calm yet sharp.
Golden Lion? You mean that legendary pirate, the first man to ever escape Impel Down?
Fujitora's expression tightened in surprise.
That's him. He's been conducting experiments since his escape. His aim, to completely annihilate East Blue.
Kaido said.
But I won't let him destroy it.
Fujitora's brow furrowed.
Then the monsters that fell from the sky the other day.
That's right, after years of research, even starting from scratch, results were bound to appear. Those monsters are the outcome.
Kaido's mouth twisted into a cold grin.
Shiki's lion fruit allows him to make anything float. Well, I have a clue of how to find him. Captain, let's split up and search.
Fujitora suggested.
Good idea. Your observation haki is as sharp as mine.
Kaido said, slicing the air with his fingers. Space shimmered briefly as he pulled out 2 transponder snails and handed one over.
The golden lion may be old, but never underestimate him. Once you find a floating island, contact me immediately. Understood.
Fujitora replied, nodding. The two separated, flying in opposite directions, scanning the endless sky with keen observation haki. Even without sight, Fujitora's senses stretched far beyond normal range, while Kaido's were unmatched. They searched tirelessly. The floating island could have drifted for days since the last sighting. Though massive, it moved slowly, far slower than their flight speed. After 7 hours, the sky had turned dark. Kaido frowned. With his speed, he should have found the island by now if it had gone this way. No, this wasn't the direction. He'd have to rely on Fujitora. The transponder snail suddenly rang. Blue.
Looks like he found it.
He picked up.
Hey, Fujitora, you found the target? Yes.
Came the calm voice.
I found it. Good, stay put, I'm on my way.
Lightning coursed through Kaido's body. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a streak of dark energy and vanished. A minute later, he arrived beside Fujitora, who stood gazing up at a massive floating island silhouetted against the night sky.
As expected of you, Captain, that was fast.
Fujitora said with a smile. Kaido shook his head.
No time for praise, let's move. Shiki already knows we're here. I noticed.
Fujitora replied seriously.
While waiting, I sensed several waves of attention coming from above.
Then let's meet the legendary pirate himself.
Kaido said. They launched upward, landing softly on the island's surface.
Who goes there?
A voice barked. A patrol unit of Golden Lion's men appeared, their leader grinning as if expecting them. Kaido recognized him from before, one of the low-level pirates who drank with Shiki when he formed his alliance.
Take me to Shiki.
Kaido said coldly.
You're not worth my time.
The pirate sneered.
HMPH, come with me. The boss has been waiting for you.
He gestured for them to follow. Soon, they arrived at a grand wooden mansion surrounded by flowing streams, bridges, and carved railings, a paradise in the sky. As they walked through a green corridor lined with ponds and lotus flowers, Kaido couldn't help but whistle softly.
This golden lion really knows how to live. When I'm old, maybe I'll build a place like this too.
Fujitora chuckled.
Captain, you're still young. That's something to think about decades from now.
True.
Kaido said, smiling faintly.
But I'll make sure to live long enough to enjoy it after this is over.
The pirate ahead scoffed silently, mocking them under his breath. Enjoy it while you can. Soon you'll be food for the boss's beasts. The corridor ended, revealing a vast wooden hall. Inside sat the golden lion himself, mane of golden hair flowing wildly. On either side of him stood Indigo and Scarlet, his 2 loyal subordinates.
Ha ha ha, welcome, Kaido humble domain.
Chapter 384, The Golden Lion 2.
Your enthusiasm almost makes me feel unworthy.
Kaido said with a cold smile, his tone calm yet sharp enough to cut steel. Shiki's expression darkened instantly.
It seems you didn't come here as a guest, did you?
A guest?
Kaido smirked, his gaze filled with mockery.
Fine, then let's start by canceling your little plan to destroy East Blue. Impossible!
Shiki roared, slamming his palm on the armrest.
Destroying East Blue and forcing the world government to recognize my vengeance has been my dream for decades. I've endured 20 years in hiding for this moment.
Kaido tilted his head slightly, indifferent.
Isn't 20 years enough? East Blue is special to me. If someone wants to destroy it, what do you think I'll do? So we're enemies then?
Shiki asked, his tone heavy with threat.
That's right.
Kaido replied without hesitation, his cold eyes locking onto Shiki's.
Enemies? Then don't blame me for being ruthless.
Shiki growled, blowing a smoke ring before clapping his hands twice. Clap, clap. The walls burst open as waves of armed pirates flooded into the room, their faces twisted with sneers and confidence as they surrounded Kaido and Fujitora.
What's this? Can't handle it yourself, so you call your lackeys.
Kaido asked unamused, his expression steady as ever. You dare to stand against me? You think you can stop my plan, you'll regret it.
Shiki said, laughing darkly. So many people.
Kaido said mockingly, raising his eyebrows.
I'm shaking in fear.
Fujitora smirked behind him.
You're getting senile, old man. Do you really think these small fries matter to someone like me? HMPH, you'll see soon enough.
Shiki snapped, flicking his finger.
Get them!
Before they could attack, Kaido raised a hand.
Wait, before this starts, did your crew capture a swordsman 2 days ago?
Shiki paused, frowning.
Swordsman? What swordsman?
His confusion seemed genuine, then his grin returned.
Don't stall for time. Attack!
Kaido's sharp observation Haki told him the truth. Shiki wasn't lying, Kashiro wasn't here. He glanced briefly at Fujitora, who nodded. He had sensed the same.
In that case, let's end this quickly.
Kaido said, his voice steady but charged with confidence.
Fujitora, I'll handle Shiki. You take care of the others. Understood.
Fujitora replied, drawing his bamboo blade. As they prepared to strike, Shiki removed the cigar from his mouth, his eyes blazing with fury.
Kill them all, leave no survivors.
The air trembled as the pirates roared, charging forward like a tidal wave of chaos. Kaido sighed, raising his hand lazily.
Fine, I'll clear the trash. You handle those 2 subordinates.
Then it happened. A storm of pressure exploded from Kaido's body. His conqueror's haki burst outward like an erupting volcano, shaking the air itself. Thud thud. Pirates dropped like flies, eyes rolling back, weapons clattering as they fell unconscious in waves. The crashing sound of steel echoed endlessly. Fujitora's lips curved faintly.
Conqueror's haki.
The air around Kaido shimmered with golden light, his haki intensifying as it spread toward Shiki. The wooden floor cracked beneath them. Shiki's gaze hardened, impressive. Scarlet red energy flared from Shiki as he unleashed his own conqueror's haki, clashing violently with Kaido's aura. The air twisted and shattered, and lightning sparked between them, dark red arcs flickering like wild beasts in the air. Crack boom. The roof of the grand hall split open. A hurricane of raw energy surged outward, cutting like invisible blades across the island. Pillars shattered and dust filled the air. Shiki frowned. His subordinates lay sprawled unconscious, and further destruction would only ruin his own fortress. He inhaled deeply and retracted his aura.
Enough of this.
He muttered before his figure blurred and vanished into the inner hall. Kaido followed instantly. The 2 of Shiki's lieutenants tried to block his path, but their bodies suddenly sank, pinned down as if crushed by unseen force. Purple ripples of gravity shimmered beneath their feet. Fujitora stood calmly, bamboo sword in hand.
You 2 should stay focused on me. Let the captains handle their own fight. Damn you!
Scarlet cursed, his face twisted in rage. Indigo glared, veins bulging.
Gravity.
Let's get this over with.
Fujitora said softly, his blade coated in black armament haki. The moment he swung, the ground cracked beneath his feet. The 3 clashed fiercely, each strike sending shockwaves through the air. Kaido and Shiki's battle carried them to the island's rear garden, a vast open field lit by moonlight, large enough to be an island itself. This was where Shiki had bred his monstrous creations, the beasts that roamed in cages of steel and bone. The night was dark and heavy, a crescent moon hung above them. Shiki stood calmly with both Sword Sakura Ten and Odo Ten glinting in the moonlight.
Kid, I'll admit it. For someone your age to wield Conqueror's haki like that, you'll definitely make waves across the sea one day. Appreciate the compliment.
Kaido replied coolly, his fists crackling with armament haki.
But talk time's over. Then show me what you've got.
Shiki shouted, stepping forward. his twin blades blurred as he launched a deadly arc of golden light. Clang! Kaido met the blow head-on, his fist wrapped in dense haki. Sparks exploded as steel met strength, the impact shaking the ground beneath them. The air rippled violently. Kaido spun on his heel, his leg glowing red-black as he kicked out. The friction with the air created a flash of heat and light as his strike smashed through Shiki's guard. Boom! The explosion echoed across the garden. The ground split open, sending waves of shattered stone and debris flying outward. The sheer pressure of their clash turned the earth into chaos. As the dust cleared, Shiki steadied himself, sneering through the smoke.
That's it. You think a 1.5 billion bounty makes you my equal?
Kaido's eyes narrowed.
You're welcome to find out.
Chapter 385, The Golden Lion 3. Boom! Kaido's muscles tightened, his aura surged wildly, shaking the air itself. Shiki's expression changed in an instant. His figure shot backward like a launched arrow, crashing through the trees in the distance. Kriug cracked. The ground beneath him split as his twin swords, Sakura 10 and Odo 10, bit deep into the earth in a desperate attempt to halt his retreat. But the force behind Kaido's blow was unstoppable. Two deep grooves tore through the soil as Shiki was sent hurtling backward, smashing through countless trees before finally crashing to the ground with a thunderous boom. A cloud of dust rose, and from within it, Shiki floated upward, his expression dark and filled with fury. He glared coldly at Kaido in the distance.
Brett!
Shiki roared, his golden mane whipping wildly in the air. He rose higher, hovering effortlessly. With a sharp motion, his legs slashed downward in rapid succession. Tum! The air trembled as waves of sword energy burst forth, two massive crescent-shaped slashes, screaming toward Kaido with unstoppable force. Kaido's eyes glowed scarlet. The three tamo in his eyes spun rapidly before merging into a curved sickle. A dark blue aura erupted around him, forming a skeletal giant that enclosed him completely. Cracked. The twin slashes collided with the massive skeleton, filling the air with shrill metallic shrieks as energy clashed violently. Golden Lion Shiki, veteran powerhouse, former member of the Rocks Pirates, was not a foe to be underestimated. He wasn't just a devil fruit user, he was also a master swordsman of terrifying power. Blinding sword light filled the air, illuminating the battlefield. Yet, no matter how ferocious his attacks became, the skeletal defense before him stood unbroken. As the seconds passed, the sword energy faded into nothing. A faint scent of burnt air lingered. Two shallow cuts marred the dark blue skeleton's surface, but that was all.
As expected of a legend.
Kaido murmured calmly, his scarlet eyes gleaming.
Your strength is impressive, Golden Lion.
The eerie blue aura pulsed around him, his spectral armor completely intact. Shiki took a long drag of his cigar before exhaling a plume of smoke, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief.
To think you could block my slash so easily.
His attacks could slice through a mountain without effort, yet this. The realization made his stomach twist.
In that case,
Shiki sneered.
Let's see how you handle this.
He thrust both hands forward. A strange, invisible force erupted around him. The sky darkened, the ground cracked and heaved, and a furious storm whipped across the island. The earth shuddered violently as seawater rushed in from every direction. Within moments, the terrain had collapsed into a massive crater, 5 meters deep, like the impact site of a meteor. Floating high above, Shiki's face turned cold as he clenched his hand. Whoosh! The sea of rubble and water churned upward, swirling rapidly to encircle him. The debris condensed, taking the form of a colossal lion's head that loomed over the island, blotting out the moonlight. Ruar! Its mighty roar echoed across the night sky, shaking the heavens. The very air trembled beneath its presence. On nearby islands, beasts and birds dropped to the ground instinctively, bowing under its overwhelming pressure. It was night, most civilians were asleep. But the sudden roar ripped through the silence, shattering any thought of rest. Marine Base East Blue Division.
Colonel, something's wrong, look to the sky.
A panicked sailor shouted as he burst into the office. Colonel Near scowled, clearly annoyed.
What's with the screaming? The sky can't be that interesting.
He grumbled under his breath.
These new recruits.
The sailor stammered, trembling.
The sky.
That's not funny.
Nier snapped.
Do you think the Marines exist to spread jokes?
Still fuming, he stormed outside, intending to scold the recruit further only for his words to die in his throat. His eyes widened in horror. High above, a massive lion's head dominated the night sky, its open jaws devouring the moonlight itself. The image was unmistakably real.
Quick, get the den mushy. Record this now.
Nier barked.
We're sending this to Smoker-san immediately. He'll report it to Marine headquarters.
He moved fast, clutching the video den mushy as he stared at the sky, sweat beading on his forehead. He didn't know if the headquarters could see it clearly from that far, but it didn't matter. His duty was to report and let the higher-ups panic. Across East Blue, silence fell. Every eye turned skyward, fear, awe, and disbelief frozen on their faces. Even from the distant seas, faint traces of the colossal lion could be seen. Back on the floating island, Shiki stared at the massive lion head behind him, satisfaction curling across his lips. His gaze dropped toward Kaido below.
Jihahaha, farewell boy. In your next life, choose a more suitable opponent.
He swung his arm down sharply. Lion's majesty, earth coiling. The enormous lion's head descended like a falling meteor, its shadow swallowing the land below. The air grew heavy, the atmosphere thick with destructive power. The pressure was suffocating, but Kaido's expression remained calm. As the crushing force bore down, his scarlet eyes spun faster, chakra flaring. The blue skeleton surrounding him flared brilliantly. Bones thickened, joints expanded, and layers of armor formed his Susanoo had evolved again. Blue light flooded the battlefield as a towering armored warrior rose, twin blazing swords forming in its hands. Shiki sneered from above.
HMPH, just another parlor trick.
Chapter 386, The Golden Lion 4. The fiery explosion lit up the night sky as the colossal lion's head descended like a falling meteor. Blades of pure energy raged in all directions, their glow as bright as the sun. When the two forces collided, the impact roared like 1,000 bombs detonating at once. The island shook violently as the ground caved in, and waves of destructive power tore through everything nearby. A towering mushroom cloud rose toward the heavens while the shockwave blasted outward, scouring the land clean again and again. Smoke and dust rolled across the battlefield, thick enough to blot out sight and sound. The air itself felt heavy, choked by the chaos. After a long moment, the dust began to settle. Around the shattered terrain lay enormous craters carved deep into the ground. At the center stood Kaido, encased within his towering Susanoo. But even the mighty warrior had taken damage. The blue armor was cracked, its glow flickering weakly. One of Susanoo's twin flame-forged blades was snapped in half, while the other was riddled with fractures like aged steel. Kaido exhaled, a faint smirk forming.
As expected of a legendary pirate, you've actually managed to damage my Susanoo.
Hovering above, Shiki's expression twisted with disbelief. That attack, his proudest move, had been blocked, and what was worse, the tone of Kaido's voice.
Boy, are you mocking me?
Shiki barked, fury twisting his face.
Mocking you?
Kaido shook his head slowly, his scarlet eyes gleaming with cold amusement.
Not really, I'm just saying.
He tilted his head slightly, his tone calm but laced with venom.
You relics of the old era compared to Sengoku, Garp, even Whitebeard, you fall short.
Shiki's rage exploded.
What did you just say? You think I'm beneath Garp and Sengoku?
His eyes went bloodshot, veins bulging in fury. Kaido's voice remained steady.
You weren't even recognized by Whitebeard, and as for Garp and Sengoku.
Shiki shouted, his pride twisting into bitterness. Kaido smiled faintly.
And yet, the result was still the same, you in chains. They relied on numbers. Still impel down. Damn you, you wanna die, then die.
Shiki's patience shattered. His eyes burned with murderous intent as his body radiated golden light. With a snarl, he swung both feet. From his twin swords, Sakura 10 and Odo 10, countless slashes erupted, glowing through the night like falling stars. The storm of sword energy screamed through the air, cutting through the darkness. Even before they reached their mark, their momentum sliced the ground below like blades of wind. Suzunu's surface sparked and groaned under the invisible pressure.
This technique,
Kaido narrowed his eyes.
a slashing wave.
His Mangekyou Sharingan spun faster, and in an instant, the damage on his Suzunu vanished completely restored, its blue aura burning brighter than before. Shiki froze in disbelief.
Impossible. That was a full-powered strike.
His plan had been cunning. He hadn't lost his temper, he'd intended that flurry of slashes as a trap, a way to shatter Kaido's armor while feigning rage. It was a veteran's trick, one born from decades of battle experience. But now, that careful plan was crumbling before his eyes. If Kaido had known what he was thinking, he would have chuckled, a true relic of the past.
Humph, you think that'll scare me?
He scoffed, crossing his swords beneath him. His feet slashed downward, releasing waves of golden energy to counter the descending blades. Bang, bang, bang. Each impact sent ripples through the void. Kaido's Suzunu held firm, cutting through the counterattacks as he closed in. The blue flames burned brighter, devouring the sky around them. Shiki's teeth clenched as frustration boiled inside him. His expression turned cold. He spread his arms wide, and the world seemed to respond. The air howled as snow and frost began to swirl around him, gathering faster and faster until the night sky itself turned white. Within moments, everything was blanketed in a blizzard of pure power. The dark heavens were erased, replaced by a blinding sea of snow that smothered the battlefield in frozen silence. The air thickened, heavy and suffocating. Even the wind felt sluggish, trapped in invisible pressure. Any ordinary fighter would have been crushed instantly under its weight. Kaito halted midair, eyes narrowing as the storm pressed against his armor.
What's this? One last struggle before defeat. Struggle?
Shiki's grin widened, his laughter echoing through the white haze.
No boy, this is my domain.
He thrust his hand forward, the swirling snow condensed, rotating like a vortex. In seconds, 6 colossal lion heads formed, crafted entirely from ice and snow, their manets swirling with frost, their eyes burning with feral rage. They rose high, towering into the clouds, exuding the might of ancient beasts. The air thickened again, each breath weighted with pressure so dense it could crush steel. The 6 lions roared as one, their combined voices shaking the island to its core. Their power was primal, undeniable. Even nature seemed to bow before them. All across the island, wild beasts collapsed, lowering their heads in instinctive submission.
This aura.
Fujitora murmured quietly from a nearby corridor, sipping his tea as the island trembled. 2 defeated pirates lay unconscious beside him.
As expected of a man who once stormed Marine headquarters alone.
Chapter 387, The Golden Lion 5 out of 5. The crescent moon hung high over the sea. 6 colossal lion heads materialized in the sky, their presence blotting out the stars. The very sight made hearts tremble across the east blue. On the floating island, the golden lion Shiki hovered in midair, encircled by the 6 massive lion heads formed of pure white ice. Each exuded a crushing aura that made the air quake. A smug grin spread across his face.
Boy, this is where it ends for you.
Across from him, Kaido's eyes gleamed with calm intensity.
Yeah.
He said softly.
It's over.
The scarlet Tomo of his Sharingan spun wildly. Azure energy erupted from his body, shooting into the heavens. The air vibrated as an enormous spectral figure took form, first armor, then wings, and finally a towering giant that stood 1,000 meters tall. The Tengu-faced warrior, clad in dark blue armor and holding twin blazing swords, loomed like a god above the battlefield. Within the forehead of the colossal Suzunu, Ayanami Kaido stood with arms crossed, a faint smirk curling on his lips.
It's time to end this.
A crushing wave of pressure burst from him, sweeping in all directions. The air howled as the very sky trembled. Hum! The 2 auras collided. The resulting shockwave overturned the clouds, splitting the heavens apart. The dark clouds surrounding the crescent moon were torn to shreds, revealing a field of glittering stars. Thunderous booms echoed as violent gusts ravaged the floating island below, tearing roofs apart and uprooting trees. In a distant corridor, Fujitora lifted his head, sensing the clash above. He smiled faintly.
Such power!
He rose to his feet, stepped outside, and vanished into the air with a sonic burst. Above, the might radiating from Kaido's complete body Susanoo dwarfed even the 6 colossal lion heads that surrounded Shiki. If Shiki's pressure was a stream, Kaido's was an ocean vast, crushing, absolute. The golden lion's confidence faltered. His eyes twitched as he realized the imbalance.
Damn you!
Shiki roared.
Die, brat!
He swung both palms downward. The 6 lion heads roared in unison, their cries shaking the atmosphere. The air froze, snowflakes spiraling in a blizzard that enveloped the entire sky. Each lion's mane turned to ice, their bodies gleaming under the moonlight. The cold aura pouring from them made the very void shudder. The lions closed in, surrounding Kaito's Susanoo in a ring.
Lion Majesty, earth coiling!
Shiki bellowed. The beasts lunged, the world went white. An explosion tore the heavens apart. Ice spread across the floating island in waves, freezing everything in its path. In mere moments, the entire island became a frozen wasteland. The shockwave rolled outward like a storm, freezing sea spray midair. Trees shattered like glass. Houses collapsed beneath the weight of the frost. Shiki threw his head back and laughed madly.
Jai ha 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 ha, you're finally dead. To think you could force me to use my ultimate move, you're not dying in vain, boy.
But then, as his laughter echoed through the icy silence, a shadow loomed above him. Shiki froze, slowly he looked up. There, unscathed, unyielding, stood Susanoo, its armor gleaming like sapphire fire beneath the moonlight. Kaido's eyes met his.
There's more you don't understand,
He said coldly.
Goodbye, Golden Lion.
Chapter 388, The Falling Island. The earth shook violently, as though a colossal beast stirred beneath the surface. Mountains trembled. The floating island above began to split apart, huge chunks of rock falling toward the sea below.
Captain, what's happening?
Isho shouted, sensing the tremors. He turned toward Kaido, his usually calm expression shadowed with concern. The floating island had remained suspended for years, thanks to the power of the float fruit, Shiki's devil fruit. But now, with the golden lion dead, its power was gone. The island was plummeting back toward the sea.
There are still civilians up there.
Fujitora said, his brow furrowed.
Can you stop it, Captain? I can manipulate gravity, but at most, I can only slow down half the island's descent.
Kaido placed a reassuring hand on Fujitora's shoulder.
There's no way I just stand by.
In an instant, he pulled Fujitora into the protective shell of his Susanoo. The colossal spectral warrior flared with deep azure light, spreading its massive wings. Whoosh! In a blur of motion, Susanoo vanished into the air, streaking like lightning beneath the falling island. Suspended below the massive landmass, Kaido gathered his chakra. His hands formed seals in rapid succession.
Wood-style, tree world creation.
Crag. From beneath him, titanic trees erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling like serpentine dragons. Within moments, thousands of colossal branches surged upward, weaving together beneath the island, holding it aloft. The ancient trees groaned under the island's weight but held firm, their roots intertwining and digging deep into the earth. Above, Susanoo braced itself, gripping the largest of the trees with both massive hands to steady the descent. Watching the scene, Fujitora sighed in quiet awe.
Captain!
After a pause, he asked,
Where should we place this island? It's far too large to leave floating forever.
Kaido looked toward the horizon, his expression calm.
Log Town,
He said,
it's the largest settlement in the East Blue. Its defenses and command are stronger than any other marine base nearby.
He glanced down at the people below, his tone steady.
There are civilians, pirates, and those creatures Shiki experimented on for 20 years.
Captain, what's happening? Isho shouted, sensing the tremors. He turned toward Kaido, his usually calm expression shadowed with concern. The floating island had remained suspended for years thanks to the power of the float fruit, Shiki's devil fruit. But now, with the golden lion dead, its power was gone. The island was plummeting back toward the sea. There are still civilians up there, Fujitora said, his brow furrowed. Can you stop it, Captain? I can manipulate gravity, but at most, I can only slow down half the island's descent. Kaido placed a reassuring hand on Fujitora's shoulder. There's no way I'd just stand by. In an instant, he pulled Fujitora into the protective shell of his Susanoo. The colossal spectral warrior flared with deep azure light, spreading its massive wings. Whoosh! In a blur of motion, Susanoo vanished into the air, streaking like lightning beneath the falling island. Suspended below the massive landmass, Kaido gathered his chakra. His hands formed seals in rapid succession. Wood-style tree world creation. Crag. From beneath him, titanic trees erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling like serpentine dragons. Within moments, thousands of colossal branches surged upward, weaving together beneath the island, holding it aloft. The ancient trees groaned under the island's weight but held firm, their roots intertwining and digging deep into the earth. Above, Susanoo braced itself, gripping the largest of the trees with both massive hands to steady the descent. Watching the scene, Fujitora sighed in quiet awe. Captain!
Will they even agree to that, Captain?
Kaido smirked.
Whether they agree or not, we'll leave it there and inform the Marines.
Captain, what's happening? Isho shouted, sensing the tremors. He turned toward Kaido, his usually calm expression shadowed with concern. The floating island had remained suspended for years thanks to the power of the float fruit, Shiki's devil fruit. But now, with the golden lion dead, its power was gone. The island was plummeting back toward the sea. There are still civilians up there, Fujitora said, his brow furrowed. Can you stop it, Captain? I can manipulate gravity, but at most, I can only slow down half the island's descent. Kaido placed a reassuring hand on Fujitora's shoulder. There's no way I'd just stand by. In an instant, he pulled Fujitora into the protective shell of his Susanoo. The colossal spectral warrior flared with deep azure light, spreading its massive wings. Whoosh! In a blur of motion, Susanoo vanished into the air, streaking like lightning beneath the falling island. Suspended below the massive landmass, Kaido gathered his chakra. His hands formed seals in rapid succession. Wood-style tree world creation. Crag. From beneath him, titanic trees erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling like serpentine dragons. Within moments, thousands of colossal branches surged upward, weaving together beneath the island, holding it aloft. The ancient trees groaned under the island's weight but held firm, their roots intertwining and digging deep into the earth. Above, Susanoo braced itself, gripping the largest of the trees with both massive hands to steady the descent. Watching the scene, Fujitora sighed in quiet awe. Captain!
Understood.
Under the pale crescent moon, Susanoo's immense form carried the island through the night sky. Its wings spread wide, a shining blue titan that illuminated the sea below. Countless eyes across the east blue gazed upward in stunned disbelief. Log Town. Tashigi stood atop the Marine Branch headquarters, her glasses glinting as she looked at the distant glow approaching through the clouds. Her brow furrowed.
A power like that in East Blue.
Then her face went pale as she realized the direction of the giant's flight.
It's heading straight for Log Town. Everyone prepare for impact, full alert.
She shouted. Even without her command, Marines had already begun to gather, drawn by the impossible sight in the sky. Civilians poured into the streets, their eyes wide as they watched a floating island approach, carried by a colossal blue warrior. Excitement quickly turned to fear.
It's coming right at us. If that thing falls, we're done for.
Panic rippled through the town. Some fled toward the harbor, boarding ships in desperation. Others froze in place, unable to tear their eyes from the giant shadow that darkened the sky. Within moments, the entire town was cloaked in the island's looming shadow. Tashigi stepped forward, sword at her side, standing her ground despite her trembling hands.
Who are you? Why bring that island here? Do you intend to destroy Log Town?
She shouted upward. Kaito narrowed his eyes, then released the massive trunk of wood he had been holding. The colossal trees descended carefully into an open plain near the outskirts of the town. Boom! The ground shook violently as the island settled into place. Enormous roots spread through the soil, anchoring the island in place without collapsing the town below. Hovering above with Fujitora, Kaito smiled down at the stunned Marines.
This island was once the Golden Lion Shiki's fortress.
He explained.
It's filled with dangerous creatures and pirates. I couldn't just leave it adrift, so I placed it here, the safest spot in East Blue.
Tashiga's eyes widened.
Golden Lion.
Her face drained of color. The name alone was enough to send shivers down any Marine's spine. The legendary pirate who once stormed Marineford, battling Garp and Sengoku for 3 days and nights, leaving half the base in ruins.
This matter is far beyond my authority,
She said, gritting her teeth. Kaito's tone remained calm, though his gaze was sharp.
I didn't say it was your job. Not even your superior smoker could handle this.
Captain, what's happening? Isho shouted, sensing the tremors. He turned toward Kaito, his usually calm expression shadowed with concern. The floating island had remained suspended for years thanks to the power of the float fruit, Shiki's devil fruit. But now, with the Golden Lion dead, its power was gone. The island was plummeting back toward the sea. There are still civilians up there, Fujitora said, his brow furrowed. Can you stop it, Captain? I can manipulate gravity, but at most, I can only slow down half the island's descent. Kaito placed a reassuring hand on Fujitora's shoulder. There's no way I'd just stand by. In an instant, he pulled Fujitora into the protective shell of his Susanoo. The colossal spectral warrior flared with deep azure light, spreading its massive wings. Whoosh! In a blur of motion, Susanoo vanished into the air, streaking like lightning beneath the falling island. Suspended below the massive landmass, Kaito gathered his chakra. His hands formed seals in rapid succession. Wood-style tree world creation. Cracked. From beneath him, titanic trees erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling like serpentine dragons. Within moments, thousands of colossal branches surged upward, weaving together beneath the island, holding it aloft. The ancient trees groaned under the island's weight but held firm, their roots intertwining and digging deep into the earth. Above, Susanoo braced itself, gripping the largest of the trees with both massive hands to steady the descent. Watching the scene, Fujitora sighed in quiet awe. Captain,
Damn it.
she muttered. Her frustration melted into weary resignation as she took out her den mushi and called Smoker. Before the line connected, Kaito's calm voice echoed faintly through the air.
Consider this a friendly warning. The beasts on that island are dangerous.
Captain, what's happening? Isho shouted, sensing the tremors. He turned toward Kaito, his usually calm expression shadowed with concern. The floating island had remained suspended for years thanks to the power of the float fruit, Shiki's devil fruit. But now, with the Golden Lion dead, its power was gone. The island was plummeting back toward the sea. There are still civilians up there, Fujitora said, his brow furrowed. Can you stop it, Captain? I can manipulate gravity, but at most, I can only slow down half the island's descent. Kaito placed a reassuring hand on Fujitora's shoulder. There's no way I'd just stand by. In an instant, he pulled Fujitora into the protective shell of his Susanoo. The colossal spectral warrior flared with deep azure light, spreading its massive wings. Whoosh! In a blur of motion, Susanoo vanished into the air, streaking like lightning beneath the falling island. Suspended below the massive landmass, Kaito gathered his chakra. His hands formed seals in rapid succession. Wood-style tree world creation. Cracked. From beneath him, titanic trees erupted from the ground, twisting and coiling like serpentine dragons. Within moments, thousands of colossal branches surged upward, weaving together beneath the island, holding it aloft. The ancient trees groaned under the island's weight but held firm, their roots intertwining and digging deep into the earth. Above, Susanoo braced itself, gripping the largest of the trees with both massive hands to steady the descent. Watching the scene, Fujitora sighed in quiet awe. Captain,
That infuriating man.
Chapter 389, A New Era. Dawn broke across the horizon. A faint streak of pale light split the darkness as morning swept over the east blue. Kaito stirred awake, rubbing his eyes as sunlight streamed through the glass window. After washing up, he stepped outside to find Fujitora waiting patiently. The two shared a quick meal before continuing their journey toward Shimitsuki village, their next stop after the battle with the Golden Lion. Kaito had hoped to meet the legendary swordsman Kushiro, but it seemed fate had other plans. The man was nowhere to be found, likely away on errands. With Shiki's death, there was no longer any great threat left in the East Blue. Kaito decided to take things slow, to see this famed swordsman for himself, and perhaps to learn whether Kushiro had ties to the Revolutionary Army. The two men moved at a leisurely pace, the morning wind brushing against them as the world below buzzed with excitement. The entire sea, after the events of the previous night, was alive with disbelief and awe.
Oh my god. I thought I was dreaming last night, turns out it was a real fight.
Kaito, the Golden Lion. He actually defeated the Golden Lion.
The Golden Lion, one of the legends alongside Roger and Whitebeard, was taken down. From taverns to intelligence circles, from restaurants to back alley pubs, the same words echoed everywhere: Kaito and Golden Lion. Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick.
Pubs!
Marco said quietly, handing a newspaper to Whitebeard, whose expression was unusually solemn.
Gururara, it's nothing.
Whitebeard laughed softly, waving a massive hand.
Just the tides of time shifting again. Rayleigh's retired, and only old warhorses like Garp and Sengoku remain. A new age is upon us.
Marco hesitated. He could feel it, that quiet loneliness that crept into his father's voice. It wasn't the loneliness of isolation, but the sorrow of watching one's era fade away.
Marco!
Whitebeard said suddenly.
Tell Ace to return. Thatch's revenge can wait.
Marco blinked in surprise, then nodded.
Got it, Pops.
Whitebeard raised his sake cup, a faint smile on his lips.
For an old friend's passing, tonight we drink. Aye, Pops.
Marco grinned, his usual cheer returning as the crew prepared a banquet in honor of the fallen age. Red-haired pirates, Red Force. Shanks sat on the deck, his eyes scanning the latest report. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, though his gaze was serious.
Incredible!
He murmured.
I thought the Marines were clashing with the Golden Lion last night. Never imagined it was that young man, Kaito. Wait, Kaito, the one with the 1.5 billion berries bounty.
Ben Beckman asked, eyebrows raised.
That's right.
Shanks said, setting the paper down. Beckman chuckled, lighting a cigarette.
So we've got another monster rising from the East Blue. Yeah.
Yasop said, his tone half amazed, half excited.
The fact he didn't harm civilians proves something. He's not one of those ruthless types, more like Luffy and his kind.
Shanks smiled broadly, the sunlight glinting off his red hair.
Exactly. If fate ever brings us together, I'd like to share a drink with him.
He stood, raising his sake bottle high.
All right, everyone. Tonight we celebrate a new star has risen on the seas. Yoo-hoo!
The crew cheered, their voices echoing over the endless blue waves. Big Mom Pirates Whole Cake Island. Inside the Grand Cake Castle, Charlotte Linland's laughter shook the walls.
Mama, mama. So the old fool Shiki's finally been killed by a rookie, him.
Mom!
Said Prospero, her eldest son, his voice uneasy.
Kaito's strong enough to kill Shiki. Are we really going after him over Baron Tamago?
Phew-fo-fo.
Big Mom grinned, her sharp teeth glinting.
If he reaches the new world, I'll deal with him myself. If he submits, I'll take him in. If not.
Her tone turned cold, the air itself trembling with her killing intent. Prospero's smile thinned.
Understood, Mama. I'll keep an eye on his movements.
Sabiati Archipelago Shaki's bar. Rayleigh leaned back in his chair, the news in his hand. Shaki placed a glass before him, lighting a cigarette.
So the Golden Lion's really gone.
She said softly. Rayleigh nodded.
An end to an era. The seas keep changing whether we want them to or not.
They both fell silent, a faint sadness clouding their faces. Marine Headquarters Marineford. Inside the infirmary, Sengoku slowly opened his eyes. His face was pale, his body still recovering from injuries sustained during the chaos.
That man!
Sengoku murmured weakly.
His eyes are dangerous, even more so than Garp described. Next time you face him, don't meet his gaze.
Vice Admiral Tsuru frowned.
Avoid his eyes. That'll dull one's observation haki by at least half. Better that than losing your mind.
Sengoku replied.
But still,
Golden Lion.
Tsuru muttered, scanning the latest reports.
and he saved an entire island instead of letting it fall. That doesn't sound like a villain to me. Did you send anyone to Log Town?
Sengoku asked.
Yes, Mamosagi, Chatten, Onegumo, and Dalmatian are already en route.
Oh my god, I thought I was dreaming last night. Turns out it was a real fight. Kaito, the Golden Lion, he actually defeated the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, one of the legends alongside Roger and Whitebeard, was taken down. From taverns to intelligence circles, from restaurants to back alley pubs, the same words echoed everywhere: Kaito and Golden Lion. Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick. Pops, Marco said quietly, handing a newspaper to Whitebeard, whose expression was unusually solemn. Gururara, it's nothing, Whitebeard laughed softly, waving a massive hand. Just the tides of time shifting again. Rayleigh's retired and only old warhorses like Garp and Sengoku remain. A new age is upon us. Marco hesitated. He could feel it, that quiet loneliness that crept into his father's voice. It wasn't the loneliness of isolation, but the sorrow of watching one's era fade away. Marco, Whitebeard said suddenly, tell Ace to return. Thatch's revenge can wait. Marco blinked in surprise, then nodded. Got it, Pops. Whitebeard raised his sake cup, a faint smile on his lips. For an old friend's passing, tonight we drink. Aye, Pops, Marco grinned, his usual cheer returning as the crew prepared a banquet in honor of the fallen age. Red-haired pirates, Red Force. Shanks sat on the deck, his eyes scanning the latest report. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, though his gaze was serious. Incredible, he murmured. I thought the Marines were clashing with the Golden Lion last night. Never imagined it was that young man, Kaito. Wait, Kaito, the one with the 1.5 billion berries bounty? Ben Beckman asked, eyebrows raised. That's right, Shanks said, setting the paper down. Beckman chuckled, lighting a cigarette. So we've got another monster rising from the East Blue. Yeah, Yasop said, his tone half amazed, half excited. The fact he didn't harm civilians proves something. He's not one of those ruthless types, more like Luffy and his kind. Shanks smiled broadly, the sunlight glinting off his red hair. Exactly, if fate ever brings us together, I'd like to share a drink with him. He stood, raising his sake bottle high. All right, everyone, tonight we celebrate a new star has risen on the seas. Yoo-hoo! The crew cheered, their voices echoing over the endless blue waves. Big Mom Pirates Whole Cake Island. Inside the Grand Cake Castle, Charlotte Linland's laughter shook the walls. Mama, so the old fool Shiki's finally been killed by a rookie, Mom, said Prospero, her eldest son, his voice uneasy. Kaito's strong enough to kill Shiki. Are we really going after him over Baron Tamago? Phew.
Good, then we'll clean up what's left.
Tsuru nodded and turned to leave, but paused at the doorway.
One more thing, what do you think about adding Kaito to the Shichibukai?
Sengoku's eyes narrowed thoughtfully.
If he accepts, I have no objections.
Tsuru smiled faintly.
So even you don't see him as a villain. It's a shame, really. If not for his conflict with us, he'd have made a fine Marine.
Her tone darkened suddenly.
What about Blackbeard? He contacted us again.
Sengoku's expression hardened.
Grant his request. Roger's son cannot be allowed to live.
Oh my god, I thought I was dreaming last night. Turns out it was a real fight. Kaito, the Golden Lion, he actually defeated the Golden Lion. The Golden Lion, one of the legends alongside Roger and Whitebeard, was taken down. From taverns to intelligence circles, from restaurants to back alley pubs, the same words echoed everywhere: Kaito and Golden Lion. Whitebeard pirates Moby Dick. Pops, Marco said quietly, handing a newspaper to Whitebeard, whose expression was unusually solemn. Gururara, it's nothing, Whitebeard laughed softly, waving a massive hand. Just the tides of time shifting again. Rayleigh's retired and only old warhorses like Garp and Sengoku remain. A new age is upon us. Marco hesitated. He could feel it, that quiet loneliness that crept into his father's voice. It wasn't the loneliness of isolation, but the sorrow of watching one's era fade away. Marco, Whitebeard said suddenly, tell Ace to return. Thatch's revenge can wait. Marco blinked in surprise, then nodded. Got it, Pops. Whitebeard raised his sake cup, a faint smile on his lips. For an old friend's passing, tonight we drink. Aye, Pops, Marco grinned, his usual cheer returning as the crew prepared a banquet in honor of the fallen age. Red-haired pirates, Red Force. Shanks sat on the deck, his eyes scanning the latest report. The corners of his mouth curved slightly, though his gaze was serious. Incredible, he murmured. I thought the Marines were clashing with the Golden Lion last night. Never imagined it was that young man, Kaido. Wait, Kaido, the one with the 1.5 billion berries bounty? Ben Beckman asked, eyebrows raised. That's right, Shanks said, setting the paper down. Beckman chuckled, lighting a cigarette. So we've got another monster rising from the East Blue. Yeah, Yasop said, his tone half amazed, half excited. The fact he didn't harm civilians proves something. He's not one of those ruthless types, more like Luffy and his kind. Shanks smiled broadly, the sunlight glinting off his red hair. Exactly, if fate ever brings us together, I'd like to share a drink with him. He stood, raising his sake bottle high. All right, everyone, tonight we celebrate a new star has risen on the seas. Yoo-hoo! The crew cheered, their voices echoing over the endless blue waves. Big Mom Pirates Whole Cake Island. Inside the Grand Cake Castle, Charlotte Linland's laughter shook the walls. Mama, so the old fool Shiki's finally been killed by a rookie, Mom, said Prospero, her eldest son, his voice uneasy. Kaito's strong enough to kill Shiki. Are we really going after him over Baron Tamago? Phew.
You realize this means we'll eventually face a full-scale war with Whitebeard. I know,
Sengoku said firmly.
I'll inform Commander Kong and request the best medical team we have. We need to recover quickly.
Tsuru sighed. Just remember, Sengoku, some wounds aren't physical. Chapter 390, The Pirate Crew. Since ancient times, there has been no known equipment or technique that could heal the mind. Aside from natural recovery, even seeking Marshal Kong's help might prove useless.
Either way, we have to try,
Sengoku said weakly, his pale face lit by the dull glow of the medical ward.
It's time for the Whitebeard pirates to make their move.
I understand.
Tsuru replied, nodding firmly.
I'll contact Blackbeard immediately.
She left the room in brisk silence, her heels echoing down the corridor. Sengoku remained seated, watching the door close. Only he and Garp were left. For a long moment, neither spoke. Finally, Sengoku sighed and murmured.
Old friend.
Garp said nothing, only letting out a soft snore from his slumped position, pretending to sleep. Revolutionary Army Headquarters, Baldigo, the island of White Earth. Atop a wind-battered cliff stood the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Inside the command hall, the air was heavy with tension. Monkey D. Dragon, Supreme Commander of the Revolutionary Army, sat quietly behind his desk, a report clutched in his hand. His face was unreadable, though his eyes burned with focus.
Again,
He muttered.
This name,
Said Sabo, the second in command, his tone serious.
He defeated Doflamingo, the king of Dressrosa. Should we consider reaching out, try to invite him to join us? Not yet,
Dragon replied, shaking his head.
His strength is.
Sabo's eyes widened.
All the admirals, even Sengoku and Garp-san.
Dragon nodded.
They went.
Koala gasped.
And what happened?
The Marines were defeated.
Dragon said grimly.
Sengoku and Akinu fell unconscious. Garp lost his combat power. If not for a moment of hesitation in Garp's heart, most of Marine headquarters might have perished there.
Sabo's jaw dropped.
That's impossible.
Dragon's gaze darkened.
Not only that, Kaido clashed with Kaido near Impel Down. From what I've learned, Kaido was left on the brink of death.
Sabo and Koala both stood up stunned.
Kaido was nearly killed.
Koala exclaimed.
These two events alone
Dragon continued.
would be enough to shake the world. Either one would make Kaido's name echo across the seas forever. Then why hasn't this spread?
Sabo demanded.
Because the Marines covered it up.
Dragon replied.
Chief of Staff Tsuru personally sent Kizaru to Morgan's headquarters to silence the news. If it had spread, the entire world would have erupted.
Sabo swallowed hard.
And if you fought him, Dragon-sama,
Dragon smiled faintly, almost ruefully.
I would lose without question.
Sabo frowned deeply.
Lose without a chance.
I'm not even confident against that colossal warrior he summons.
Dragon said, his voice low.
That power,
He stood, folding the report neatly and setting it aside.
that's enough about Kaido. If the opportunity arises, I'll personally extend an invitation for him to join us.
Sabo nodded slowly.
Understood.
Shimetsuki Village. By noon, Kaido and Issho finally reached Shimetsuki Village. In front of the Isshin dojo, a young man named Genier spotted them and ran over, his expression bright with hope.
Kaido-san, did you find my master?
Kaido chuckled lightly.
Your master hasn't returned yet.
Genier shook his head, looking dejected.
No, I've been waiting all week. I thought you'd gone to find him.
Kaido placed a hand on his shoulder.
Don't worry, I'll check with the local underground intelligence groups, see if they've heard anything about Kushiru's whereabouts.
Thank you so much, Kaido-sama.
Genier said gratefully. Kaido waved a hand.
No need for titles, just Kaido is fine. Stay here. If your master went out for some air, he'll be back soon.
As he was about to take off, Kaido suddenly froze. Through his electromagnetic field, he sensed a familiar energy approaching from the coast, calm, sharp, yet distinctly human. A faint smile crossed his lips.
Looks like your master's already on his way back.
Genier blinked.
Really?
Moments later, a lean figure in a simple kimono appeared at the edge of the road. Kashiro's calm expression softened as he saw the two.
I had a feeling today would bring guests.
He said with a small smile.
I didn't expect one of them to be the famous Kaido.
Kaido returned the smile politely.
You flatter me, Kushiru.
Master, you're finally back.
Genier ran up eagerly.
You've been gone for days.
Kushiru chuckled.
And yet I've returned, haven't I? Go on, make some tea. It seems we have much to talk about. Yes, master.
As Genier ran off, Kushiru gestured toward the dojo.
Come inside, both of you.
The three of them sat around a low wooden table, tea steaming gently between them. As they talked, laughter began to fill the quiet room. Issho and Kushiru shared stories of their travels and encounters over the years, tales of the Marines and pirates they'd crossed paths with. By the time the conversation slowed, the sky outside had deepened into twilight.
So,
Kushiru began, turning to Issho.
you're traveling with Kaido now?
Issho nodded.
Yes, I've already joined his pirate crew. We came to meet you before heading into the New World. Pirates?
Kashiro looked mildly surprised.
This is my first time of hearing of such a crew.
His gaze shifted curiously to Kaido. Kaido chuckled softly.
That's because we're newly formed. So far, there are only 4 of us, Issho, myself, and 2 others. We'll announce ourselves publicly once we return.
Kushiru nodded thoughtfully.
For Kaido to join a pirate crew, it must be something special. May I ask who the others are?
Kaido's smile widened.
Of course, one is Patrick Redfield, the other Douglas Bullet, formerly of the Roger Pirates.
Kushiru's teacup froze halfway to his lips. His pupils trembled.
What? The Red Earth.
Kaido's grin didn't fade.
Yeah.
Chapter 391, The Pirate Expo 1. The name Patrick Redfield was one few dared to speak lightly. Though his reputation wasn't as widespread as the Yonko, those who knew of him recognized his terrifying strength. He had once stood as an equal among legends like Gall D. Roger and Whitebeard. Put simply, even if Garp and Sengoku joined forces today, they might still fall short against the Red Earl. And then there was Bullet Douglas Bullet, the Devil's Heir. Ever since Roger's death, the entire sea had been thrown into chaos, and Bullet's capture had once required the combined might of Sengoku, Garp, and a full Buster Call. That event had shaken the world and left a mark in history that could never fade. Kushiro had thought the people Kaido recruited might simply be strong, but not on such a monstrous level. After hearing their names, he realized he had gravely underestimated him. Each of those two men possessed strength that could rival or even surpass an admiral. What puzzled him most was how these two could possibly be free. As far as he remembered, both had been locked away deep within Impel Down, and there had been no public news of any breakout. Sensing Kushiro's confusion, Kaido smiled faintly.
You're wondering about their imprisonment, aren't you? Yes, I went there myself and brought them out. The Marines covered it up to avoid public humiliation. So that's how it is.
Kushiro said with a sigh of surprise. Looking toward the window, he noticed the sky turning amber.
It's getting dark already. Let's eat first.
Good idea.
Kaido and Fujitora replied in unison. The meal was simple and light, mostly vegetables and rice, but prepared with care. Kaido and Fujitora both ate with calm satisfaction. After the dishes were cleared, Kaido spoke casually.
I heard that you, Kushiro, might have ties with the Revolutionary Army. Is that true?
Kushiro blinked, startled. Then, quickly waving his hand, he said,
You're mistaken, Kaido-san. I have no connection with them. Those are just baseless rumors.
Kaido chuckled softly.
I see, perhaps I overthought it.
2 days later, Kaido and Fujitora bid farewell to Kushiro. Using his wood release ability, Kaido crafted a medium-sized ship, and the two set sail once again toward the Grand Line. His current identity made returning to Windmill Village unwise for the moment. Once things cooled down, he planned to go back. Meanwhile, a new piece of news exploded across the seas, overshadowing Kaido's recent fame entirely. The Pirate Expo was to be held once again, and this year, the grand prize was none other than the eternal log pose to Raftel, the legendary final island where Gall D. Roger ended his journey. The moment the news broke, the entire world erupted. Countless pirates who had once set sail chasing Roger's last words now stirred with renewed ambition. An eternal pose to Raftel, the key to the Pirate King's legacy, was now the prize of a single competition. It was madness, and no pirate could resist such temptation. Even the 7 warlords and the 4 emperors received invitations. This year's expo was destined to be unprecedented. Even Marine headquarters had been invited. Marine headquarters. Tsuru sat at her desk, studying the ornate invitation card in silence, her brows furrowed.
The end of August.
She muttered. She reached for her den mushi and made a call.
Tsuru-san, what's the matter?
Came the gentle voice of Mamausagi on the line.
Have you heard the rumors about the Pirate Expo circulating across the sea? Yes.
Mamausagi replied, her tone turning serious.
What are our orders? The prize this time, the eternal log pose to Raftel, is of immense importance to the world government. We cannot allow another pirate king to rise.
She paused, then continued firmly.
The island is located in the New World. Finish your mission in Logtown within 3 days. You'll join Chatten and a Buster Call unit, then meet Kizaru in the New World. Secure that eternal pose, and if you can't secure it, destroy it. Understood?
Understood, Tsuru-san.
Mamausagi answered without hesitation. Whitebeard Pirates Moby Dick. Whitebeard leaned back in his massive chair, a nostalgic smile on his face.
The pointer to Raftel, huh? Marco, this time you'll take charge. Remember, our lives matter more than any treasure. If things look bad, pull back.
Marco nodded firmly.
Got it, Pops.
Across the seas, the Big Mom Pirates and the Red Hair Pirates made similar arrangements. In the shadows, bounty hunters of every rank and ambition began sharpening their blades, preparing for what would be the most chaotic gathering in recent history. Logtown. Kaito and Fujitora disguised themselves as ordinary travelers, moving through the busy port streets while resupplying their ship. Marines were scattered across the area, still cleaning up after recent pirate skirmishes. The town buzzed with talk about the expo.
The Eternal pose to Raftel.
Fujitora asked, overhearing a nearby group.
Yeah.
One sailor said.
Word is it came from Bullet, the devil's heir himself. Bullet?
Kaito raised an eyebrow.
So he's behind this.
Fujitora folded his arms. Should we intervene? The Pirate Expo will draw every major pirate alive. Even Marines will be there. It'll be dangerous. Kaito grinned faintly.
Of course we're going. How could we miss such a grand event? At our ship's speed, we'll reach the New World in about 10 days.
Fujitora noted.
Then we leave immediately.
Kaito replied. They finished gathering supplies and set sail, their wooden ship gliding swiftly toward the New World. New World, a bustling island. Amid the vibrant chaos of the marketplace, Redfield stood beneath a parasol, listening to the chatter of the crowd. His expression was calm but tinged with amusement.
So he's stirring up the world again.
He murmured.
That loud brat never changes.
He sighed, then smiled faintly.
Well, since we're crewmates now, I might as well join the fun.
He tossed aside his empty skewer and began walking toward the heart of the island. At the center of all the commotion sat Douglas Bullet himself, lounging arrogantly on a chair, a den mushy in one hand.
Is everything ready?
He asked coldly.
All invitations have been sent, even to the Marines.
Festa's voice answered through the snail.
They'll be arriving soon, and don't forget our deal, Bullet.
Bullet smirked.
Relax, I haven't forgotten.
He hung up and glanced at the gleaming green eternal pose in his palm.
At last.
He muttered, grinning wider.
The world will finally see true strength.
He leaned back, eyes glinting.
I bet the captain's heard by now. I just hope he doesn't ruin my fun. That would be boring.
Somewhere in the Grand Line, a remote island. Dark energy crackled in the air as Blackbeard Teach let out a booming laugh, shadows coiling around him like living smoke.
Zahahaha, Ace, you're too reckless, too young, and far too arrogant.
Chapter 392, The Pirate Expo 2.
You killed Thatch. That's a disgrace to the entire Whitebeard pirates. Even if I have to chase you to the ends of the earth, I'll end you myself. Let the world see what happens when someone betrays our family.
Ace's voice was filled with fury, his body trembling with rage.
Zahahaha.
Blackbeard threw his head back in laughter, his eyes glinting with cruelty.
Perfect timing, Ace. The world already knows about your chase. You'll make a fine offering to the Marines. Trading you for a warlord position sounds like a fair deal to me.
His expression darkened as swirling black energy gathered around his palm.
Now,
He thrust his hand forward.
Dark Vortex.
A sudden suction burst forth, invisible yet overwhelming, pulling everything toward him. Ace's expression didn't waver. Instead, he allowed the force to drag him closer, confident in his Logia ability. Normal attacks couldn't touch him anyway. In an instant, Blackbeard seized Ace's right arm, his grip like iron.
Zahahaha, something feels different, doesn't it?
He sneered. Before Ace could react, Blackbeard drove his fist into Ace's stomach with brutal force. Thud. Ace was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into the ruins nearby.
Oh,
He wiped the blood from the corner of his lips and staggered to his feet, frowning.
gravity.
Blackbeard grinned wickedly.
Zahahaha, that's right. My darkness can absorb the abilities of any devil fruit user. Logia, Paramecia, Zoan, it doesn't matter. When I grab you, your powers vanish.
He raised his hand again, the darkness swirling violently. A sudden suction burst forth, invisible yet overwhelming, pulling everything toward him. Ace's expression didn't waver. Instead, he allowed the force to drag him closer, confident in his Logia ability. Normal attacks couldn't touch him anyway. In an instant, Blackbeard seized Ace's right arm, his grip like iron. Zahahaha, something feels different, doesn't it? He sneered. Before Ace could react, Blackbeard drove his fist into Ace's stomach with brutal force. Thud. Ace was sent flying, blood spraying from his mouth as he crashed into the ruins nearby. Ugh.
Sacred fire Shiranui.
Twin spears of fire formed instantly, blazing like molten meteors as they streaked toward Blackbeard. But before they could strike, Ace was pulled forward again. Blackbeard's iron fist met his face with a sickening crunch, sending him crashing into the dirt once more. The fire spears struck Blackbeard's chest, and he screamed in pain, rolling backward as the flames seared his flesh.
Gah, it burns, damn it hurts.
But the pain only fueled his laughter. The darkness around him surged, engulfing the flaming spears. Within moments, the fire disappeared, devoured completely by the void.
Zahahaha, incredible.
Blackbeard roared, his grin wide and feral.
You're one of the few to ever make me feel pain like this, Ace.
Ace stood slowly, panting, his fists clenched, over the years.
Crossfire.
Flames surged forward, clashing violently with the darkness pouring from Blackbeard's body. The two forces collided, and the entire battlefield trembled. The ground cracked open, sending waves of dust and debris through the air as scorching heat met endless black void. The crossfire blazed bright, but Blackbeard's dark energy replenished itself endlessly, feeding on destruction. Ace's flames began to flicker, weakening under the pressure.
Humph!
Blackbeard grunted, thrusting out his massive hand. Darkness condensed in front of him, forming a giant black maw that swallowed Ace's flames whole.
Zahahaha, is that all you've got, Ace?
He jeered.
If this is the extent of your power, then this battle's already over. I'll trade you for fortune and fame.
Ace dropped to one knee, drenched in sweat, his breath ragged.
I'll never forgive you, Teach.
Blackbeard taunted, his grin widening.
Before the power of darkness, everything else is meaningless. Still.
He smirked.
Join me, Ace. If you become my partner, I'll forget all this ever happened.
Ace's eyes narrowed with defiance.
If I bowed to power, I'd stop being a man. I'll never live with regret. Do you understand, you fool? You talk too much.
Blackbeard scoffed.
In this world, survival is the only victory. But if that's how you want it.
Darkness erupted around him, expanding into a pillar that reached the heavens and blotted out the light. Ace clenched his fists, his flames surging once more.
I'll never surrender. I'll drag you back to face judgment before Pops himself.
The flames around his body burst outward in a brilliant wave, covering the entire battlefield in a sea of fire. The ground melted beneath his feet, the air shimmering from the heat. Standing tall within the inferno, Ace raised his arms to the sky. The flames gathered, coalescing into a colossal fireball that glowed like a miniature sun.
Great Flame Commandment, Entei.
The temperature spiked as the massive sphere of fire illuminated the night, painting the island in hues of red and gold. Blackbeard laughed, his voice echoing from the darkness.
Zahahaha, let's see whose power reigns supreme.
Chapter 393, The Proposal. The heavy pat of footsteps echoed from inside. Blackbeard emerged, crimson-faced, carrying the unconscious Ace in his arms. With a heavy boom, he dropped down, panting heavily, and declared with effort.
Captain Ace.
He grinned broadly, placing Ace on the deck.
From now on, you can safely go down to Impel.
Picking up a den mushy, he spoke into it.
It's done. I hope you'll honor your word. Don't worry, one of your kind will be there at the Shichibukai's place. When shall we close the deal? In a few days. I need time to recover.
Out on the vast sea, Kaido frowned as he gazed at the stationary warship ahead. The sea stretched, but it was calm, deceptively so, yet here, a marine vessel loomed.
Captain, what's wrong?
Isho asked, concerned, as he noticed their ship halt.
Marine warship.
Kaido said. No marine's fighting strength truly matched his. What could they possibly want to discuss with him? As they drifted, the marine ship drew closer. A figure stood at its bow, still as a statue, watching Kaido's ship. Suddenly, a ripple of justice haki sparked behind the figure, and then, in a flash, he leapt forward, landing gracefully aboard Kaido's vessel.
Kaido-sama, surely you recognize me, Marine Vice Admiral T. Dolphin.
The man bowed with a polite smile, his face gentle yet firm. Kaido raised an eyebrow.
Yes, what is this about?
T-Dolphin cleared his throat.
Suru-sama's staff informed us recently. The Marines would like to offer you a position among the Shichibukai.
He paused.
You have defeated 2 existing Shichibukai. Your power is more than sufficient.
A slow smile curved Kaido's lips.
Shichibukai.
He let the word hang in the air, then relaxed his posture.
I understand that you find it curious, Marines wanting you to become one of them.
Captain Ace.
When I first came, it was said that Fleet Admiral Sengoku was.
Kaido considered this.
I need time. I will think about it. Of course.
T-Dolphin said, nodding.
When you've decided, simply contact the Tsuru staff via Sengoku's Den Mushi.
Understood.
With a respectful bow, T-Dolphin turned and returned to his ship, calling out.
We depart.
The marine warship moved away slowly, and within moments Kaido's vessel was alone again, the vice admiral out of sight. Lost in thought, Kaido gave orders and the wooden ship went on.
Captain, do you truly intend to join the Shichibukai?
Isho asked softly. Kaido looked at him.
Do you think I should?
Isho frowned, then smiled wryly.
There is protection from the world government, and you'd be a legal pirate, but many despise the Shichibukai. Marines hate them, and other pirates see them as traitors. Once the system ends, they might even become targets. That's true.
Kaido agreed.
They cause disorder on the seas, yet some still envy them.
Isho nodded.
Is it truly legal to plunder? To some extent, yes. So what is your intention?
Isho pressed, curious.
Are you really going to join?
Kaido said, looking bored.
I don't necessarily need their title, but I foresee something. Conflict between the Marines and Whitebeard is coming. When it starts, we'll be able to have some fun. This status could be the perfect cover.
Marine and Whitebeard.
Isho's voice dropped.
Are you serious?
Kaido's lips curved into a knowing smile.
Very serious. It's coming and not in the distant future.
He fell silent. In his mind, he saw flashes of Ace fighting Blackbeard, Blackbeard handing Ace over to the Marines, Ace being dragged into Impel Down.
It seems the Expo has drawn far more pirates.
Kaido nodded.
Indeed, but they are merely ants. Stay focused. I want to introduce you to 2 old friends. Old friends?
Isho raised his eyebrows, surprised.
From your crew? Not exactly. They're retired.
Kaido's eyes twinkled.
They used to sail with the Roger Pirates.
Isho's jaw dropped.
Roger Pirates, do you mean?
Kaido laughed softly.
Yes, Rayleigh himself. He's not a pirate anymore, just an old man with stories.
Chapter 394, The Kuja Pirate. The front of the bar was filled with rowdy pirates, drinks in their hands and laughter echoing off the glass walls. But all noise drained from their faces the moment they saw Kaido walking toward them. Expressions paled instantly. Cold sweat poured down their temples as chairs scraped hurriedly across the floor. 2 seats were cleared in an instant.
Please sit, sir.
One pirate stuttered, bowing deeply.
Thank you.
Kaido replied calmly as he and Isho took their seats. Shaki leaned on the counter with her cheek resting on her palm.
Well, if it isn't Kaido, the man who killed the golden lion. What brings you to my little bar?
Kaido laughed softly.
Since when did Shaki-san start joking like this?
Shaki smirked, then her gaze shifted.
And who's this?
This is Isho, one of my crew. Isho, the blind swordsman with the gravity fruit.
Shaki asked, eyes narrowing with recognition. Isho bowed politely, though momentarily surprised she knew so much. Inwardly, he admired Kaido's connections.
As expected of Captain Kaido's friend.
He thought. But Shaki's expression shifted again.
Wait!
Kaido asked with mild confusion. Shaki clicked her tongue.
With your power, forming a pirate crew means one thing. You plan to become a future emperor of the sea. The 5th one.
As the 2 spoke, pirates quietly paid their tabs and fled the bar, one group after another. When the conversation ended, only Kaido, Isho, and Shaki were left. Shaki sighed, rubbing her forehead.
Look at what you've done, Kaido. Because of you, I get to close early again.
Kaido laughed loudly.
Think of it as me giving you a break.
Speaking of breaks, Rayleigh isn't here.
Shaki added.
Where'd he go?
He heard a rumor that the eternal log pose to Laugh Tale resurfaced. He left to check it out. Kaido coughed lightly.
You could have asked me. I know a thing or two about that.
Shaki blinked, her gaze sharpening.
Don't tell me you're the one behind the expo.
If I wanted to lie, I would. But unfortunately, the mastermind behind the scenes really is related to me.
Kaido sighed helplessly. The expo was created by Bullet, and since Kaido was Bullet's captain, the connection was obvious. The expo Bullet Kaido. All of it lined up perfectly. Shaki exhaled slowly, smoke curling around her face.
Explain.
Kaido did, recounting everything involving Bullet. Shaki nearly dropped her cigarette.
You.
As an old generation pirate, she knew exactly how terrifying those names were, yet both now followed Kaido. Even Issho, a powerhouse in his own right, stood calmly behind him.
If news of this comes out, you'll officially become the 5th emperor.
Shaki said, eyes wide with disbelief.
So you're heading to the Expo Island now?
She asked. Kaido nodded.
Bullet attracts strong people too quickly. I need to make sure he doesn't cause unnecessary trouble. Then hurry, and if Rayleigh brings him back, I'll tell him you stopped by. Got it.
After a simple meal of fried rice and replenishing supplies, Kaido and Issho headed toward the port. As soon as they arrived, they saw crowds of pirates gathering, pointing excitedly toward a nearby branch of the harbor.
I saw her, it's her ship. Lady Empress, Boa Hancock is here. Another Shichibukai is attending the expo.
This expo is insane. Kaido's lips curled.
Boa Hancock, huh?
Issho asked.
Captain, should we approach them?
What for? We're going back to the ship.
Kaido said dryly. The port at Sabyati was structured like a massive cluster of bubble branches, each able to hold several ships. Hundreds of branches spread across the cove, so overcrowding was never an issue. Coincidentally, Hancock's ship was docked on the same branch as Kaido's merchant ship. As they approached, every pirate nearby stopped what they were doing and stared.
That's him. Kaito, the man who captured Akinu alive and killed the Golden Lion. A bounty of 1.5 billion berries. If he clashes with the Empress, it'll be chaos. Clash, don't be stupid.
One pirate scoffed.
Hancock is the most beautiful woman in the world. Kaido will kneel at her feet.
Meanwhile, on the Kyuja ship, Hancock's sisters exchanged tense glances.
His strength is no joke.
Sandersonia muttered. Just as Kaido reached the branch, Sandersonia jumped forward, blocking his path.
Sorry, this area has been reserved by the Kyuja pirates. Please find another docking spot.
Reserved.
Kaido's expression darkened.
You know my ship is docked here. Are you telling me the owner of the ship can't return?
Your ship, was that merchant ship yours?
Sandersonia's face tightened with dread. Because earlier.
Unless you're blind, you should know exactly what you're saying. Move now, don't force me to repeat myself.
Sandersonia swallowed hard. A normal pirate would already be dead for speaking like that, but Kaito.
Kaido-san, this area is held by the Kyuja pirates. Leave immediately.
Kaido smiled, but it was a dangerous smile that chilled the air.
You think being one of the 7 warlords gives you the right to do whatever you want.
His voice dropped sharply.
I'll say it one more time. Move. If you stand in my way again, you'll die. I won't mind removing another Shichibukai's crew.
He leaned forward slightly.
I've already destroyed 2. One more won't matter.
Both sisters trembled.
Sandersonia, what is going on? Why is it so noisy?
Chapter 395, The Pirate Empress's Sudden Obsession. The woman who stepped forward had long black hair flowing down to her waist, and features so perfectly sculpted they seemed almost divine. Her fair skin contrasted beautifully with the elegant purple dress that accentuated every curve of her regal figure. Twin serpent-shaped earrings dangled from her ears, swaying lightly as she walked. Her brows were gently narrowed, her expression proud and cold, radiating a noble aura that made others instinctively keep their distance. Every step she took echoed sharply against the wooden deck, the heels of her shoes tapping in a firm, commanding rhythm. Her long legs moved with a grace that would leave any man speechless. Boa Hancock stood tall and unapproachable, her icy gaze filled with disdain.
Sister, you're finally out.
Sandersonia exhaled in relief. If their sister had taken any longer, she and Marigold really might have been killed by the man standing before them. They had no doubt in their minds. Anyone who could defeat the Golden Lion, blackmail the Marines, and move with such effortless ruthlessness was not someone to provoke. Hancock's expression tightened as she scanned the deck, her gaze landing on Kaido and Issho. Something flickered in her eyes, surprise, interest, something deeper. And then, in a sudden flourish of movement, Hancock appeared before Kaido. A faint blush brushed her cheeks as she spoke in a flustered tone that startled everyone present.
Kaido-sama, why are you here?
Every pirate aboard the Kyuja ship froze, jaws hanging open. The pirate Empress Boa Hancock, cold, untouchable, adored by countless men, was looking at a man like that. Confusion exploded across the entire crew. What was happening? How did they know each other? Why was Hancock acting like this? Cracks.
Your crew is unbelievable. I couldn't even board my own merchant ship. Is this how a Shichibukai behaves?
As someone who had admired Hancock from his original world, he had a certain level of gentlemanly restraint, but the behavior of her crew had tested every bit of it. Hancock blinked.
Merchant ship. What merchant ship?
Sandersonia quietly leaned toward her.
Sister.
Kaido and Issho heard it clearly. Kaido's expression darkened. They destroyed his ship just because they felt like it. His voice dropped to a cold edge.
Boa Hancock, I expect a proper explanation for destroying our ship.
Beside him, Issho slid a hand to his wooden sword, ready to fight if necessary. Tension crackled in the air. Hancock tilted her head, then smiled sweetly, dangerously sweet.
Yes, this concubine destroyed your ship, but compensation.
Pirates in the distance swooned instantly.
How about becoming my husband?
Kaido.
No, absolutely not.
Kaido muttered, though his voice involuntarily softened.
Why?
Hancock's eyes shimmered with tears.
Do you?
Kaido almost cursed aloud. Is she insane? We just met. Why is she already trying to marry me?
No, that's not.
Before he could finish, Hancock's face lit up with radiant joy.
Husband, since your ship is destroyed, come aboard mine. From today, you'll be the captain of the Kyuja pirates, and I'll devote myself to serving you.
Her imagination spiraled, and then her expression snapped back to imperial coldness.
Sandersonia, Marigold, what are you doing? Bring your brother-in-law aboard.
The two sisters froze, completely overwhelmed. But before they could act, whoosh! Kaido and Issho shot into the sky, vanishing from sight in an instant.
You two fools.
Hancock stomped the deck furiously.
Now he's escaped.
Her eyes narrowed sharply.
HMPH, do you think you can run? Once this concubine's eyes find you, even the ends of the earth won't save you.
She leapt back toward her ship, determination burning in her gaze. The chaos ended as abruptly as it began. At a different port on the Sabyati archipelago, Kaido used wood release to reconstruct an identical merchant ship before sailing toward the expo site. Issho finally spoke, unable to contain his curiosity.
Captain!
Kaido let out an exhausted sigh. Issho chuckled.
It seems you made quite the impression, to captivate the pirate empress instantly.
Proud, cold, strong.
Issho answered calmly.
Why did she?
Kaido frowned.
Because the captain must be remarkably handsome.
Issho said with a small smile. Kaido wasn't convinced. Hancock showing such affection upon first meeting made no logical sense. There had to be something else, some reason, some hidden trigger. Thinking back on his actions in this world, a realization slowly clicked.
It must be.
Chapter 396, Into the Depths of Fishman Island. Boa Hancock and her two sisters once played innocently on the shores of Amazon Lily, unaware of the fate that awaited them. They were captured by slave traders, chained, and sold to the celestial dragons as property. On their backs remained the hoof of the celestial dragon, a brand that scarred not only their skin but their dignity. That mark signified enslavement under the world nobles, a declaration that the branded person was beneath even humanity. For 3 long years, the Hancock sisters suffered humiliation in Mariewa.
Captain, weren't we heading straight for Bullet? Why stop here?
Isho asked, puzzled. Normally, once a coated ship reaches Fishman Island, a special current carries it directly upward into the New World. Isho expected they would simply pass through, but Kaido had paused.
Relax.
Kaido said,
The Pirate Expo is close to the New World. Even if we leave later at this ship's speed, it'll take only half a day. We still have 3 days. Since we came all this way, we might as well look around.
Isho nodded.
Work and rest then. Do you want to explore with me or go on your own?
Kaido asked.
I'll go alone.
Isho replied with a warm smile.
I want to feel this underwater wonder by myself.
Tomorrow morning, meet back here.
Kaido said, then strolled into the city. Pirates filled the streets. Thanks to bullet-stirring chaos, not only Sabyati but Fishman Island itself had become a gathering place for crews from all over. Many bore bounties in the hundreds of millions, yet none seemed to pay Kaido any special attention. He made his way to the western edge of the island, the Marlin Shopping Center, the largest and busiest marketplace in the entire place. From a distance, the clamor of the crowd sounded like a festival. Finding a quieter corner, the air around him shifted. From the warping space stepped Kaguya, dressed sharply in black and white office attire.
This is the biggest mall on the island.
Kaido said a little awkwardly.
You can buy whatever you want here.
Very well.
Kaguya's voice was composed and cool.
But Kaido-kun.
I don't know her.
Kaido insisted.
Kaguya, you've been with me every step of the way, you know that. This is honestly the first time I've met her.
Kaguya stared at him intently, her pale eyes seeming to strip away every layer of his secrets. After a long silence, she finally nodded.
I believe you. When we meet her again, I'll test her myself. If she truly cares for you.
I have nothing to do with her.
Kaido said, tone sharp. Boa Hancock might be stunning, but he was hardly desperate.
No.
Kaguya interrupted.
Given your position, you must have a confidant.
Her voice was regal, absolute, like an empress issuing a decree. For the first time in this world, the chilling presence of the chakra ancestor settled around her completely. Kaido tensed his.
The Mermaid Cafe.
Kaido narrowed his eyes. Should he go in and take a look? After a moment, he shook his head. He wasn't here for leisure. Beyond the plaza stood the hardshell tower, Princess Shirahoshi's residence, built both as a palace and as protection from Vander Decken IX. Decken, captain of the Flying Pirates, possessed the target fruit. Somehow, he had discovered that Shirahoshi is actually Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. When she was still a child, he terrorized her with his power, hurling weapons at her relentlessly in a twisted attempt to
Claim.
Chapter 397, Rescue in the Hardshell Tower. A sudden wave of wind swept through, and like a curtain pulled away, all the weapons embedded in the tower door were ripped free, swirling off into the distance. Kaido pushed the door open and slipped inside. Darkness greeted him, but that meant little. With his Sharingan, he could see perfectly even without light.
Who's there, someone?
A small, timid voice floated from deeper in the room. Pat, a switch flipped, light exploded into the room. The entire chamber was pink drapes, pink lamps, pink bed frame, even pink cabinets. It felt like walking into a fairy tale. Sitting on the bed, Shirahoshi looked up at him, her expression fragile, frightened.
You.
Her voice trembled softly. Kaido stepped forward, gentle, reassuring.
You don't need to be afraid. I came to rescue you.
Rescue me.
Tears formed in her eyes, but a hopeful blush colored her cheeks.
Do you?
She whispered. He nodded.
I know why you're here. I also know where Vander Decken IX is. I can take him down so you can leave safely and see the sea again.
Her hope flared and she whispered back, almost inaudible.
Then.
Of course.
Kaido's voice was firm.
But there's one condition.
He smiled gently.
By the way, my name is Kaito. Kaito.
Shirahoshi's eyes widened. Kaido's expression softened.
Good, when I need you, I'll come back. I just hope.
Shirahoshi nodded, her voice catching with emotion.
I won't refuse, Kaito-kun.
He cleared his throat, a little embarrassed, then added.
Actually,
You can ask anything.
She said quickly. Before he could speak, shadows flickered through the door cracks. Figures leapt forward, aiming at her bed.
Kaito, watch out.
Shirahoshi cried, panic in her voice.
Foolish.
He muttered with disdain. He extended his hand, and an invisible repulsive force erupted from his palm. Observation haki manifested subtly in the air around his hand. The intruders were pushed back, crashing into the pink walls. Click, the wall dented. Behind where they struck, hidden weapons fell free, daggers and blades revealing themselves. He said with cold certainty, his gaze unwavering.
Vanderdecken IX, I came for you.
His calm tone held a sharp killing intent. The intruders recoiled, and Kaito advanced. When the danger passed, Shirahoshi trembled as she looked at him.
Kaito-kun.
He shook his head slowly.
I'm fine.
Relief washed over her.
You.
She exhaled, her small frame quivering.
Thank you.
He smiled softly.
Now,
Kaito's eyebrows rose, but he asked gently.
mermaids on your island, how does your species grow up and reproduce?
Shirahoshi's voice was quiet, almost shy.
When a mermaid matures, her tail can become legs. Our reproductive system.
Kaito listened stunned. That's.
I see.
Relief softened her expression, then she bowed her head naively.
Kaito-kun.
His heart jerked. What is this? He tried to wave away the tension.
No, Shirahoshi, that's not what I meant.
He rubbed his head awkwardly.
I asked out of curiosity.
Tears glinted in her eyes.
Then.
Of course
He said, voice flustered.
I came here to stop Dekken, not.
Shirahoshi's face fell and she looked crushed. Then she bravely bumped her index fingers together.
Is it?
Kaito paused. She seemed so sincere, so fragile, he swallowed.
When you come back.
She asked, faint hope in her voice. He nodded, then disappeared in a blink. Boom, boom, the door closed behind him. Outside, Kaito inhaled deeply.
Finally,
He whispered.
when this is all over, I'll talk to someone else about this.
Chapter 398, Purge of Fishman Street. Fishman Street had once been a thriving home for orphans 16 years ago. Over time, due to poor management and neglect, it became a desolate, lawless place. Dirt, stench, and chaos filled the air, and now the street was overrun by Hody Jones and his new fishman pirates. From the towering hardshell tower, Kaito descended onto the street below. If the rest of Fishman Island was paradise, this corner was nothing short of hell. Murlocs lay scattered across the filthy pavement, their bodies marking the stench-laden air with decay. Kaito frowned.
So Fishman Island has a place like this.
He asked a nearby fishman about Hody Jones' whereabouts and quickly made his way toward the notorious pirate den. At the end of the street, a building stood out. Unlike the rest of Fishman Street's small, single-story houses cloaked in grime and filth, this structure was a clean, three-story villa, more than 3 times the size of its neighbors. Its walls gleamed and no foul smell lingered. A polished sign declared, New Fishman Bar, headquarters of Hody Jones' crew. Pushing open the door, Kaito stepped into the spacious hall. Only 2 figures manned the bar with a few Murlocs quietly drinking.
Do the guests need anything?
A squidman asked, voice sharp and impatient. Kaito raised an eyebrow. No wonder this place was empty. It was a front, likely to hide the development of Hody's ex-medicine.
What's with your attitude?
Kaito asked coolly.
Drink if you want, leave if you don't.
The squidman snapped. Kaito muttered under his breath.
No need to waste my patience on dead men.
In an instant, he closed the distance. His hand shot out like lightning, gripping the squidman's neck with surgical precision.
Do you know what you're doing?
Growled Shark Bodhidharma, stepping forward.
I decide who lives and dies here.
Kaito said calmly, releasing the man. Before Bodhidharma could respond, a click sounded. The bones of Icarus shattered and his body went limp.
Icarus?
Dharma's face twisted in shock and rage. Before he could react further, Kaido's observation haki flared. A wave of energy emanated from his body, pulling Dharma's consciousness into darkness with a subtle yet irresistible force. With the lower floor cleared, Kaido ascended to the second story. Footsteps echoed, sensing the presence of the pirate crew.
What happened to Icarus?
A voice called out. It was Tuz, one of Hodi's lieutenants, clearly irritated. The sound of footsteps approaching answered him. His expression darkened as Kaido appeared.
Everyone up, something has happened.
Tuz shouted, rousing the pirates from sleep. Murmurs and complaints echoed as Lionfish grumbled.
I was sleeping.
Kaido's presence silenced them instantly. He raised an eyebrow.
They're all here. Who are you, and what about Icarus and Dharma?
Tuz demanded.
They're dead.
Kaido said casually.
Dead, you.
Kaido replied.
Impossible, brothers avenge them.
Tuz roared, leaping forward with a massive hammer. The sheer force of the swing sent the air roaring. Kaido remained calm. He caught the hammer with one hand, his other index finger crackling with electro-charged haki. Crackle, crackle. The hammer-wielding Tuz disintegrated into a charred corpse. The remaining pirates froze. Weapons raised, they rushed toward Kaido, but a shockwave of Busoshoku haki erupted from his body, sending them flying like meteors. Walls crumbled under the force and the room emptied in moments. Kaido was left alone in the vast room, silent and unbothered. From the third floor, Hody Jones had been developing his X-medicine. The explosion of noise drew his attention. His eyes narrowed in fury, and he vanished in an instant, appearing on the second floor above the chaos.
Who are you? Why are you attacking my new fishman pirates?
Hody demanded, his hand clutching red, crystalline X-medicine. The drug enhanced strength, speed, and endurance, but at a grave cost, shortening the user's lifespan.
My name is Kaido.
He said with a grin, voice cold.
By order of Princess Shirahoshi, your crew will cease to exist. Impossible, Shirahoshi is kind and gentle, she would never issue such an order. Tell me who sent you.
Hody shouted, eyes blazing with rage.
Shirahoshi may be kind, but she would never forgive those who harmed her mother, Otoheim. Today is your day of reckoning.
Kaido's gaze was ice cold. Hody cried, his face turning a deep blue, eyes seething with fury.
I know everything you know and everything you don't, and all you need to know is that today you die.
Chapter 399, 399, Confrontation on Noah.
So fast!
Hody Jones muttered to himself, frowning. Gum. Without hesitation, he swallowed the X-medicine he had just developed, feeling it surge through his body like a volcano. Energy and strength rushed through him, a smile curling the corners of his mouth. Infatuated with his newfound power, he murmured.
This is incredible.
In the next moment, the sound of tearing air announced his enemy's approach. Kaido's whip-like legs blurred into afterimages, slicing through the air as he appeared before Hody Jones.
Humph, seeking death. I'll use you as a test subject for my new drug.
Hody Jones spat, positioning his white shark claws across his chest to intercept Kaido's assault. Boom! The dull impact reverberated through the room, wind gusts scattering debris. Hody grabbed Kaido's whip leg with confidence.
With X-medicine, my strength has grown exponentially. Even you are no match for me.
Kaido smiled lightly, unshaken.
Enhanced strength from drugs is not true power. If I'm right, those pills must have serious side effects.
Hody's eyes flickered with panic.
So what? Power is all that matters. Side effects are irrelevant. These abilities will be enough to destroy you.
Kaido chuckled.
Destroy me. Your mind has already been kicked by a donkey.
The two clashed with cataclysmic force. Waves of power radiated outward, smashing surrounding walls as Hody Jones moved like a blur, leaving destruction in his wake. He crashed through multiple buildings before finally landing on a broken structure at the edge of Fishman Street. Ped. Hody staggered from the debris, blood at the corner of his mouth, disbelief in his eyes.
How?
Kaido said coolly.
Against absolute strength, Your drug-induced power is a joke.
Hody Jones' face twisted in madness.
Absolute strength, you're strong, but I have X medicine. You are still no match.
With reckless desperation, Hody swallowed a fistful of red pills, declaring,
With these, I am invincible.
Hody surged forward like a lightning bolt, 5 sharp nails flashing with lethal precision. Afterimages sliced through the air, aiming straight at Kaido. Kaido moved with effortless grace, his body radiating Busashoku haki, dodging each strike. In a single motion, his fist crashed into Hody's abdomen like a meteor, accompanied by bursts of sonic force. Puff! Blood and shards of flesh erupted from Hody's mouth.
This.
Nothing is impossible.
Kaido said coolly, against absolute strength, your drug-induced power is a joke. Hody Jones' face twisted in madness. Absolute strength, you're strong, but I have X medicine, you are still no match. With reckless desperation, Hody swallowed a fistful of red pills, declaring, With these, I am invincible. Hody surged forward like a lightning bolt, 5 sharp nails flashing with lethal precision. Afterimages sliced through the air, aiming straight at Kaido. Kaido moved with effortless grace, his body radiating Busashoku haki, dodging each strike. In a single motion, his fist crashed into Hody's abdomen like a meteor, accompanied by bursts of sonic force. Puff! Blood and shards of flesh erupted from Hody's mouth. This.
What are you doing here?
Daikon IX demanded, stepping forward, his face dark with panic. Before he could react, Kaido's dark palm struck, pinching his neck with lethal force.
Let go of me.
Daikon IX choked, flailing, gasping for air.
Sorry, I promised Shirahoshi I'd bring her nemesis, brain back to her.
Kaido said icily. Panic and disbelief crossed Daikon IX's face before he crumpled into a lifeless corpse. Kaido hoisted the body and, with a swift motion, transformed into a black blur, disappearing toward the hardshell tower. The area was heavily guarded. Shark Star held his trident, scanning the surroundings. Beside him, a larger middle-aged man wearing a crown approached.
Father, why are you here?
Fukaboshi exclaimed, surprised.
I heard Shirahoshi was in trouble. I came to check.
Chapter 400, Deal with Shirahoshi and the Pirates Expo.
Father, don't worry, I already asked someone to confirm with Shirahoshi. Kaido is indeed here.
Fukaboshi replied respectfully, though a flicker of doubt lingered across his face. He came to get Shirahoshi's agreement for a request, in exchange for capturing Daikon IX and leaving the resolution to her. It's a fair deal.
Are you certain?
Neptune's expression tightened. Memories of Shirahoshi summoning the Sea Kings as a child were still vivid. The idea of Kaido being involved in any matter concerning her was unsettling. Locking Shirahoshi in the hardshell tower had been both to control Daikon IX and to protect Shirahoshi, who might be Poseidon, one of the 3 ancient weapons. Should word spread, the revelation could devastate Fishman Island.
Father, is something wrong?
Ryuboshi asked.
It's nothing.
Neptune said, shaking his head and dismissing his troubling thoughts.
Yo, long time no see, King Neptune.
Kaito appeared before Neptune, standing between reality and movement.
Kaido, I fail to understand what your interest in my little girl is. Why intervene?
Neptune frowned, scrutinizing him.
It's a simple deal, don't worry.
Kaido waved his hand casually, revealing Daikon IX's corpse at his feet.
Here, this is Daikon IX, who terrorized Shirahoshi for years. He's now dead. My deal with Shirahoshi is fulfilled.
A single head exchanged for Poseidon's favor, Kaido considered this highly cost-effective.
Can you clarify the deal between the two of you?
Neptune asked, curiosity overcoming concern for Daikon IX.
It's nothing complicated. Shirahoshi owes me a favor.
Kaido said indifferently. Neptune frowned. Debt among humans was always difficult to settle, and involving Shirahoshi made it even more delicate. Yet now, with Daikon IX dead, the transaction was complete. Even the powerful Jinbei of the Shichibukai would be no match for Kaido. He sighed.
Your deal with Shirahoshi is settled, but as a father, I still thank you for eliminating Daikon IX. We had combed every guard in Dragon Palace City to find him and failed. Your assistance is invaluable. I will host a banquet in the palace to honor you.
Neptune added. Internally, he resolved that strengthening ties with Kaido was wise.
So excuse me.
Kaito nodded politely, and the banquet proceeded smoothly until evening. Later, he claimed a room to sleep, reflecting, "The advantage of strength is indeed remarkable." Early morning, fully rested, Kaido arrived at the port after attending to the Dragon Palace city's internal affairs. On deck, Issho waited patiently. Meanwhile, Kaguya tried on stacks of clothes, perfumes, and accessories in the sealed space, prompting a wry smile from Kaido. Letting her shop freely may have been a mistake.
Captain, you're back.
Issho greeted.
Looks like you've been waiting long. Not long, just got up.
Issho smiled. After brief conversation and farewells to Neptune and the others, Kaido set course for the New World, specifically the Expo Island. Jinbei was absent from city, having visited Whitebeard, which mildly disappointed Kaido. Kaido mused as the currents rose around his vessel. Guided by the Eternal Pointer, they reached Ricart in just half a day. The island was surrounded by water channels, with a central arena resembling an ancient Roman Colosseum and audience seats packed around it. The island's economy thrived, surpassing even Sabyati Archipelago, with abundant food, drink, and supplies. Pirates roaming the island barely noticed Kaido's arrival. After all, it was a pirate paradise. Docking the merchant ship, Kaido and Issho disembarked.
Captain, it's lively here.
Issho said, impressed.
Yes, legends say pirates here easily hold fortunes exceeding 10 billion berries.
Kaido replied.
What now? Should we help Bullet? Not yet, the World Expo hasn't begun. We stay low for now. If danger arises, we intervene. Let him have his moment, no need for unnecessary interference.
Kaido instructed.
Let's rest at a hotel first.
They entered, footsteps echoing amidst cheers and the hum of air conditioning.
No way.
Kaido noticed two massive pirate ships approaching. Their size mattered less than the flags fluttering in the wind: Whitebeard pirates and Big Mom pirates, Four Emperors Part 2. Figures stood prominently on deck: Marco of Whitebeard, Katakuri of Big Mom with the Machi Paramecia fruit, along with their deputies. Behind them were the faction leaders and powerful sons of the Big Mom pirates. Notable among them were Diamond Jazu, Whitebeard 3rd Division Captain, and Cracker, one of Big Mom's desert generals. The arrival of the Four Emperors elite silenced the island, underscoring the prestige and stakes of the expo.
Captain, things may have exceeded Bullet's expectations.
Issho whispered.
Indeed, two of the Emperor's crews.
Kaido observed, walking further into the island.
Don't worry, find lodging first.